All all right. Let's get everything completely set up on the stream. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Well, let's get the Okay, microphone. You want to do that today? What's up, Astrid? What's up, G? How you doing? What's up, Yuna? What's up, Ella? What's up, STON? Or ONED? I can't see that right now. Heather, what's up? How you doing? What's up, Sarah? What's up, Kayla? What's up, the Snack and Shack? How you doing? What's up, Agent? What's up, TGB? Good to see you. Good to see you as always. What's up, Elliot? What's up, Nina? What's up, CNT? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second. Let me get the YouTube live completely set up for the stream here for today. How's everybody doing? What's up, Avery? What's up, Aaron? What's up, Hannah? What's up, McKenna? What's up, everyone joining in the stream? Lauren, how you doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? Let me get everything set up here real quick. Let's go and turn everything here on YouTube. It should be really quick. Just need to pin this comment over on YouTube, and we're completely started for the stream for today. Alrighty. Looks like we're good there. Okay, we're good. Let's get everything going for today. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always, everyone. Agent, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you as always. Let's get this first person up here for the debates for today. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. If you send a guest request intentionally, don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, you will get blocked. Just letting you know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I accidentally clicked it, sorry.
You're good, don't worry. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, you will get blocked. I'm telling you, it will happen. Okay. I'm gonna be out there really strong today, really strict. What can I say? Okay. Do not send a guest request if you don't meet that criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. Again, if you intentionally send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria in the screen. We are going to ban you. Let's do that actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can we debate about Epstein?
How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Hello?
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
March 206.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
The Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Mainly due to immigration.
Okay, what state do you live in? Oh my god. Evil Dean, what the fuck? Evil Dean. Okay. That's been a while. Good to see you as always, Evil Dean. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. I should know that voice by now. Like, to be honest, it's just been so long. Like, I thought he was British.
You
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
What's your birth year?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Later, bud. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. We are going to be blocking people if they send a guest request intentionally and don't meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here. Our first person up here for the debates for today. Do give us a quick second, y'all. Saints, thank you very much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, totally agree with you. Good morning to you as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's get this next person up here. That didn't seem to work. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do actually. Puss. I do support Trump. Puss.
Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, do give it a quick second. It's either people aren't connecting or we're dealing with trolls. Y'all know the deal. It takes a few minutes to get some people up here for the debates in the beginning of the days. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I didn't mean to join. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to join.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month you born?
I was born July 15th.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably vote for my Donnie right now.
You said what?
For Donnie,
Okay. And what state do you live in?
I live in California.
What time is it?
Currently, let me see. It's 10:41 right now.
Okay. Can you name 3 cities in California?
You got LA, San Diego, San Francisco, Sacramento, and I don't know. I don't know, bro.
Do you know any others?
I don't think so. But I promise you, I'm real. I'm real.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Because of his stance on Israel.
Okay. What about his stance on Israel?
I like that he supports Israel.
Okay. And why?
Because he's Israel first. He gives us money.
Okay. Now I sound like you're
Um,
trolling.
No,
No, I think
truly,
yeah.
I'm not trolling. No, I'm not trolling, dude.
Yeah. So you would rather put Israel over America?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's 100% a troll. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second.
Get there.
What's the quality?
I don't want a Valentine. I do just Valentine.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you send a guest request intentionally, don't meet that criteria on the screen, you will get blocked, just letting you know. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, what's the power to you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to join.
Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. It takes a while every morning to get some people in here. Yeah, what's the power to you? Hello? Okay. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yep. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, what's the power to you? Hello? Hello? Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Do give us a quick second. Yo, what's the power to you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
44.
And do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Versus Harris and Trump?
Yeah.
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Why wouldn't I?
Okay. Well, this is
I
going to
mean,
be a long list.
Look at what he's done for the oil industry. He's made me millions of dollars.
Okay. So what has he done for the oil industry that made you specifically millions of dollars?
He made the price of oil go up per barrel.
Okay, so
He
you
supply-
support
he-
the
he-
war
he
with
created-
Iran
he
because it closed the
created-
Strait of Hormuz and caused the price of oil to go up.
Correct.
Okay, so even though that's at the detriment of the average American, right, and especially disproportionately lower and middle income individuals, you don't care simply just because it made you richer.
Yes.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not at all.
Okay.
I actually didn't vote for Trump. I'm terribly hate that guy.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Let's get this next person up here. If you intentionally send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, we are going to block you, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Please only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter. Ad loves you. Thank you very much for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's try to get this next individual up here. Do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get some people up here. We got a lot of trolls, so do give us a minute, y'all. Alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here. Please only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Ashley, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
98.
Wow, that was really good math, man. Wow, dude. All right. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you intentionally send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria in the screen, you will get blocked. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year?
07.
And what month?
September.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
His immigration policies, abortion policies, and Charlie Kirk supported him.
Immigration policies, abortion policies, and Charlie Kirk supported him?
Yeah.
Interesting. So we'll start with immigration and abortion, and then we'll get on to why even the hell you would consider Charlie Kirk's opinion on it. But
Can I help my grandma open a what's it called, a bottle real quick, like a pickle jar?
What would you say?
Can I help my grandma open a pickle jar?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you're good? Okay, never mind. Let me sit down real quick.
Okay.
Okay, what did you say?
Yeah, so like you could just tell me why you specifically support his immigration and abortion policy. Like what about it that you support? Is there any specific immigration policy of his that you like?
No, I think just in general, like ICE and just immigration in general. Like we should have a secure border, documented people here.
How do you know when there's a secure border versus when there's not a secure border?
How do you know the difference? Or,
yeah.
I guess when the border's being properly run and stuff, when it's not welded open. I guess, right? That would.
So like what outcomes or what measures would you use to be able to identify whether the border is open?
What measures, like?
Yeah. Are you looking at like border crossings? Are you determining it based upon increases in crime? Or like what measure are you specifically like what do you most care about for determining whether the border is secure or not?
Probably like increase in crime and stuff. Like crime goes up when the borders aren't secure, and Um,
Well, crime was going down under the Biden-Harris administration. Even when there was immigration to our country, like specifically, we're talking like 2022, 2023, like crime was going down, going to 2023, 2024, under the Biden-Harris administration, even when we had that immigration, because it was after the pandemic, because crime went up during the pandemic and it was going down from that point. Also, mass deportation doesn't reduce the crime rate. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So the idea that deporting them would reduce the crime rate isn't necessarily the case. And even so, the Democrats still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. They just wanted to prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses, and they wanted to make the legal process go quicker. And they advocated for a bipartisan border bill that under the Democrats' administration in 2023 would have been passed and would have had long-term conditions for the border to increase border security and make the legal asylum process go quicker. Right, so they actively were willing to compromise. That was even a conservative-leaning bill. That's why I don't even think it was a good bill. It was a conservative-leaning bill, but yet, again, Donald Trump undermined this bill because he cares more about running on the border being an issue than actually fixing any of the problems that he said existed at the border at that point in time when he thought the border was open and we were, quote unquote, being invaded.
Well, all right. Okay, I don't. Right, I guess you got me there, but I still think that we should have a secure border because, like, I just feel like it would be unsafe not to have a secure border or putting why we have our own problems here in the States. Why should we have an open border for others?
No one's advocating for an open border. Of course, everyone's advocating for restrictions, and of course, we want to go after those that have committed violent and serious offenses. But for people who are just coming here for a better life, couldn't you see how we could say that they should have a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense?
Well, but they're not getting citizenship, though. They're here illegally. It's not a citizen.
Right now, they don't get that, and I'm saying they should.
Well,
They want to be an American.
yeah, I completely believe that every person has the right to become an American, right? Like we had legal ways to get to become a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, and I'm just saying they're already in the country undocumented.
Why did we have to go and change that though?
Why do we have to change what? Sorry.
The the original way to get your citizenship and stuff, like before we had open borders and stuff. Why?
Yeah, we used to have open borders. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
and also remember, like, you know, Ellis Island, for example, the early 1900s. Yeah, you know how long it took to go through that process?
Like years, right?
No, it said 3 to 7. When I looked it up, it said 3 to 7 hours on average. I was like, I was shocked because I was like, dude, are you serious? 3 to 7 hours on average, right? In processing once you get there, like that sounds like absurdly quick to what we have right now, right? And I'm like, at that point in time, you're telling me they could do it, but we can't do that now with the level of technology we have now? That to me sounds absurd, right?
We could do that right now. We could just say, "Oh, you're good. Oh, you're good." Just send them in. How do you know they weren't properly checking them for whatever the protocols are to get your citizenship?
What's that?
How do you like? We could do that now. We could just say, "Oh, you're good." Just cross off their checkbooks and what's it called? Not properly check them.
No, I'm saying we should properly vet them. And I'm just saying we could do it a lot quicker. We just choose not to.
How do you know that? How do you know that we don't choose? Wait, what did you say again?
We can do it a lot quicker, the legal immigration process. We just choose to make it take longer, and we choose not to invest properly into it.
Well, how do you know that, though? And I don't think we should invest properly into it if we have our own problems here.
Wait, you know, here's what I don't understand from people is they think immigration is a net loss to our country's economy. Actually, immigration's a net benefit. If you look at the data, according to the Cato Institute, over the past 30 years, immigrants have decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion. Yeah.
Okay.
So they net decrease the deficit. They increase GDP growth and GDP, productivity, right? And labor force participation rate. which allows for us to maintain programs such as Social Security, Medicare, and our different social programs that people rely upon, right? Given that there's an increasing share of the population that's older, right, that is going to be on those programs, right, without working.
Right. Well, then that falls into our citizens that need the jobs and stuff that are like blue collar jobs that the
Immigrants
illegal
are our
immigrants-
citizens.
No, they're not. They're illegals.
Well, I'm just saying that they should be citizens. They should have a pathway to citizenship.
Well,
What's
that's right,
wrong with
it's-
what's wrong with saying that them coming to our country benefits not only them but us?
Well, it's benefiting the country, but it's not benefiting the people. Do you see what I mean?
It is. I
So
gave you an explicit way in which it benefits the people. A decrease in the deficit by $14.5 trillion over a 30-year period is absolutely incredible. What are you talking about? That's definitely a benefit.
Well, not for the blue collar workers that need the jobs. Should
What?
we use our own people to be?
You understand that it doesn't take away from jobs. It actually creates jobs, because when people come to our country, not only do they fulfill supply or fulfill jobs, but they also demand goods and services that they rely upon in order to survive and they consume within their daily life, which also creates a demand for labor, which increases the amount of want for jobs, which also increases the available set of jobs for already existing U.S. citizens. And it makes other fields more productive based upon their fulfillment of that labor.
I'm not following. I don't see how that can just happen. How we're already struggling, and then more people come, and we still struggle from them using our resources.
Wait, we're
but
struggling
they're-
right now under Trump?
Well, no, before Trump.
Before Trump. So
Like
you think we're
well, that's
better
why
off
we're trying
right now
to-
than we were before Trump?
Wait, what'd you say?
Do you think economically we're better off right now than we were before Trump?
Well, no, not right now. Well, yeah, no, not right now. I don't believe we are.
Okay. So then
There's 2 weeks. No, what?
and why are things not economically better off?
Well, right now we're what's it called? We had the whole Ukraine thing, and then we have the what is it? The Iran and Israel thing right now going on.
And who
The
started that
oil.
war?
What? Excuse me. What did you say again?
And who started that war?
I guess Iran and Israel, they started that war technically, right?
It was Trump and Israel.
Trump and Israel. Okay.
So given that he started the war, and
I
the
don't- me
war
personally-
caused bad negative economic impacts, and that's
Yeah.
why the economy is worse off than it was prior to Trump, wouldn't that mean you'd say that Trump has been worse for the economy?
Yeah, I would say Trump has been worse for the economy. Like, I don't believe we should be in Iran right now and whatnot, or even supporting what's it called Israel.
Okay.
But what's it called? I still don't think that oh frick, dude. What's it called? I think since yeah, Trump, that's a problem, us being over there, but I still don't think that's like just a proper justification for keeping or for having Harris in office rather than Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still think Trump is a better candidate.
Why?
Well, I still stick with the immigration policies and the pro-life policies.
Okay.
And
So like
Yeah.
what specific immigration policies and
I don't know them off the top of my head what just like I said, like in general, I guess. But you kind of gave me um like facts, I guess, on those.
Okay.
But
So like what about abortion?
um like I'm pro-life all the way, I guess.
Okay. Would you say that you care more about saving innocent human lives than restricting access to abortion?
Wait, say that one more time.
Would you say that you care more about saving innocent human lives than restricting access to abortion?
In restricting access to abortion.
Yeah.
Um yeah. Yeah.
So if I could prove to you that if you voted for Democrats, you would save millions more innocent human lives, would you choose to vote for Democrats?
Well, do you define a embryo as a human life?
Yeah, it's a cellular human life. Now, do I think it's a valuable human life? No, because I do think that the valuable aspect of human life is human sentient life, right? And like subjective experiences, not just cellular life. That's why we think that brain death is death.
Well, that's different. Like the argument, with a brain dead person that's on the uh, what's it called in the machines. You know, like someone with like an elderly person. You know, that's hooked up to the machines and stuff. That's brain dead. So you would pull the cord or whatever you want to
Yeah,
call it.
yeah,
But
and that's because brain death is death, right?
right. But
So if brain death is death, and they're still cellularly speaking alive, then life doesn't begin until sentient life begins. In the same notion of life that you were using when you say that it's death for there to be brain death. In that same notion of life, life does not begin at conception. Life begins around 20 through 24 weeks in the womb. Based
so
upon that
then,
notion of life.
right. Well, isn't like all 90% of abortions like 24 weeks out anyways?
No,
you
no,
would
no,
have
no,
to
no. Like 93% of abortions are prior to, I think it's like 18 weeks. And the vast majority of ones after that point are medically necessary.
Right, right.
Or
So
not just medically necessary, or situations of exception, right? Or induction of labor. Sorry, let me clarify that.
okay. But yeah, the difference between a brain dead patient is they're what's it called? They're in a state of no recovery. Besides embryo, they're in a state of progressing. Like it's not like recovering, but they're progressing into life. They're becoming what you were before. You and I were both once an embryo. Shouldn't we give that opportunity to that embryo?
Yeah, and we were also a sperm and an egg cell. So did you value the sperm and the egg cell prior to the fertilization because those sperm and egg cells were required and necessary for my life?
Well, it's valuable in a way, but not like
Would it be wrong to kill those sperm and egg cells because they're
no,
required or necessary to produce my life?
no, it's not the same kind of valuable. It's um the DNA hasn't fused. It hasn't. They haven't. The egg and
But
sperm
why is
have.
it even valuable to you at that point? Because realistically, you think brain death is the point of death. So
I
it's like
never
it's
said
not even
that.
living according to your understanding. So why do you care about it more than someone who's pregnant in their individual access to determine whether they want to get an abortion or not? Like
Wait, say that one more time.
if it's not life, then why is it murder?
Well, it is life.
It's a different notion of life than what you were deeming to be morally relevant. Because what was morally relevant to life was prior to brain death, right? Brain death, there still
No.
is cellular life. So that notion of life, to you, is it morally relevant?
Well, I don't really understand the terminology you're using, but like
What terminology? I can explain it.
The cellular life.
Yeah.
What is that?
So yeah, so cellular life is just going to be what exists at the point of conception. Sentient life, you
Okay.
know how you're experiencing things right now? That's what your sentient life is.
Okay.
That's what exists prior to brain death. Once an individual is brain dead, there's still a notion of cellular life, like their body still has cellular life, right? Like the organs are still living, or they're still on life support. There's still a notion of life that exists, but that notion of life is similar to like what you see, like for example, right, in like plants, cellular life, or microorganisms, cellular life. Like there's a notion of life, but it's different from the association that we have with like personhood, right? Our experiences.
So is that what you're saying? Personhood gives someone value.
Yeah, I think
Is
that's
that
the
what you're
basis
saying?
for like personhood rights. And I don't think that it's murder prior to the point in which it's sentient, right? It would make no sense to claim that.
Right. I I still don't. I don't really understand that.
Okay.
Like, cause me as a Christian, I value life from conception when the DNA forms at
Okay.
fusion.
All right. Well, I gave you
So
a simple argument. I gave you a really simple argument. You care more about saving innocent human life than you do about restricting access to abortion. Democrats save millions more innocent human lives through the use of, through the fact that Republicans, through the use of Doge, cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million additional lives lost by 2030, according to a Lancet study. So if we can indicate that Democrats would save millions more lives as opposed to Republicans, then it's obvious that you should support the Democrats as opposed to the Republicans if you've already agreed that you value saving innocent human lives over restricting access to abortion.
and what study was this?
The Lancet study. Look up Lancet study, 14 million people, USAID, and you'll see it. And if you're on YouTube, by the way, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, as always. Do give it a second. We'll probably get up another person here in a quick second. He's looking up this information. I think this might be the point that changes his mind here. So do give him a quick second, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, by the way. We are just looking for debates. We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second for debates. If you are a Trump supporter, send a GOAT gift if you want to. If you're in the box and you want to debate, we're going to start accepting people here in a quick second. If you meet that criteria here on the screen, send a GOAT gift if you're a Trump supporter. Only do so if you meet that criteria. If you don't meet that criteria, don't send a guest request. Did you find the source? What's up?
What was the full name of that? Lancet what? Lancet study
Lancet,
what?
14 million people, USAID, and you should find it. Alrighty. Let's get this person up here. Hopefully they're a Trump supporter. Yeah, how old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. And what month are you born?
October.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, he supports that transgender women shouldn't play women's sports.
Okay. Can you name one trans woman that was dominating in women's sports that Donald Trump's executive order banning trans women from playing in women's sports prevented from playing in women's sports?
I remember that there was Fallon Fox who broke another woman's skull.
She wasn't prevented from performing due to any Trump policy. So can you try again? And also,
Well,
by the way, that was you're talking about like a common fracture that exists in the context of boxing, which, by the way, people consent to the boxing match to go into prior to this. So it sounds like you're just coping.
No, I'm not just coping. Also, would you say that I'm being, or like the two men and his cancer freedom and Royce White are making a mockery of transgender women.
I'm waiting to
by
hear a
transi-
response to my question. Do you have an example of a single trans woman that was dominating in women's sports that Donald Trump's executive order prevented from playing and dominating in women's sports?
I do not have a specific example.
Would you like to take time to go look for an example?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna read through this. Thank you for
Yeah,
having
for
me
sure.
on
And
here, I
like,
guess.
if the results of the study are true with respect to how I was referencing them, would this be a convincing reason to you as to why you should support Democrats over Republicans?
Possibly.
Okay.
All right. Okay, have
All
a
right.
good day.
You as well. Alrighty, everyone. Give this guy a quick second to go look for that information real quick. He's gonna be doing that. Give him a minute. I do have some people to thank, actually. I do have some people to thank. I have some people to catch up with. Charles, thank you very much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much. Astrid, thank you very much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Oh, W for you debating. I bet you did fantastic. I bet you did fantastic. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that you cooked them. I'm glad to hear that. As well as, let me make sure. Holy shit. Let me make sure to catch up to this. Tanya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 over on PayPal. I really appreciate it. They said, haven't seen you in a few days. Hope you've had great lives. Keep fighting the good fight. You're doing amazing work. Well, thank you so much, Tanya. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is so kind of you. Good to see you as always. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Some of the debates have been crazy the past few days. Some of the debates have been, for sure. I think it, ebbs and flows when it comes to like debates. Some days are crazy, some days are like pretty chill. Depending on the day. Yeah, it was like a lot of trolls yesterday, actually. That was the main thing I would describe yesterday as. Billy, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you. For all caps messages. I mean, I could add extra stuff to it. I really only right now do stuff for spamming and the use of slurs. That's kind of really all I have right now for moderation. I'll consider the caps. Yeah, I'll consider it. I'll consider that like full caps, especially if it's like spamming. But yeah, give it a second for this guy to find that information. We're gonna look this up real quick. By the way, you might want to swipe back into the app for a quick second so it doesn't kick you out. Just so that you can see me real quick, and then you can go back out and keep looking. Just so it doesn't kick you out on accident. But yeah. Alrighty. Send a go gift if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18 and you want to debate. Only send a guest request or send a go gift if you meet that criteria, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Again, if you intentionally do that, you don't meet that criteria, I will be blocking you, by the way. We are just looking for some Trump supporters right now. If you're a Trump supporter, send a go gift if you meet that criteria and are in the box. Alrighty. Let's get this first person up here. Well, I can't add them. Let's try this person. Yo, what's up? How old are
Hey,
you?
Parker. I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I do support one thing that he do.
Okay, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's your birth year?
19th September 2006.
You're 18.
19. I turn 20 next month.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
You said that again, sorry?
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I just appreciate his immigration policies and his employment policies.
Okay. What immigration and what employment policies?
Well, according to what I'm looking at here, border apprehensions was down about 91% before him. Oh, sorry, post his term.
Okay. Apprehensions means the border, them apprehending people. So they were apprehending less people?
Shit. We are Charlie Kirk.
Okay, let's go to the next person here. What did you find the source and look at it?
I did. I know he did. He wrote a policy in 2025, banning or having a policy that says that transgender women shouldn't be in women's sports. There's 2 high school transgender athletes that were limited by it.
Yeah, and were they dominating?
I don't know if they were dominating or not. I didn't find a source about what their specific stats were, but
So if it prevented 2 people, and let's say that they weren't dominating, do you see that as a dub? Like, do you actually see that as a dub?
what do you mean?
Like, do you see that as a win?
I mean, yeah.
Really? Like, even though like those people weren't dominating?
Yeah.
So how is that a win?
I mean, it keeps men out of women's locker rooms.
Really? Like, so you voted for a man that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent to prevent 2 trans people from playing in sports?
I mean, there's I didn't support what Trump did there, obviously. But I have a question for you.
Wait, you're still willing to vote for him, right?
I mean, he was the better vote in my opinion than Kamala Harris.
Even though he's a man that walked into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where 2 18-year-olds came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in those changing rooms.
Wasn't that before he was president in 2016?
Yeah,
Okay.
and he was president in 2017.
Yeah.
So what's your point with
And he was
that?
president. I'm just saying, was it that before? Was that in 2017 or was that before he was president?
When he barged into the changing rooms?
Yeah.
That would be like the early 2000s and in the 90s.
Okay, so what does that have to do with him being president?
What? You just said that you don't want men and women's changing rooms. And then you're willing to support a guy that's done it himself?
I mean,
Like that, you don't see
it
that
was
as hypocritical at all.
Okay, so do you see um the WNBA banning Ennis Cancer, Freedom, and Royce White from playing in the WNBA as hypocritical?
What
They-
I would have to look at their other views, the WNBA, and I could argue against it. I don't have to argue against it being hypocritical. I'd have to see what the other views are to know that. But does that that's a deflection away from your perspective here? Is that not a pivot?
No, it's not a pivot. It's part of the thing.
So what
I'm
is the
just saying,
relevance?
So Ennis Cancer, Freedom, and Royce White yesterday came out as transgender to play basketball in the WNBA.
Oh wait, they're that's a joke, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's not
isn't it? Isn't it a joke?
It's not. No, it's not a joke.
Yeah. Let me see. Can I see a source?
You can look up the source yourself.
I mean, you're the one claiming it. Are you not?
There's 2 video sources of them coming out saying that they meet all the criteria to be in the WNBA.
Wait,
and have to
so
play for the-
what are their names?
Ennis Cancer, Freedom,
So wait, no, but
and Royce.
So are they changing their names at all, or
I'm sure they will.
okay? And how'd they come out?
They came out via video yesterday.
Via video. Okay, and what did they say?
They both stated that they came out as transgender, or they will be coming out as transgender athletes to declare for the WNBA draft.
Are you Christian?
I am Christian, yes.
Okay, so you're not supposed to lie, right?
No.
Do you think they're being serious?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Really, you like genuinely think they're being serious?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and you're a Christian, right?
Yep.
You know that
I don't
that's like
know.
it's a sin to lie, right?
Yeah. I don't know what your point is, Parker.
Yeah, because I think that you know that you're lying right now.
No,
That
I'm not.
I know that you don't believe that they're serious.
I genuinely believe that they just want to play basketball, and if they think it's the WNBA, it's the best place to go. So I'm just
Like
saying
this is
it
clearly like you
doesn't.
trying to rage bait. Like I obviously know that this is obviously not a case that's true. Secondly, like you have to understand there are multiple years of HRT, the conditions are different. Alongside of the fact that when there are individuals specifically that are clearly trolling, like we can make a clear delineation, right?
I don't think they're
Right, like it's
trolling.
pretty
I think
obvious. Yeah, and because
I think they.
you're just like literally violating the 10 Commandments right now.
I think they're wanting to play in the WNBA. So why stop them from playing in the WNBA and
No, no.
not stopping
Do you
others?
think that they think that they're women?
For purposes of playing basketball, yes.
No, no, not just for purposes of playing basketball, but in terms of their gender identity.
Oh, I mean, if they want to be women,
Like
they can be
truthfully.
women. I don't care what
No,
they
like
do.
no, truthfully. Do you think that they think that themselves?
Huh? Sorry, you're breaking up.
Do you think that they think that themselves that they are women, truthfully? Like in terms of their
I
gender
don't know
identity.
what. I don't know them personally, so I can't.
No,
I
what do
can't
you
say.
think?
I don't know. Like I don't care what they think.
Then why are you even
I
bringing
mean,
it up?
I'm just saying. I'm personally like asking you.
If you don't
isn't it
care
hip-
what they think, why'd you even bring it up to deflect away from your original argument?
Isn't it? It's not my. It's part of my.
It was
original
like
argument.
no, we were literally having an argument, and you used this as a pivot from that.
No,
And
it's
then
not a pivot.
I know
It's
what this is
the
in
same
reference
topic.
to. What's that?
It's the same topic.
What's up?
It's the same
It's
topic.
not the same.
I'm talking.
No, it wasn't. You should go watch back
Yeah,
this
it is.
video later on. You'll see that that's just simply not the case.
Yeah, it is the case. I mean, we're talking about transgender women and women athletes or women's athletics. So, Parker, are you saying?
No, I was.
Do you think that
we were actually talking about how you specifically still support a guy that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, and because you wanted to prevent two trans people who aren't even dominating from playing women's sports.
I don't like. I'm just saying that I don't think transgender women should be playing on women's sports.
Is that not
but
true? Is that not true? Is that you're willing to vote for Donald Trump, who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in simply because you want to prevent two trans kids from playing sports that weren't even dominating?
I mean, that's part of the reason why I voted for Trump.
Wait, what are the other reasons to account for the fact that you're willing to vote for a guy that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without changing without their consent, let alone he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, accused by 27 plus people of sexual misconduct, credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files for sexual abuse.
Okay, so you're bringing up a case by jury, or he was convicted by a jury, right? Or
he was held liable by a jury.
liable.
Yeah.
Do we know the percentage of what Democrats are versus what Republicans are on that jury?
Like in Manhattan. So like we would, if we assume based on Manhattan, we'd assume that 1 to 3 members of the 9 on the jury are either apolitical, independent, or conservative. Even assuming Manhattan demographics for political support.
So, assuming Manhattan isn't Manhattan liberal?
Yes, it is disproportionately liberal.
So we could assume that there's likely at least 8 of 12 jurors that are liberal.
There's 9 jurors. But you have to consider what percent of people are moderate. You have to consider what percent of people are independent, which is the same as moderate, and then you also have to consider what percent of people are apolitical. And then there's also Republican. So one of the members on the jury would be likely Republican. One of the members on the jury would likely be moderate, and one of the members of the jury would likely be apolitical. If not more than one on the jury would be apolitical.
But is it the likelihood of all of them, or at least eight of nine being liberal, like 60%?
No. It's actually not the case. If you think 8 or 9, all of them would be liberal, no, that's definitely not the case. Because you're not factoring in all the people who are conservative. You're not factoring in all the people who are moderate and apolitical.
Wait, but what do you think is the percentage of
What percent of people don't vote?
in Manhattan? I have no idea.
Yeah, I bet it's like fucking 20 to 30% of people don't vote.
But if,
right? So
if
like
it's 20 to 30,
all of
if
those
it's
people,
20
why are we not factoring in all of those people? That's it. That could be a third of the jury, dude, in of itself. And I'm not even factoring in. I'm taking a very conservative analysis of this. Okay, I could factor that in to be a third of the jury itself.
Don't non-voters have the mindset of someone is canceling out my vote or my vote doesn't count? And aren't most of those mindsets from the Democratic
Most of
Party?
non-voters are apolitical and don't really pay attention to politics.
But
do you agree?
That's not. I mean, I mostly disagree because most people who don't vote have the mindset of, oh, my vote doesn't count. So
yeah,
I'm just
and
not
that's
gonna
on that's another perspective on top of the fact that they aren't involved in politics. They don't educate themselves about politics. They're not informed about it, and they don't care.
Would you agree that it could be 50-50 or even
if you assumed that would still be 15%, right? And on top of the 10% that is conservative.
Okay, but
okay, that's 25% right there. That's 1/4 of the jury.
Yeah, but the mindset of non-voters come from the Democratic Party.
What does that even fucking mean? You think all non-voters are Democrats?
I would assume that most
Come on, bro. This is just so ridiculous, dude.
How is that ridiculous?
Because you're going to assume everyone is going to be biased against Trump, even those that are not political and not going to even vote.
But you know what is ridiculous? You deflected from my question about, do you think the WNBA should allow those two men to play in women's sports?
Again, those particular yeah, if someone's not dominating and they're a trans, I don't think they should be removed from playing from sports. And there's essentially no case where trans women who are women are dominating.
Yeah.
It's a non-issue. This is not determined by the federal government. This is going to be up to local sports organizations because it's a fucking non-issue. And you guys will bring this up because you act like you care about women when, one, you never fucking watch women's sports. You don't really know or care about that in the first place. And two, also, you don't care about women's rights. You actively vote against women's rights whenever you have the chance. Okay?
No,
and you vote for a guy that has actively assaulted women throughout his life. And you literally don't care.
I care about women. And
really?
Are you saying?
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump has passed that benefits women in general? Just tell me. Give me one idea.
Are you saying that I don't think, or I don't respect women because?
Can I have an answer? Can you name a single policy that Trump has passed that benefits women in general?
What about women in the womb? What about protecting females?
Women are adults, sir.
But I'm talking about
Can I have an answer? So can you name a single thing that Donald Trump supports that's in the benefit of the average woman?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Being pro-life, abortions.
You mean restricting access to abortion for women? Not letting them choose whether they can get an abortion? That's not pro-women. That's not in the benefit of women, and women disproportionately agree with that. Do you think most women agree that you should ban abortion?
Actually, I do think most women believe that they should not ban abortion.
Exactly. So what's your point? How is that pro-women?
I think sorry, I misspoke. I do think most women believe that they should ban abortion.
Yeah, look at the data on that one. You want to bet?
What
you want to bet? You want to bet?
Do you know?
You mean from the point of conception, right? They want to ban it from the point of conception?
I mean, why would? But isn't there women that want to?
Wait, is that what you just said? You think most women want to ban abortion from the point of conception?
I don't. I'm not a woman, so I don't know exactly. But I would
Oh,
assume.
so now you don't know what
if-
women want because you're not a woman. So
I'm
if you don't
just
know what women
saying, like,
want, why are you going to say that you should force women to go through pregnancy?
But why should we murder innocent
It's not
children who
murder.
will become? Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, I have a question. Do you think it should be legal to put babies in freezers for storage?
No.
No?
No.
Do you think it should be legal to freeze embryos?
No.
No? It should be illegal to freeze embryos? It should be illegal? Like someone should
Okay.
go to jail for freezing an embryo?
I don't know. Isn't that preventing pregnancy?
What? What? Freezing an embryo could be like because you want to have pregnancy later on.
Oh. Oh, no, it's not. No.
So it's not wrong to freeze an embryo.
No.
So an embryo is not a baby. Because you just said earlier it's wrong to put a baby in a freezer for storage, right? But you don't think it's
well,
wrong to
alive-
put an embryo in a freezer for storage.
A
so-
live baby. Like, so
Yeah, but embryos
so
are
if
live
you-
babies, right?
if you were to put a live baby that
Wait, you believe
has been
embryos are
born,
live babies, right?
I think I think that if you put a live baby in the freezer and you freeze a live baby, that's murder, right? Would you agree that if you were to put
Yeah,
a
yeah.
baby in the freezer-
I mean, it's typically, yeah. Like, now, can I tell you something? I don't think an embryo is a baby. So that's kind of like the point here. If you think that's a murder, then you think it's murder to freeze embryos? Because under your view, you think an embryo is a baby. You have to swipe back into the app for me to be able to hear you. So I think you are confused and you need to make up your mind here. Is an embryo a baby or is it not a baby? Which one is it? Because I have a really quick answer. No, it's fucking not. Really simple answer. Hey, buddy, you're out of the app. Oh, he just left. Okay. I could have expected that to happen. Zach, thank you very much for the $20. Thank you very much. So if the jury was all Republicans, they just find Trump not guilty no matter what. Apparently, even though there was a member of the jury that literally was like a Tim Pool, avid Tim Pool watcher. Ash, thank you very much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you. I know that is a terrifying thought, and that's exactly why I have my platform, because I want to educate people as much as possible, get people as politically involved as I possibly can, so that there are less people that choose to vote like him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Oh, 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what's your birth year?
2008.
And what month
March
you born?
2008.
Okay, if the
March
election were held
2008.
today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, can I talk about like the last person who was in here first? Is that fine?
Okay.
So, when you say like if you're not a woman, you shouldn't be able to like talk about abortion, what gives you like the credentials to talk about abortion since you're not even a woman? You know, if you get what I'm saying? Like
No, that's what he was arguing. I don't think specifically because you're not a woman that means you can't talk about abortion. I want men to have positions on abortion that allow for women to have the choice to get access to the abortion, right? I'm pro-choice. So I think it's good that men have positions that are pro-choice. And I don't think the idea that men shouldn't have the position on it would be effective, because inevitably it's just going to mean all the pro-choice men don't have a position on it and all the pro-life men do have a position on it, which would be the least preferable position possible.
yeah, okay. I kind of just joined like after his whole start of the conversation, so I didn't really hear what he said. So I'd like to say I support Trump because, you know, as a son of a police officer and having lived through, you know, the whole George Floyd and everybody hates police officers, that really sucked. There's one time my
Can I
dad
ask
was
you a
picking
question,
up from
sir?
school years ago. Like it was, yes, sir.
How do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat cops on January 6th and called them patriots?
I actually think I know I don't have any proof for this, so you don't quote me, but those people that
You're
were there
lagging out.
protesting
I
in the
can't hear
Capitol,
you right
walking
now.
in the Capitol, were just there.
Can you restart? I couldn't hear you at all. You're lagging.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you better now.
Okay. So I believe a lot of people that went to the Capitol on January 6th were just there for violence and they didn't even support Trump. Like a lot of that, like I think a lot of Democrats went there too, just to protest, just to make a mess. Because if they were
So then
there
why did
and
Donald
they
Trump
raided the
pardon them?
Capitol, because there's people that went there and did peacefully protest.
I'm talking about the people
Not
who
everybody
assaulted
raided the
cops.
Capitol.
I'm talking about the people who attempted to murder police officers.
He pardoned them?
Yes.
Okay, great. I never said. Actually, do you have like proof on this? Like,
yes, he pardoned
all
all of them.
Can you give me the proof?
Yeah.
Can you give me the proof?
Yeah, There's an article from The Hill. Trump pardoned violent January 6 rioters. Here are 5 of them. You can read that right there. You can see 5 of them right there. If you just look up Trump violent January 6 rioters, you'll see AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters, every single fucking mainstream media source you could possibly mention. Every source in general, every independent source, even Fox News, admitting Donald Trump pardoned them. Hell, you can go to the White House website itself, and you can see that Donald Trump individually pardoned these people day fucking one.
Okay, so are you saying everybody who was there protesting that day was assaulting and harassing police officers?
No, I never said everyone was. I just said that Trump.
Majority of people that
wait, I'm sorry. I say Trump pardoned all of the violent rioters, and then you assume I'm saying all of the rioters. Wait, hold up. Then you're assuming I'm saying all of the people that were there were violent rioters. No, never once did I claim that. I just claimed Trump pardoned all the violent rioters. I never claimed all of the people there were violent rioters. Of course, there were random Facebook moms and dads walking in that were completely drones, right? Had no clue what they were doing. I'm not disputing that. Totally separate. I'm talking about the people who attempted to murder police officers on that day that Donald Trump pardoned, that he called patriots. So explain to me why, since you have a big problem with how people are treating police officers in this country, why you're totally fine with the President of the United States doing that, and you're not going to make a big deal about it.
I agree with you. I'm not fine.
That should be a disqualifier. If you're going to say that that's a big issue amongst Democrats for you, this right here, when Donald Trump does this, this should be a disqualifier for you. Because I promise you, if Democrats did this, you would be saying that's a disqualifier.
Look at New York right now. All the people Mamdani wants in office for the city, whatever, a lot of those females and those people, not females, just people who he's putting in office in power, they don't want police officers. They want to get rid of law enforcement, or
that's just not have they got rid of law enforcement?
The amount of police officers.
What initiative has Mamdani created specifically to get rid of the police?
I can't name you one. I never said Mamdani. I said the people he's putting in power.
Okay, like, it doesn't make sense to me. People call socialists, right, like super authoritarian, but then also argue they're trying to get rid of the police. Like, how are they going to be authoritarian without the police? Can someone please explain that to me?
What?
Yeah, like you guys claim these socialists. You're claiming the socialists.
One thing about socialism.
Wait, I just said
Mamdani.
I just want to clarify. That's like broadly how it's referred to. Is it like socialists are like super authoritarian, right? That's the general understanding of socialists.
Well, they invade privacy a lot more. They're not authoritarian because they don't have, they're not really authoritarian at all. I never said they were authoritarian.
Maybe this conversation is to be had with a different Trump supporter that has a different perspective on it. But could you at least admit a bunch of Trump supporters or conservatives have that perspective?
Said yes. I already said you're right. I already said, listen,
chill.
Trump's 100% not a perfect person. And I know there's a lot of corruption, but he was the better candidate than Kamala because, Kamala did not deserve to be there.
Why?
I mean, let me ask you this. How come Kamala was selected for the presidential... You're right. I'm sorry.
Just say Harris.
All right. I'm sorry. All right, Harris. How come she was selected for the presidential candidacy, and people like Al Gore weren't selected. People who actually have experience within the Democratic Party weren't chosen. I just feel like I'm gonna be honest. I have a
Al
lot
Gore
of
had no
progressive
shot to win. Al
views.
Gore didn't even try to run. Didn't Al
Yeah,
Gore
but
support Harris?
why would they choose Harris when they know she wouldn't win? She does not have
That's just not
experience.
true.
She didn't do anything as vice president.
That's just not true. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history,
And she
including
lost.
the Inflation Reduction Act. Can I ask you a question?
She lost.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you name
Yes.
anything that any vice president has done in U.S. history?
No, you're right. I can't.
So it seems to me like you're just misinformed
Other
on
than
what vice
stepping up.
presidents. Please listen. Seems to me like you're just misinformed on what vice presidents have done. Period. It's not just that she's done nothing, right? It's that you just don't know what vice presidents have done. Because if I were to ask you if you would vote for J.D. Vance over Kamala Harris, you would say you'd vote for J.D. Vance. But
I
if I
wouldn't,
asked
no.
you wouldn't?
No, I think Rubio is a much better candidate.
So wait, so you wouldn't vote J.D. Vance over Kamala Harris?
No, I wouldn't. I support Trump over Kamala 100%, but I don't support Trump 100%. I would vote Rubio if he went for vice president over Vance. Yes.
No, wait. So just to clarify, I'm not talking about the primaries of whether you'd support Rubio versus Vance. I'm asking in the general election, if it were Harris versus Vance, who would you vote for?
Vance.
Okay. Now, can you tell me a single thing that Vance has done, right, as vice president?
Well, he locked down the border.
He didn't lock down the border. What did he do?
Well, as someone who lives in a border state, it's a lot better now than when it was under Kamala.
I live in
when
a
she was
border
the
state.
czar.
What are you talking about? And she was never the border czar.
Was she not the border czar under Biden?
No.
Was that not her job? Was the border?
No.
So who flooded the country full of illegal immigrants?
No, there was no policy that Democrats passed that flooded people into the country. I don't know what you're talking about. There was issues.
So
let me explain.
There was.
Hello? Are you there? I think you just cut out. I think his MAGA mobile disconnected.
Entering the country. Sorry, I got a phone call, so I just connected for a second. Can you hear me now?
Saying?
So, when Texas National Guardsmen, shut down the border despite Joe Biden's, ordering them not to under his presidency, near the end of his presidency, why did that whole thing happen? Why was Texas so mad that all these illegal immigrants were coming in? I mean, yeah, there was no definitive policy that they put in to let immigrants in, but they did nothing to stop it in the first place.
Okay. So you said nothing to stop the immigrants coming to our
illegal
country.
Immigration, mass
Can I
illegal
ask you a
immigration.
question? Do you know
Yes.
what the bipartisan border bill is?
I'm not educated on these bills. I see.
So then how the hell can you say they never did anything to address this? If you don't know any of these
Well, they
bills, if you don't know
didn't.
anything vice presidents have done, how can you have so much confidence in criticizing what they've done in the position of presidency if you have no clue what they even tried to do in the first place? You're just not educated.
Okay, well
they
then-
did.
well
There
then
was a
who's-
bipartisan border bill.
who-
And you want to know who undermined that bipartisan border bill when they had the votes from Democrats and
Oh,
Republicans?
let me guess. Trump. Let me
Yes,
guess. Let me
yes.
guess. Was it
And he
Trump?
said, blame it
Oh,
on me if
yeah.
the border bill fails. Because he cared more about running on the
d-
border being an issue than he actually cared about providing more border security and making the legal process for asylum go quicker to help facilitate people to not go through the process with false conditions.
So, let me ask you a question. Who do you think? Obviously, who do you think managed the border better, Trump or the Biden administration?
The Biden administration. Because they didn't
Okay,
violate
so-
as many due process rights, because they were willing to actually engage in negotiation with the other side to be able to get something done
Okay.
long term in terms of legislation, right? And the Trump administration has been unwilling to do that.
Okay, so do you believe that? Well, here I'll say this: Mexico has a lot of cartels, right? A lot of trafficking, a lot of drug trafficking, human trafficking. Was that really managed during the Biden administration compared to now under Trump, where the border is basically locked down? And yeah, it's really hard for a lot of people to enter the country, but that also prevents a lot of human and drug trafficking into the country. So you really believe Biden and his administration was better at that than Trump now?
Yes, I definitely trust the Biden administration with preventing people from committing human trafficking and drug trafficking to a greater extent. Why? Because Donald Trump has pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country, right? Because he says that it was fake news that the Democrats created this case against him when he was convicted in the United States in 2024. And then we can also point to the fact that he doesn't care about holding people accountable for committing human trafficking because he's prevented the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to release them all. So yeah, I definitely do not trust Donald Trump to go after human trafficking and drug trafficking to a greater extent because his history of his own behavior indicates that he literally doesn't do that.
Okay, so you seem to have like all the facts, all the bills. Can you tell me how many illegal immigrants there were, during the Biden administration?
Yeah, there was an increase in population of undocumented immigrants by
Okay, but
3.5
can you tell me
million,
that
according
number?
to Pew Research.
Jeez, that's bigger than most European nations. 3.5, not most. It's bigger than a lot of
What is our
countries.
population
3.5
size?
million. 3.5 million.
What is our population size?
Yeah. Around 350 million.
Yeah, so that's less than 1% of the population.
But 3 million people is huge.
Okay.
Yeah, and for being the third biggest country in the United States with people spread all about, 3.5 million people really just
Less than
flooding
1%
into
of the
border
population.
states. Just border states though, where there's a lot less population than the East Coast, that is a lot of people. 3.5 million is a lot of people no matter what. Compared to the whole U.S. population,
You want to know
yeah.
something crazy?
But
Every single one of them that hasn't committed a violent or serious offense should be given a pathway to citizenship.
yeah, so they can go through a port of entry and then apply
where they
for
don't
a
have to
visa.
where they don't have to leave the country.
They could have applied for are they entrapped in Mexico? They can't apply for visas or they can't apply for anything in Mexico before they go through a port of entry?
Well, so for some people specifically, right, the process takes too long to go through. The legal process takes several years on average to be able to go through, right? And oftentimes tens of thousands of dollars. So yes, for many people, the preferable alternative is just to come into the country undocumented. Now, I would say that we need to make the legal process go quicker and provide a preferable alternative for a legal process to these immigrants so that there isn't an incentive to go through the process undocumented. And then it will provide law enforcement more time to focus on those that have committed violent and serious offenses rather than focusing on people who are just coming here for a better life and who want to be Americans. Because immigrants, they benefit our country. They decrease the deficit, they increase GDP growth and GDP, they increase productivity, they increase the labor force participation rate, which allows for us to maintain programs such as Social Security, Medicare, and many of these different programs that are going to be losing funding over time because an increasing share of our population on Social Security and Medicare, whereas specifically less of them are going to be working because of decreasing fertility rates over the past 30 or 50, or over the past, over 50 years since the 70s. Which has led to there being a larger share of the population that's going to be older, which, by the way, will be on retirement programs for longer periods of time because of increasing life expectancy. So the best way that we can address this is simply just by allowing for immigration. Immigration is a fucking superpower to the United States of America. It's fundamental to our economy, to our culture, and to our society as a whole. And the fact that Republicans like Trump are trying to undermine like things like immigration and are trying to fearmonger about immigrants, right? That in of itself is causing worse off conditions in this country. And it's not just undocumented immigrants that they've gone after. They've gone after people legally in the country as well. For example, the Trump administration was trying to remove Mahmoud Khalil, who's a legal permanent resident from the country, for engaging in pro-Palestinian advocacy. They explicitly try to pass an executive order intentionally trying to remove him from the country for engaging in pro-Palestinian advocacy. And he was held for over 104 days without due process. And a federal court determined his First Amendment rights were violated. What's up?
Is Palestine not a failed state? Like controlled by Hamas? That's
wait.
terror.
Do you think all of Palestine is controlled?
No.
Wait, hold up, pause.
No, but it's
is all of Palestine controlled by Hamas?
No, it's just Gaza. Mainly Gaza.
Okay, so then wait, and by the way, can I ask you a question?
Cheered for 9/11 when the towers collapsed.
Why did
terrorism?
Why did Netanyahu allow Qatari funds to go into Gaza to help fund Hamas so that the PA wouldn't be able to establish a Palestinian state between Gaza and the West Bank?
Because if they terrorist organizations use that money to attack Israel, that would give them the right to, actually bring authority and bring prosperity into the region and completely eliminate terrorism. If they give more weapons to the terrorists, then they have a reason to go take those weapons so there's no more terrorism in that region.
Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying the reason why they wanted to fund terrorists is to get rid of the terrorists?
I mean, yeah, look at
That makes no fucking sense at all.
Look at all of the Middle East since the Cold War. Yeah, the CIA's
Hey
done
everybody,
that
we should
so
get
many
rid of
times.
then if you want to get rid of Hamas, are you saying the best way to get rid of Hamas is by funding it?
Well, you can't attack people that don't have weapons.
Wait, I'm just asking you. You can't attack people that don't have weapons.
No, you can't.
Wait, so you're gonna give people you think are terrorists weapons to then
Well, they
commit
don't have
acts
to
of terror?
if they
when
don't pick up
you
the
said that
weapons,
they
then
don't
there's
have
no
weapons
problem.
before?
If they don't pick them up, then there's no problem, right?
Wait, so then why give them weapons?
We're not giving people weapons. We're giving terrorist organizations weapons.
That are full of people, yeah, but like, okay, so and
so
by the way,
yeah, everybody's a
why
person.
would you want to give terrorist organizations weapons?
I'm not saying it's a good thing, but that was definitely the reason why he did that.
Okay, so you think it was a bad thing that Netanyahu funded Hamas or allowed for Hamas to be funded through the use of Qatari funds intentionally?
I mean, I can see the reasoning, but yeah, if I was in power, I would not let that happen. No, it would be completely opposite.
Okay, so you think that he's partially responsible for Hamas, right, and gaining their power?
They already had power.
No, this allowed for them to gain power over the PA.
There's never really been a PA. It's
Yeah, there
always
has.
been a fail state.
No, wait, I have a question. Do you think Israel has the right to exist?
100%, yes.
Do you think Palestine has the right to exist?
100%, yes.
Okay, I'm surprised that you answered that. So you do think Palestine has the right to exist. So then why do you then support a state that has destroyed 70% of infrastructure within Gaza?
Well, because are you going to blame the U.S. then for what they did in, Syria, Kuwait,
Yes. Yes.
Iraq, Afghanistan? Great.
Yes, literally.
I mean, we
What?
didn't
Hello?
Okay, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is how they can't. They're constantly getting bombed like they did on the festival. I forget the name, right? They got bombed.
October 7th.
Unless you think, yeah, okay. They got bombed by a terrorist group. How
Hamas,
how
yeah.
do you just
After
want
they were
them to
funded
roll
by
their tanks down the
Netanyahu.
streets?
After they were funded by Netanyahu, by the way.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. If you give them more money, they're just going to attack you, and then you have a reason to go in and arrest
So
them
you're
and destroy
saying that
them. So they're gone.
Netanyahu.
Eradicate
So
them.
then you're saying Netanyahu found October 7th to be justified because he thought it was justified to give funds to or allow Qatari funds to go into Gaza to then support Hamas, which would then allow for them to then cause a terrorist attack, which they could use as a justification to go and then take out Hamas.
Would you rather Hamas stay?
Did you just argue for October 7th? Wait,
No, I didn't.
are you unironically just arguing for October 7th right now?
No, that was horrible.
Oh, so then you think that was not justified,
I'm
right?
talking about the funding.
And you-
no,
and you- so you
I-
think
I
that
don't
that was
like
horrible,
Netanyahu.
right?
I don't like Netanyahu.
And you think
I
he's a
don't
war
like
criminal,
it.
right?
Yes, I do. 100%.
You
I
think he
agree
should go
with
to? You think
But
he should be arrested, right?
I mean, you can't arrest an international leader.
Yes, you
that's-
can.
When he gets
You
out
can
of power.
you can
when-
allow
when
the
he gets out of
ICC
power.
to do so.
So why haven't we arrested, Kim Jong-un or any dictatorship
Yeah,
elsewhere in the world?
because they haven't
Because you
come onto
just can't
U.S.
do
soil,
that.
genius.
Because you can't just do that.
We could have done that with Putin. we could have
Yeah, well-
actually, but Trump laid out the fucking red carpet for him.
Yeah, and you know why? You know why? How many nuclear weapons
You
does
know
Russia
why?
have?
You know why? No, you don't have to lay out
is
a
it
red
funny?
carpet for Putin just because he has nuclear weapons. Hello?
Nuclear weapons could kill everybody. You don't.
That doesn't mean you lay out the red carpet for
you
Putin.
don't arrest a madman that has thousands of nuclear weapons. Doesn't matter U.S. soil or not. He has nuclear weapons, and that will just increase. If you want prosperity and you want peace, you don't just
But
arrest somebody.
if that's your argument, then you could also say that you don't fucking lay out a red carpet for them too.
That's called. Well, Trump visited Kim Jong-un, right? They could have arrested him. Why didn't they?
He wasn't on U.S. soil. They couldn't arrest him.
No, but why didn't? Why
Wait,
didn't?
because
No,
he
no,
went
no, why
to
didn't
North Korean
Korea?
soil, genius.
Yeah, why didn't North Korea arrest him? They don't like
They
Americans
should
at all.
have. They should have, honestly.
But they didn't. Why is that?
I don't know. That's their own determination. I'm not. What you
No,
think?
it's
You
because
think
you
I
can't
like
just
defend
arrest
North
someone with a
Korea's
bunch of
actions or something?
power.
Like, what are you talking about?
No, but you can't arrest someone that has that amount of power. Netanyahu has control of
Sure,
nuclear
yeah,
weapons.
that's
same as Kim
okay.
Jong-un. Right?
I mean, I think we could totally allow for Netanyahu to be arrested. We could totally, if the president wanted to arrest Netanyahu, they could totally. Right, to allow the ICC to do that, 100% could. The U.S. has enough power over Israel to do that for sure.
But you can't just take somebody forcibly out of power unless it's they're Venezuela and
unless it's Venezuela,
unless they're killing other
unless
people,
it's Iran,
like Iran.
Oh, okay. So unless this and this, you know.
Well, Netanyahu's not shooting his people protesting. He's a war criminal, but he's not.
He's just shooting innocent
people.
Palestinians. He's just killing innocent Palestinians.
He's okay. He's not. He drops leaflets. They drop leaflets.
They drop.
Hey
everybody! They drop leaflets before they cut off food into the area and starve the innocent population. Hey, everybody! They drop leaflets before they literally bomb 70% of infrastructure within Gaza and claim that they were going after Hamas.
They are.
Hey, they dropped the leaflets, everybody.
They are. That is Hamas. Hamas.
Hey, if I drop leaflets over your house and then drop the bomb on it, would you say thank you so much for dropping a leaflet?
Well, yeah, I would.
Or would you say why the fuck did you blow up my house? Which one would you say?
Well, you don't know where terrorists are.
So then why? So then why you just like blow up everything?
They're not blowing. They leveled Gaza, but they're not blowing up everything.
So I have a question. So there are terrorists within the United States, correct?
No. Well, not on the level.
There's not a single terrorist in the United States?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Okay, so should we just start blowing up shit in the U.S. because we don't know where they are? Let's destroy 70% of the infrastructure within the United States because we're trying to get rid of the terrorists.
We have Homeland Security. We have FBI. We have.
Okay, wait. So don't they have that too?
Palestine does not have that.
No, Israel.
That's a fail state.
Israel has that, right?
But you don't want them invading Palestine.
Wait, that's what they were doing. So I'm just saying, if they were specifically trying to go after Hamas, their argument specifically would be to go after Hamas, not to bomb all of the infrastructure within Gaza. What they're doing is they're trying to use the notion of war in order to be able to hide committing a genocide. Right, in mass murdering innocent civilians within Gaza. That's what they're doing. They are using conventional warfare in order to use plausible deniability to slaughter innocent Palestinians.
So are they killing the Muslim people that live in Israel, or like any other non-Jewish people in Israel?
Are they committing apartheid over Palestinians in the West Bank when they're under occupation?
Well, how could it be a genocide?
Answer the question. Are they committing apartheid against Palestinians in the West Bank?
No.
No? So the settlement stealing land from Palestinians, the treating Palestinians under military law rather than civilian law, right? Where there's over like a 99% conviction rate, which is unseen anywhere around the world and obviously means they're falsely imprisoning a lot of fucking people. And then also allowing specifically for them to execute people who are Palestinian, right? Based on the death penalty, but not for people who are Israeli?
Well, when you say Israeli, do you just mean Jewish people? Because there's Muslims, there's Christians that live in Israel, and how would it be a genocide if they're not killing their own Muslims in their country?
What?
Why would they want to? Why would they want to eradicate?
We're not claiming the genocide is against Muslims. We're claiming the genocide is against.
What's the genocide against then?
Palestinians, sir.
Palestinians, they live in Israel too. What?
Wait, sir, you understand that just because not every single Palestinian is executed, that does not mean that those Palestinians that are in the context of Gaza are not being genocided. Okay, so then you don't think the Holocaust was a genocide because Jewish people survived? Because not all Jewish people were executed. So not all Jewish people
had to hide.
And the same thing with Palestinians.
They're not hiding. They don't have to hide in Israel.
Yes, wait. They
Muslims
they have to run away and hide from the IOF.
No, there's. So you're saying there's no Muslim citizens in Israel?
I've never said that. That's not what I say. That's again. I don't know why. Wait. You know there are Palestinian Christians.
Yeah.
You know that there are Jewish Palestinians.
Yeah, that whole
So wait, hold
as
up. Can we
someone
just
who
be clear here? Can we just be clear here? I'm referencing that they're genociding Palestinians, not that they're genociding Muslims. What was your why is your argument to then respond with, "Oh, there are Muslims within Israel"? That's
are
not a
there refugees in
response.
Israel?
Why wouldn't they let Muslims become a majority population within Israel?
Why? What are you talking
Why
about?
wouldn't they? Why is it?
Israeli people and Palestinian people are basically the same, just with different titles. Why would they? How would they be eradicating Palestinians if the same person who has family in Palestine also lives in Israel? They're the same. They have the same heritage. It's
Because
just
can I
different
tell you?
names.
Because there are multiple members in the Israeli government that explicitly want to execute all Palestinians. They refer to the Palestinians as the Amalekites. Okay?
Okay.
Ben Gvir, Smoltrich, you have countless individuals like Netanyahu that explicitly refer to this in a genocidal way. Like, I think that's very obvious. Okay? They
Listen,
use
I don't.
extremist religious interpretations to justify the absolute atrocious crimes against humanity that they commit.
Listen, I don't. I've never said in this conversation, nor do I agree with the Israeli government at all. I believe both states have the right to exist, 100%. And yes, there has been a lot of civilian casualties, but it is not a genocide.
It
It's not a
is.
genocide whatsoever because Palestinians kill other Palestinians way before Israel even invaded.
Well,
That place has
that's the
been
fucking
war
stupidest thing
torn
I've ever
before.
heard. That's like a Nazi
You said that's
claiming
what?
Jewish people killed Jewish people before the Holocaust. Therefore, the
I'm
Holocaust
not
is
a
not a
Nazi.
genocide.
I'm not a Nazi.
I never claimed you were. I just said it's
You
the
just said
reasoning. I said the reasoning is like what the Nazis said.
but they were. There was no government. If Palestine had their own government, Israel wouldn't have
Wait, I'm sorry.
a reason to invade.
Wait. So it's not a genocide because they don't have a government? Wait, so
It's
let
not
me
a
ask you a
genocide because
question.
they're not killing
During the
people on
Holocaust,
purpose.
what government did Jewish people have?
The
During the
government that
Holocaust,
they
what government
resided
did they
in,
have that represented them?
the government that they resided in,
You
the
mean the
country that they
Nazis?
resided in, they could have lived in Poland. They could have lived in France. They could have lived in
Poland,
any
where
other.
they were mass executed in
Yeah,
concentration camps?
because Germany invaded.
Yeah,
Poland wasn't
exactly.
killing them. Poland wasn't killing them.
You're not understanding. That's the I'm making the claim about the Nazis. Where are they?
So
What are you
okay,
talking about?
so let me say this. If Israel won and they fully took Palestine and it just became one state, would they line up all the Palestinians and start, putting them in camps like the Nazis did?
I don't know. Just because they don't use the same method of genocide doesn't mean it's not genocide.
So what type of method of genocide are they using?
They're using conventional warfare to hide the mass murder of innocent civilians. They don't care about civilians' lives lost. That's why we
Okay,
see massive civilian infrastructure destruction within the context of Gaza. That's why we see massive displacement. That's why we see them invoking genocidal language and ethnic cleansing language in the context of their government. That's why we see expanded Israeli settlements within the context of the West Bank. That's why we see them not trying to establish democratic proceedings or governmental proceedings that are going to then ensure that there is an active ability for there to be a Palestinian state. Why have they tried to use their position of power in order to undermine a Palestinian state? Why are they going after Lebanon? Why are they trying to expand into Syria, into the Golan Heights through Trump's administration? Like what specifically where he allowed for Israel to annex the Golan Heights? Why are they trying to expand so much? If it is the case that they aren't acting, if it is the case that they aren't acting like a genocidal imperialist ethno state committing apartheid, then why are they acting like one?
You just said ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, they are absolutely. Yeah,
So,
do you know what the Nakba is?
But listen, you just said ethnic cleansing, but they're
Yes.
not even killing their own Muslims or people of that
I'm sorry, you don't know what
race
ethnic
that live in their own country.
you don't know what
I know what
ethnic
ethnicity means.
You don't know what ethnic cleansing is. Ethnic cleansing is the forceful displacement of a people group, right? Without the ability to return. That's what ethnic cleansing is.
So can you be let's see, African but live in the United States?
Yes.
So that your ethnicity would be of the African continent, right?
That'd be a part of your ethnicity. Yes.
That would be your ethnicity. They're not killing the people the Muslims or the Palestinian lineage of people that live in Israel. They're not lining them up and killing them like the Nazis did. That's
So,
not ethnic
so your
cleansing.
argument is, well, when I just described to you that ethnic cleansing is different than genocide. They're similar, but they're different things. Ethnic cleansing is referencing the forceful
You
displacement of a people group, okay, without the ability to return. Whereas genocide is the intent to destroy, in part or in whole, a people group with a specific protected class.
it's not so okay. So you have a lot of the numbers, and I don't have this. Do you know how many people have died in Gaza
Well, we don't
or
have
just
the
Palestine?
we don't have the full numbers because there are a lot of people that have died specifically due to severe illness because of the and death and lack of food due to the context of Israel's invasion that we have yet to calculate in terms of excess deaths. There's countless individuals specifically that have died and are underneath the rubble that we haven't seen, but the numbers exceed 90 or 80, 90,000, right? Based on
Okay, and
numbers they
how many
explicitly
people?
say. And there's been a Lancet study that indicates well over 100, I think it's 140,000 people.
Okay, and how many people live in Palestine as a whole?
How many people live in Palestine as a whole? Let me make sure to get the
Yes.
population. Are you talking about Gaza or in West Bank or just Gaza alone?
Wherever they're striking, wherever you say there's genocide.
Okay, well, the Gaza population is 2.1 million, 2.2 million almost.
So what's the percentage of that?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Like
Are
of the
you?
people killed compared to the the population of what you just 2.1
Wait, I'm
million.
sorry. That doesn't mean it's not genocide.
Well, you just said. Well, let's go back. You just said
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think
illegal
there's a
immigration of
genocide?
3 million people was
Do you think
so
there's a genocide
insignificant,
against
it doesn't
Uyghur
matter.
Muslims in China?
China, we're not talking about China.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think there's a genocide against Uyghur Muslims in China?
There's a genocide against people that live in Tibet in China.
Can I have an answer to the
Yes,
question?
China's a hor.
Is there?
Yes, China's a
okay,
horrible
but
country.
but
yes.
the population of Uyghur Muslims has increased. So would your argument be simply because the population of Uyghur Muslims is increased and it's a small portion of the population that's been killed that it's not a genocide? I don't think you would make that argument. So just because a small portion of the population has been killed, right, or specifically the population has even increased in size, neither of those facts are evidence against the idea that it's a genocide.
Okay, so then I can use that against you when you said when 3 point whatever million people flooded into the United States, it doesn't matter, right? Because it's so insignificant that it does matter no matter what. You get what you're saying? You're kind of
No, I don't think it's. I
contradicting
don't think.
yourself.
I don't. No, I'm not. I don't think the murder of innocent civilians within Gaza is just something to overlook, or it's something minute or small.
Yeah,
I
there
think
is
that's
murder
absurd.
of
Wait,
people, but
can I
it's
ask
not
you a
a
question?
genocide.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If we were to take that percent of Palestinians that have died specifically within Gaza, and we were to extrapolate that onto the U.S. population, and people killed that many millions of people in the U.S., would you call it a genocide?
No, it's not a genocide. No.
So let's just clarify. Let's do the math on that.
Well, it's not a genocide.
Okay. So let's do the specific. Let's do the specifics. Will you accept 80,000 number as a baseline?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Here, hold up. I need a calculator. All right. So 80,000 divided by 2.2 million. Oh fuck! I typed it in wrong. Okay. Let me make sure I typed it correctly. Yeah, I did. Or what could be one less. So let's do the population. If someone killed, let me do this multiplied by our population. Give me 1 second, and then that times by 340. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. If they killed 1.2 million people in the United States, like if someone did that specifically with the same conditions, of what's happened specifically within Gaza, and that's just the numbers we had at this point, would you consider that a genocide?
So wait, what was the baseline again? 1.2
Yeah,
million out of what?
1.2 million people in the U.S.
Out of the 350 million?
340 million is the number I used.
Well, what is their primary goal? I mean, that's kind of you.
I'm saying the same
Is there primary-
conditions. Like if you just assume the same conditions.
So
Like if
eradicating
the
terrorism.
level of death was 1.2 million in the U.S., would you consider that a genocide?
No.
Or no, how about this? No, let's take out the U.S. as a. Let's assume the population in Gaza was 340 million.
Okay.
And the level of death was 1.2 million.
No, it's not genocide. No.
Okay, so you don't consider that a genocide?
Well, you've called me and you've said I'm a Nazi multiple times.
I never
How
said you're a
many-
Nazi, you
Okay,
fucking
okay.
stupid fuck. Why do you keep doing that? Why? I
Well,
never once
why-
said that. When did
You
I
brought
call
up
you a Nazi?
You okay? Fine, you didn't, but you brought it up.
Oh
for
wait,
some
wait,
reason,
wait.
and
So then why the fuck would you sit there and say that? I called you a Nazi multiple times when I
Well,
didn't fucking say that.
why was there a reason to bring it up?
I didn't. I was making a comparison to show that you don't hold that reasoning, and it would be absurd to hold that reasoning. Not that you are a Nazi, okay? You are explicitly saying that, literally just to ignore what I'm saying, right? You're just trying to deflect away from what I'm saying by trying to brand what I'm saying as ridiculous.
Okay, what were you saying? I'm listening.
What was I just saying? What was the last thing you remember?
Well, how many ever you said that's not a genocide? No. Out of the 340, if it was Palestine, that's not a genocide.
If it was again, if 1.2 million people have been killed,
out of 340 million people, it's not a genocide.
So then, why do you think that Uyghur Muslims are being genocided? Because their population has increased, and not a huge percentage of their population has been killed.
Well, because that's China's goal. Communism as a whole, it doesn't believe in religion, so they're trying to eradicate the religion.
Wait,
That's not what Israel's doing.
No, you can be a communist and believe in religion. I'm confused.
It's not true. Look at the Soviet Union. 40 million Christians were killed under 40 million Christians were killed because of their beliefs. Because if they believe there's a higher God and it's not just the state, that it's a threat to their vision, they don't work hand in hand. Communism and religion don't work hand in hand. So yes, it's a genocide because they're killing based off religion. Israel is killing terrorists in Gaza. And yes, there is a very significant amount of just innocent civilian deaths, and that's horrible. I don't like the leadership of Israel. I don't like what they're doing. I can see the October 7th as an excuse, but it's not a genocide whatsoever.
Hey, chat, I keep getting 1.2 million. I don't know where people are getting 12.2 million. I literally just did the math again. Am I typing in too many zeros or something? I think I typed it incorrectly. But yeah, so I'm confused. So can you just what was the last thing you remember I said? Because I asked you that question, and you just went on like a rant.
Well, you stopped. I kind of answered your question.
What question did you answer?
Can you repeat what you said?
What question did you just answer?
That it's not a genocide.
No, what question did you just answer?
I just said that it's not a genocide.
Was my question, is it a genocide? The last question I just asked
No,
you?
No. It was kind of like a rebuke to what you said. It wasn't. You didn't ask me a question.
So then you were answering a question I didn't ask you?
I was arguing my point after you argued your point.
Okay, what was my point? What was the last thing you remember from my point?
You paused for a while, and I did go off on a rant, so you could tell. I don't know.
Okay. Alrighty. So I mean, I don't know what you would even consider a genocide. Can you define it?
Well, eradicating a religion, eradicating a race, eradicating,
So the Holocaust wasn't a genocide because Jewish people still exist? What? That's so absurd. That would be an absurd argument. Of course.
Was a genocide.
Of course. Based upon your argument, it wouldn't be. So are you saying it was an attempted genocide?
No, it was a genocide.
Okay, so it's a genocide even though there wasn't eradication.
Well, if they gained control of the world, it would have been eradication. But their whole point was eradication
the
of.
fact that there was an intent to eradicate, even if they didn't fully uphold that, right?
Yeah, I see where you're going with this, but Israel's not targeting people in Gaza
Yeah,
because
they
of their
are.
religion, race, or looks. No, they're
No,
not.
they're going after them for being Palestinian.
There's okay, what? Like people of Palestine, people of the Middle East, that's a whole region. Like they all have their different cultures and
Yeah, that's
stuff,
a
but
people group. Yeah, Palestinian is a
people
national identity. Yeah, a people group.
Palestinian people can live inside Israel. Just like if I was, let's say, German, I could be German but live in the United States.
Then here's my question: why don't Palestinians in the West Bank? Why aren't they treated under the same law as Israelis, even though they're under occupation?
Aren't they? Didn't Trump make them pull out? Aren't they pulling out slowly out of Gaza?
No, no, we're talking about the West Bank. I said.
Oh, what? I already told you I don't agree with Israel. I'm just saying it's not a genocide.
We're talking about the West. I'm saying specifically if they're committing those actions, right,
It's a
and
war
they
zone.
have those intentions behind that, specifically in terms of taking stuff in the West Bank, right? Obviously, isn't that obviously like a clear intent that they're trying to take stuff from Palestinians, or they're trying to destroy Palestinian national identity?
Taking land and killing people based off what they believe in or what they look like is not genocide. They're taking land is different.
Killing them based upon their national identity and trying to erase said national identity is genocide.
That's not. They're not doing that though.
That is
You're
exactly
saying that,
what's
but they're
happening.
not doing that. They're not.
You don't think that Zionists
they
all
do.
the
They
time?
have.
Do you think Zionists all the time try to deny that Palestinian identity even exists?
Palestinian identity does exist. I already said 2
I'm
states
just
is
saying
fine.
it's very common for Zionists to argue that, right? Would you agree?
Well, you can be Zionist and believe Palestine has a right to exist.
Yeah, and I just I asked you a question, and I would love an answer to my questions.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you think a lot of Zionists will specifically argue against the existence of a Palestinian national identity?
Like they don't want Palestine to exist at all.
No, not just that they don't want it to exist at all, but that they say that the identity as a nation doesn't even exist, like a national identity.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of people do believe, Zionists do believe in that.
Yeah, and because that's a part of the genocide, right? The justification of destroying the national identity, right, of Palestinians, right? Because if you erase the national identity of Palestinians, right, that allows for Israeli settlement within the land, right, under their understanding and perspective. That's a
Well, you
part
can
of
say that over
genocide.
thousands of years, though. Christians ruled that land way before any Muslims conquered it. Like you could say that about anything, about any point of history.
I don't know why you
It's not
keep specifically just talking about Muslims and Christians. I don't know why.
because
Like, is there like an
what do you
obsession
want me
here
to
that's
say?
not so relevant to the conversation here?
What do you mean, Palestine? Is that not a Muslim state? Middle Eastern is primarily Muslim. What do you want me to say? Islam?
So, do you think that we're a Christian state?
No, we don't have. We're not anybody can live here if you come here legally.
Okay, so like just the clarification. So, when we're talking about Palestinians and we're talking about the genocide happening against Palestinians, you continuing to bring up that they're majority Muslim is not very relevant to that conversation. Would you like? Why do you keep saying that? Like, I'm not claiming that they're
Because
genociding Muslims. I'm claiming
so
that they're genociding
so
Palestinians.
what I'm trying to say is a genocide is targeting what someone looks like, what someone believes in, what someone does, not what country they live under.
It
They're not
can be
killing
based on
innocent
what
people.
country. It can be based on what country.
Do you have other than now, do you have a historical example of that?
Historical example of like someone committing genocide by
Of
trying to
genocide of killing, a population of a country just because they're part of said country.
Ukraine? Like Russia? like invading Ukraine and killing Ukrainians because they're Ukraine to then destroy the Ukrainian national identity to then establish it is a part of Russia?
Ukrainians live in Russia, though.
That doesn't mean that there isn't a genocide.
Yeah, but that's if they would just kill the Ukrainians in Russia if it was a genocide.
Wait, say it again. Wait, you're not understanding that like genocide doesn't have to be enacted in the same way. Just because they're not enacting
So
the
then it's not a
exact
genocide.
listen,
Genocide is
just because
complete
they're not
eradication.
enacting, just because they're not enacting it, right, specifically in every single way that the Nazis did, does not mean it's not a genocide.
Okay, so I'm getting confused now. Can you define like what do you believe is a genocide other than like
I've already
giving
defined it to you. It's the intent to destroy, in part or in whole, a people group of a certain protected class.
Okay. So what I'm saying is if you're killing a people, they're not killing the people of Ukraine that live in Russia. They're not killing the Palestinians who have Palestinian lineage that live in Israel. They're not. You get what I'm saying? That's not what they're doing. They're not trying to eradicate.
That doesn't mean it's not genocide, because they're still trying to eradicate Ukrainians as a national identity, as a people group, right? Specifically within that region.
They're trying to topple the government and trying to take the land. They're not trying to kill people because they're Ukrainian.
Yeah, they literally are. They've been mass murdering Ukrainians to destroy their national identity, to get rid of their sovereignty. That quite literally is trying to destroy them as a people group, so they have
that sounds
complete
like
control over them. That to
that
me is
sounds like
genocide.
well, first of all, many of those people in Ukraine already fled and are refugees in different countries. So that just sounds like soldiers killing soldiers. That doesn't
Yeah,
sound
and the
like
same
they're
thing
killing
happened during the
innocent
Holocaust. A
people.
bunch of Jewish people fled Germany and fled Europe.
Yeah, but that was a genocide because they were killing them because they were Jewish.
I
Israel's intent is not
understand.
to
I
kill people
agree.
because they're Palestine. They're killing Hamas in Palestine, and there is a
Wait,
significant amount of civilian casualties, 100%. But that's not a genocide because that's not their main goal. Is their main goal is not to kill the people of Palestine.
Okay, wait, so
They're
let me
just
ask you this
doing it very,
question.
very recklessly.
So if a Nazi argued to you that the Nazis actually their main goal was to send Jewish people to Madagascar, it was just too hard to do so, right? And that since their initial intention was to send them to Madagascar and rather not kill them, that they wouldn't consider it genocide because of that? What
Well,
would
they
your
didn't do
response
that.
be to that?
They didn't do that.
They did. They did try to do that. They just didn't do so because it was difficult. Because of the land, the geographical distance. Like that's actually like a historical fact. Okay? I still think it's a genocide, of course. It's obvious that it's a genocide, of course. But based upon
Yeah.
your argument, because they decided that they wanted to do something else prior to killing them, that means that somehow it's not a genocide. Like what type of fucking stupid shit is this?
All right, so
They're trying to
you saying right now-
destroy the national identity. They're trying to get rid of these people from that particular region and area, specifically based upon their national identity and ethnicity.
Okay, fine. So are you saying Trump right now and him deporting illegal people, that's a genocide?
Deporting undocumented immigrants, I wouldn't consider a genocide. Well,
that's what you just said. They're not. It's not undocumented immigrants. It's
You're
Jewish people
misunderstanding.
though.
Genocide
They're just deporting
is
Jewish people.
So genocide includes right killing of people. Okay, specifically right. Whereas what you're thinking of is ethnic cleansing. You're thinking of like they're ethnically cleansing them or forcefully removing them without the right to return. Now, I don't think that you would say that in instances where people aren't like legally in an area because they aren't like rightfully in that position from a legal perspective. Now, I would argue that they should be in that position, but I think it's harder to strictly argue an ethnic cleansing argument when you're making a claim when someone isn't legally or lawfully in the country. I think it's a little complicated to argue.
So you're saying okay. So I'm just because this is getting repetitive. You're saying that what Israel is doing to Palestine is genocide. What Russia's doing to Ukraine is genocide. So are you saying if anybody that goes to war is genocide no matter what?
I never said every single war is genocide. Because
you said the only main two
like
genocides.
Yeah, I'm explicitly giving you examples of how countries are using conventional war to commit genocide. I'm not saying every
So
conventional war.
war.
I'm not saying every conventional war is genocide, but I'm saying that people can use conventional war to commit genocide. Does that make
So
sense?
war. Yeah, but so war. So
I never
United
said
States
all
committed.
war. Again, why are you purposefully misunderstanding what I'm saying? Are you really that fucking stupid? Genuinely listen. How about you fucking
Why are you
listen
so
before
mad?
you
Why are you so mad?
because you're purposefully misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, because you're not making sense. I would
I
understand it
am.
if you'd make perfectly clear sense. So
What
you're saying
doesn't
the
make
United States
sense?
committed a genocide against the German people during
No.
World War II.
No, because their intent was
But
not to
they
destroy the their intent was not to
oh my God, that sounds like Israel right now.
Can I please fucking speak without you cutting me off?
Like you have been cutting me off?
Okay.
I've been listening.
Really? You've been listening? Very much so.
Yeah, you just
So
cussed me out.
they're
You just had a tantrum.
yeah, so one, they didn't start the war. They didn't intend to destroy the German people in part or
The
in whole.
Israelis did not start the war.
Please
October
shut the
7th
fuck
was
up.
not Israeli.
Shut
They
the
didn't
fuck
start the
up.
war. They
You
didn't
act like
start
that's
the
the
war.
beginning. That's not the beginning.
That's the start
It
of
was
the
the beginning
war.
for World War II, but it wasn't
Oh.
the beginning specifically in this situation because there was an October 5th and October 6th for Palestinians, where Palestinians were mass murdered prior to that point. There's the Nakba, the mass expulsion of Palestinians, the mass death of Palestinians, the stealing of their land, especially in the context of the West Bank, over multiple generations. We have to be very clear here. There is a multiple decades long approach of things that are relevant specifically in the context of October 7th. It's not just it started on October 7th, whereas specifically when we're talking about our response to Germany, that was the basis for the fucking response, sir. Was it not? Was there like prior fucking history that like was relevant to that? No, we came there
Yes, there
specifically
was.
because our allies were literally completely fucking annexed and taken over by an authoritarian nationalistic regime that were committing acts of committing acts of war crimes. Or is that not the
Okay.
case? And like we were responding to that. They started the war against us. They declared war against us. We were responding to that. We were not intending to destroy the German people as a whole. We helped build
But
up we helped build up Germany after. Germans had the right to return. They had the ability to stay there, right? It
We
wasn't that we
leveled
removed them. We
Germany.
were trying to destroy German national identity. It wasn't any of that. We were preventing the Nazis from committing their war crimes, from their acts of
Yeah,
genocide,
and we're
from
committing
their
Israel's
expansionist and
Israel's
imperialist
committing
actions.
Hamas is okay.
Go ahead.
Israel is preventing Hamas from killing their own people. Palestinians have been killed by their own people for the same amount of time you've talked about. If October 7th never happened, would Israel be committing a genocide?
Would Israel be committing a genocide? Yes.
Oh, so they would have just invaded.
Yeah, because I
For
think
fun.
that this notion of genocide predates the notion of October 7th, right? Because they've
Okay,
been
and
doing it for decades prior and before because of the fact that they've been explicitly targeting the Palestinian people. Okay, so it's just the different points in time in which they're able to enact the intent, right?
so Middle Eastern countries have attacked Israel since its creation after World War II. Multiple
Wait,
times,
because
and
they went
Israel
in.
never
Wait, I'm
started
sorry.
it.
Because they went in and forcefully removed and killed a bunch of Palestinians and stole their land.
Who did? Who did?
Israelis.
You meant the United Nations that gave them the land?
You mean the you're talking about the British mandate of you're talking about that
After
and the
World War
United
II.
Nations? Yeah, absolutely. The Israel and the international approach
So then,
specifically to put Israel right in that particular area and forcefully displace Palestinians is absolutely the reason for the Nakba. Yeah.
okay, so then you're saying all these countries were justified and allowed to target Israel? A bunch like Egypt, Syria, all these countries that attacked Israel multiple times over the last lots of decades. That it is justified because they're illegally there.
Wait, say that one more time, sorry.
You're saying all these Middle Eastern countries that surround Israel that before Palestine that were attacking Israel just because they existed was right?
That's not just because they existed. That's because they went in and tried to steal land.
No,
And
the United Nations stole the land, not the Israelis.
wait, so you don't think Israelis went in and forcefully were displacing Palestinians? Like, are you just gonna fucking deny history?
The United Nations took.
You don't think
What are
Israelis
you
went
talking
in
about?
and were stealing land?
The United Nations set up a two-state solution.
Okay, so let me just be very clear. I think you're talking about recognizing. I don't think you're talking about I'm talking about how Israelis explicitly went in, right? And I'm not claiming that there wasn't international involvement. There was, right? That was actually important in helping Israelis steal the land. But Israelis went in there and helped steal the land themselves, right?
How? From what military? What military did they have? They were just genocided in Germany.
Okay, so you have
From
to understand that there were people that were militarized outside of the context of Germany through the context of the Zionist movement that was established prior to this point. What are you talking about?
But how would the Israelis invade and take the land and steal the land, as you're saying, if they had no
The Zionist
military and the
movement
country
that
did not
existed.
exist yet?
The Zionist movement that existed, sir.
Okay, so then Israel didn't take the land. It was the United States. It was all NATO that gave them the weaponry that created Israel from the British Mandate after World War II.
So you're just explaining how they were a part of the process. And there were literally militias and Israelis went in explicitly to go and take the land. Okay, I don't understand what you're talking about in terms of like just claiming it was the UN. And wait, you claimed NATO? Is that what you just said? I think you accidentally did that. Or did
When
you
I say
purposely
NATO,
say
I mean
NATO?
the countries of the region.
Oh, come on.
Before NATO was formed.
Yeah, NATO wasn't even in existence yet. Come on, bruv.
It was not shortly after.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was before.
Okay, so do you want to like acknowledge that this is ridiculous?
Yeah, I mean they're not committing a genocide. It is ridiculous.
They are.
We're just going back in circles. You can't give. People die all the time. There's a concentration of death in Palestine because of the war that's happening for them trying to eradicate terrorism in
Then
their
why are
region.
they preventing food from going into the area to feed the civilian population? If their goal is not to kill innocent civilians, why are they preventing food from going into
Because they're
civilian
all
areas?
because listen, that whole thing is horrible. The war should not be happening. But if you let food go in, you give food in to the terrorists.
So
You
why are
give
they
food
letting
into
food
the
in
people
now?
shooting guns.
So why are they letting food in now?
Well, because Israel's withdrawing from Gaza, and they've basically already.
So you're saying that like you want to feed the terrorists now?
No, you don't want to feed the terrorists.
So then why are you feeding them right now?
Because especially in Gaza, Hamas does not have full control as they did anymore, as after Israel already occupied it.
So
now
you want to feed them now?
Feed the people? You don't want to feed the people?
No, I do. I'm confused why you wanted to stop feeding them for a bit and then bring it back.
Well, stop feeding the terrorists, yeah.
Because like the only way that you could explain that is they tried to cut it off because they wanted to get away with it. They saw the international backlash and were forced to bring it back. That's the only way you could reasonably explain that. And you know, them doing that in the first place is evidence that they intend to like kill innocent civilians, because there's no reason to not allow for food to go in. That actually constitutes as a war crime, right? To not allow food to go into the area when it's under occupation.
So is killing protesters like Hamas has done, or kill just innocent people like Hamas has done. Israel's done it too.
I'm sorry,
They're
do you
definitely
think I
guilty
defend
of war
Hamas?
crimes. Hamas is Gaza. Like that's who controls
Hamas is not Gaza. Hamas is a group within Gaza. Hamas is not Gaza.
Well, they don't have a government. The government is infiltrated by Hamas. Right?
Hamas was acting as a government.
Yeah, so they control. Yeah, they do control then.
Well, so then I'm confused what your point is.
The point is they're getting rid of the terrorist government controlling Gaza.
And you understand they didn't do that? And they killed a bunch of innocent Palestinians, and they destroyed 70% of infrastructure within Gaza, and now Hamas is still in existence. So again, I'm asking you, like, why prevent food from going into the region?
Well, you can't fully destroy Hamas. That's
why
basically
prevent
impossible
food from
today.
going into the region?
Because then you give food to the terrorists.
Okay. So
They're not trying to starve the people. They're trying to starve the terrorists.
they were starving the people. They're
Yeah,
preventing
they were. I'm saying
food. They're preventing food from going into civilian areas.
Listen,
How are you? If you
Israel,
prevent food from going into civilian areas, please explain to me how that's going to only stop feeding the terrorists.
it's not. I don't agree with Israel.
So then that's
my
harming
whole
innocent civilians.
100%. They've killed
So
innocent
what is the
civilians. I've said
reason
this
to do
already.
it?
To
There is no
stop
good reason.
giving food to the terrorism.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's not a fucking reason. We just went through that.
You don't throw more wood into the fire so they can last longer.
What?
You're giving them more fuel to live. Yeah, if you give the terrorists
So then why are you
food,
doing
they
it
can
right
survive
now?
Longer. They're doing it right now because they realized, oh, we can't just level the whole place. We can't just eradicate everybody in Gaza like they haven't been. So they're pulling out.
This fucker! They realized they can't do that? So you're saying they were trying to? You just said that was a part of their fucking thought process. He unironically just ran into the point. How did he say that and not realize it? He just ran into the point. He literally just said, Freudian slip, that they just realized they can't eradicate all the people. That's why they stopped doing it. Dude, you come on. You're proving my point. Thank you for the racing helmet. Thank you very much, Momentum.
I never said the people, did I? Did I say the people?
What do you think you said?
When I say them, I'm quoting Hamas and the terrorism. I'm not talking about the people whatsoever.
Okay. So you were saying that they couldn't exterminate Hamas.
Yes,
They
that's
realized
what
they
I
couldn't
meant,
exterminate
not the
Hamas.
people.
So let's just be clear here.
Not the people.
They thought cutting off food would exterminate Hamas, but not the people? Like, if it exterminates Hamas, how would it not exterminate the people?
More like surrender. More like surrender. They're starving. They're going to surrender.
Okay, so just to clarify, starve the civilian population to cause Hamas to surrender?
I think I've already said this
That's a war
multiple
crime.
times, that Israel is, yes, I've said that. Israel 100% is committing war crimes. I've said this multiple times. They have killed innocent people. I've said this multiple times. They're
targeting innocent people, right?
They're not targeting.
This
They're
is clearly... How about this? When targeting Hamas, they don't care of the civilian casualties.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you.
Yeah, that to me is genocidal in intent. When you are attacking them, you don't give a shit about preventing civilian casualties. That tells me that you don't care about killing that group of people. You have to take precautions to prevent civilian casualties. That's the whole reason why we have international law. That is the whole reason why we have a prevention for these things, is to prevent genocide, to prevent crimes against humanity. That's the whole basis why we have international law. So that is genocidal, okay? To not consider the effect on civilian casualties. That's what we consider genocidal.
So they pulled out because they didn't want to hurt civilians, is all I'm really hearing.
What?
They pulled out. They're still firing missiles into Gaza and into part of the West Bank, but it's not as severe. It's more targeted than before.
More targeted than before. So let's just be clear here, right? You're saying, oh, they've kind of pulled out. They're not really doing this anymore. No, they're still committing these actions, right? And they have stopped doing so to a greater extent because of international backlash. That is the fucking reason, okay? They are literally prevented
because of their
this
tactics?
level and to this extent simply because of that.
Okay, so this is just confusing me, and I'm just going to ask you this. If you were Israel and you were attacked on October 7th, what would you have done?
I can tell you I wouldn't commit a genocide.
I'm asking you what you would have done, though.
I don't know what I would have done. I don't know how. I'm not a military expert.
How would you defend?
I'm not a military expert. I would say to actually go after Hamas, right? But I don't think that's what Israel's done. They've clearly allowed for too many civilian casualties.
I agree with you, but it's not on purpose. They're definitely reckless, 100%. They definitely don't care, but their intention's not to kill the people. They just don't care if they kill the people.
Yeah, that's not genocidal.
That's not genocide.
Wait, so then why did you earlier? Why did you earlier claim leaflets? Like you're
They,
like, oh, they're
they do
trying to
drop
drop
leaflets.
leaflets.
They do.
So that's
They
you
do.
trying to act like they care about civilian casualties, but you
They
just
do drop
admitted they don't
leaflets.
care about civilian casualties.
Do you think they do? They drop
No,
leaflets, but they're still killing innocent
but
people, are they?
that's simply just for like to
So the
get.
leaflets are ineffective.
Wait, so the leaflets are simply just for show. They're just virtue
No,
signaling
they're to
because
warn
they
people
don't
that
care
this area is
because
going
they
to get
don't
attacked.
care because they don't care about civilian casualties. You just said that.
But you could say that about any war in history. That doesn't make it a genocide.
So I think that it's genocidal, and that's why we have built international law.
So
Is
yeah,
to prevent those
genocidal
genocidal
is not
acts from happening.
genocide.
So it's a part of genocidal intent. So I think this is a part of demonstrating genocidal intent.
Intent. So it's not a genocide. It's intent. It's not happening yet.
Genocide requires you to establish that they had a specific specialized intent. So if this is a part of demonstrating evidence of genocidal intent, then that would be very relevant to the conversation of whether or not you deem it to be a genocide, you fucking dumbass.
Listen, you can cuss me all you want.
That one was just for fun. That one felt good. I'm not gonna lie.
I bet it did.
It did actually. Like I genuinely, that one really felt good.
See, everything you said, except for the genocide part, I agree with you with. They're 100% reckless, and they're killing civilians, but it's not genocide. Netanyahu needs to be arrested, but you can't do that because he's in power, and that's a threat to global stability, especially because he controls nuclear weapons. And I know you're gonna
Wait,
freak out about that or whatever.
Then why haven't they registered with the IAEA? Should we force them to register with the IAEA?
Yeah, 100%. Nuclear weapons that could kill people? Yes.
Okay.
I'm not saying Israel's perfect. I'm not saying I agree with what they're doing. I'm just saying it's not a genocide. That's the only thing I've been trying to say. Everything else that you're saying is probably true.
Like
I think
it's a very clear point that committing war crimes is a part of genocidal intent. And
Yeah,
by the
but
way,
you
I'm not
can
even
say that
claiming
about
that
any
this
war
in
in
of itself
history.
has established the genocidal intent. I'm simply just claiming this is a part of demonstrating said genocidal intent. I don't know how that's complicated to you, but
Well, because they're not killing people because they're Palestinian. They're killing people because they're there. They're in the way.
I
when
believe
they're
they
trying to
are
get to
killing them because
Hamas.
they're Palestinian.
Okay, well, I believe differently, and I know I can't sway you. I'm just trying to argue. I don't know if I'm done. I'll be back. I'm gonna research more. Right, I can't really talk on the level you can because you have definitely more intellect with all the bills, all the laws, everything that's happening. All I can talk about is what I'm seeing, like how they're not intentionally killing people because they're Palestinian, just because they're just killing them because they're there on accident. It's not genocide. It's definitely horrible. It's definitely wrong. Netanyahu should be in jail. It's definitely war crimes. It's just not a genocide. That's like the only thing. So,
Do you think we should be funding those war crimes?
No.
Okay, so we should cut off funding for Israel.
Trump is definitely like in there with Israel, and I don't like that whatsoever.
And you want to cut funding to Israel?
I would say funding for Israel is only justifiable if it's for pure defense and not what they're doing right now when they're just bombing away to get Hamas.
So you don't want to fund them?
If it's purely defensively, not offensively, no. I do not want to fund them if it's offensively used.
Okay. So let me just be clear. I mean, you agree more with like the Democratic interpretation, even though like I think that like the defensive thing is like really just going to give them a lack of accountability for all of the actions that they commit offensively.
Like, yeah, there's 100% a lot of things democratically I agree with. I just think Trump is the better president than Kamala overall. I mean, I know you can fight that. Yeah, Harris.
Wait, so again, let's go into that. Like, let's try to go deeper into that. And is that just because of his support for Israel, or it doesn't sound like you support Israel?
I believe they should exist, and I believe they had a right to defend themselves, but in the way they're doing it is not right. So,
do you believe that? Do you believe in ethnostates?
Excuse me.
Do you have an issue with ethnostates?
Ethnostates?
Yeah.
Can you give me a definition, please?
like establishing a specific state with a majority control of a certain ethnic population in order to be able to maintain ethnic superiority of that said population within the context of the government or law.
So we're going back to Israel?
I'm just asking you a question. I'm like, and then we can move on. This is the last
No.
question I was going to ask you.
No.
You don't agree with ethnostates?
I know Israel is one, but no. I believe
So you
the American
disagree with it
system,
being an
no
ethnostate?
religion. Okay, ethnostate is just protect. So can you define it again? I'm just really confused on what you're trying to get
Yeah,
through
I'm
this.
essentially just asking you, do you think that Israel should redefine its constitution so that it's not an ethnostate without establishing that there has to
Oh,
be a majority
100%.
Jewish
Yes,
population
yes.
in order to be able to
100%.
maintain it, and that instead it can be secular based?
Yeah, because as someone who is a Catholic and like that big church there, I just feel like what America right now, religion should not be the center of politics because religion can influence politics 100%. So yes, I do believe that they should rewrite their constitution, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. All right, that was the last question I was gonna ask you about that. We can move on to broader things. Is that the only thing that you take into consideration as like a reason to overlook all of the character flaws of Trump?
No, he's definitely like a loudmouth. He definitely says stuff that can make people mad. I just feel like other than Israel and what's happening in Iran right now, I I'm just gonna say this. I'm more of a conservative than like a Republican, right? Like you can be a liberal, but you don't have to be fully Democrat. I don't fully believe in what he does. I just believe he was the better candidate than Kamala or Harris. Sorry, because I keep saying it wrong. But he does more. He did more during 2016, and I don't think anybody could name one thing Harris did as vice president. And I think it's important
I
that we bring
can.
that
The
up because
Inflation
she was
Reduction
running.
Act. She was a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act. She raised over $5 billion in private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon economic insecurity. So let me ask this question. What did Trump do in 2016?
He fortified our border.
Not possible. He wasn't president.
In 2016?
Yeah, he wasn't
I
president.
meant when he ran in 2016.
Yeah, so he couldn't have fortified in 2016 when he wasn't president yet.
Okay, you got me. I mispronounced my words, but
And
as
did you
his
know that
2016
actually border encounters
after presidency?
Did you know border encounters doubled under Trump's first administration?
I did not.
Yeah. There were more border crossings on a daily average at the end of Trump's first administration than at the end of Biden's administration. So actually, Biden inherited a less secure border based upon encounters than he handed over to Trump.
Okay, well then you can also say Biden stripped the border wall Trump built for the steel to be used in other projects across the country.
Based.
He dismantled the wall.
Based. Because they were willing to compromise on that in order to be able to get the bipartisan border bill done. But if they're unwilling to do that and Trump's going to undermine that bill, based as fuck. Sell all that shit. I'm happy.
What's this bill that you keep talking about?
Bipartisan border bill.
Okay. I'm not as educated as you with that stuff, so I can't argue that, right? I'm not going to argue something I don't know.
Okay.
So, do you have any other questions? Of why I
No,
support
I'm
Trump?
good.
Okay.
Alrighty, later. Let's go to the next individual. Do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Megan, thank you very much for the $15, by the way. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's a good question. I should have asked that, honestly. Yo, it's a how old are you?
Yo, can you just run for Pope?
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. As well as H. Mays, thank you very much for the $11 over on PayPal. Kinder, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I can only type in caps because of eyesight. and I have a small phone, and I can only see the caps easier than lowercase letters. I thought the chat was all inclusive. I'll have to quit watching you as I can't see. Oh, no, you don't have to quit watching me. You can type in caps. I don't really mind that. If someone's just typing in caps once, like sending one message, I have no problem with that. SJ, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much over on PayPal. HPU, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them. Thank you so much, HPU, as well as King of the Golden State. Thank you very much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I have some more people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat, but let's make sure to get this next person up here before we do so. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm late.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Ken, what's your birth year?
Because he supports a man lonely cause.
You said what?
Because he supports the men loneliness cause better.
What the fuck does that mean?
Because he's pro-life, so my future GF might have been aborted by Kamala because she's sacrificing them to bail, and I'm an incel, so
You're
Hitler,
trolling.
nigga. Hail
You're
Roger,
trolling.
nigga.
You're disgusting. Why are you like that? Like, what a weirdo. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Are you aware that 8 in 10 women of reproductive age have used contraception in the last year? Yes or no?
As I said, we are.
You don't know.
They're just like watching something. I thought they were talking to me. I was like, what? Yo, what's up? How old are you? It was just RFK Jr. getting grilled. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
50.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, but it's a weird question.
How is
'Cause
that a weird
it would be Vance.
question?
It would be Vance and Rubio.
Okay, well, I mean, it likely will be for the next election, but this is just to see like where you would have, if you like honestly regretted your last vote. That's really
Oh,
the
okay, got
question
it.
and what it's based on.
Okay.
Okay. I have some people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second, real quick. Let me make sure to catch up over here on YouTube Super Chat real quick. By the way, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody, let me make sure to catch up here over on the YouTube stream real quick. Thank you very much, King of the Golden State, again with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Brand, thank you very much for the $2. Thank you very much. Galen, thank you very much for the $5. Zach, thank you very much for the $20. Thank you very much. How is this argument any different than a flat earther? Facts and definitions of words don't matter to this kid. I know, right? It's absurd. I know it's essentially was pretty similar without evidence, at least. So Death Before Dishonor, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you so much. As well as Rio, thank you very much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you. As well as Monkey, thank you very much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you. And Antonio, thank you very much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. That would have been a good question, actually. As well as Metalizer, thank you for the $2. Tom with the $2. Monkey, thank you very much for the $50. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. They said a majority of political views are coming from the right are firmly grounded in their religious moral perspectives, which has created a nearly impenetrable wall of ignorance and denial against facts and common sense. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Monkey. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Yasmin, thank you very much for the $5 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. I know, right? As well as Wicked, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zach, thank you very much for the $20. Shay, thank you very much for the Galaxy. Thank you. Does it show if the jury was all Republicans? They just find Trump not guilty no matter what. Yeah, that's a question I actually saw earlier. And thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Daniel, thank you very much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much over on YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I'm from a different generation from you. We support every president. Like I supported Joe Biden. I used to vote Democrat, but now I'm a Republican.
Okay. And like, why would you vote for Trump over Harris, for example?
Well, I mean, her own party didn't like her. She couldn't win a primary in the Democratic Party, so it told me that her own party doesn't even respect her. You're going to tell me that they did vote for her. She was vice president. She got voted for. That's not how it works, and you know that. She didn't get her own party's approval, so I couldn't take her seriously.
She was nominated the candidate because 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. The vice president steps up when the president steps down, and we voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. So we knew that if the president stepped down, that the vice president would step up. No one decided to run against her. So it's ridiculous that you guys would claim that this is sort of anti-democratic, especially when you yourself support a candidate that literally sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes. We didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020 and denies the election results in 2020 still to this day and got 70% of his own party to believe the election was stolen with literally no evidence.
Okay. Do you think did she win her primary in her party? I'm confused. Did she win it? I forget.
I believe that the Biden-Harris ticket won it, meaning Biden won it.
When she ran for the primary, did she win it?
I mean, if you consider the vice president to win, yeah.
No. The vice president was Joe Biden said to everyone, I'm going to nominate a black female. That's who I'm going to take as my vice president, which he did.
That's actually not what he said.
You're not going to answer anything because I got you.
Sir, he just said woman. He never said black woman.
Yes, he said black.
No, he that's what he said for the Supreme Court, not for the vice president.
Okay. All right. I could find it if I want to look for it, but I'm not going to.
You can try. I'll bet you.
All right, it's just,
you want to bet?
No.
That's what I thought.
I don't gamble anymore.
Yeah, because you'd lose.
No, because money doesn't mean anything to me. If I won the bet, it's not going to help me. I have enough. I have more money. I roll around in money. That's how much money I have.
Then why don't you give it up to donations?
No, I don't believe in. I gave you a rose. I gave you a penny.
No, I'm not talking about to me. I'm talking about to charity.
Of course I do. I've donated my whole life to charity. I teach kids that are disabled how to play soccer.
But like money wise,
I give tons of money. I give to St. Jude's.
You should give more.
I give enough. I give a lot.
I'll give more than that because you don't need it. You know?
All right. Well, let's get into this. Let's talk about what you always talk about: how illegal immigrants are a net positive to the economy. Let's talk about that. I tried getting on yesterday, but I was brushing my teeth, and you dropped me off because I was brushing my teeth.
Oh, I remember that.
I was like, this. I waited like 20 minutes, and I'm brushing my teeth.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I apologize, but at least you can talk to me today.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm normal.
Go ahead and make your point.
Okay. Well, This is my small account. I have a bigger account. I'm one of the biggest union organizers in the history of America. My name is Joe Scopo. You can look it up. I wrote a book called Take It Back on the unions. Right? Okay. They're net negative when it comes to construction, which is part of the economy, right?
Okay.
Would you admit that? Okay, let's explain it to you. Okay, I'm gonna do it slow because you probably never worked a day in your life. Okay.
Really? You don't think this is a job?
Well, it's good. I mean, you're gonna make good money on it, but what are you gonna do when you're 50? I mean, this goes.
Is this a job though?
Yeah, it's a job. You're good at it. I mean, you.
So you said if you thought that I never worked a job before, but yet it's not a job.
Well, anyway, so.
Wait. Can you tell me what a job is?
Something that contributes to society. What are you building?
I'm contributing to society right now. I'm getting more people to be involved in politics. I'm creating conversations where people can politically engage and educate themselves and critically think. I'm specifically.
You're one-sided. Your views are one-sided. All right, so let me explain it to you.
Even if you think my views are one-sided, it still can provide benefit to society. And even so, I don't think my views are one-sided. I think that I have a pretty.
100%.
I think I have a pretty unbiased
After I say this, you're not going to agree with me.
But go for it.
After I say this, you're not going to agree with me. From the Department of Labor statistics, a non-union illegal immigrant in New York makes $15 an hour. So statistically, what you read in your books, it says $15 an hour going to the GDP is a positive contribution, correct? That's where you get your stats from? That they contribute money?
Yeah, but you would also consider like the net losses to the economy.
I just asked the yes or no. I didn't ask.
That would be considered a benefit, sure.
Okay, all right. Now, the union worker makes $65 an hour. That's a $50 net negative that would be putting into the economy. That isn't being put in the economy because the illegal immigrant is stealing the work of the unions. They're taking away our ability to collectively bargain.
That just means that the employer is going to get that money.
They're taking away our ability to collectively bargain. They have an unlimited workforce.
Sir, that just means that the employer gets that money.
Yeah, that's
So
so
it
now
stays
you're
it
so
stays
now
in the
you're
economy.
champion-
It's just the employer has it.
So now you're championing for capitalism. You're championing for capitalists to make more
No,
money.
because
off
I
slave
because
labor.
I believe
No,
that those
no.
undocumented
You're
immigrants who
championing
haven't
for-
committed a violent or serious offense should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't,
We have
where they
pathways to
don't have to leave the
citizenship.
country.
Well, I'm not jumping off the topic. I'm sticking on topic. It's
I'm
$15
specifically
an hour
addressing your
compared to
point. I think you're
$65.
just like unable to address my point here.
Do you know
I'm
how to
not
do math?
saying.
Do
What's
you know how
that?
to do math? What's more in the economy, $15 an hour or $65 an hour?
Of course, I know that 65 is more. What you're not
Okay, now we're
considering,
also
though, is that that money doesn't just literally disappear. Okay, that
Oh, it
money
does.
goes specifically.
Most of it goes back to where they live.
Hey, how
because-
about you stop for a second and you just chill out and you let me explain my position? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that money will specifically still be maintained in the economy. It doesn't just like literally disappear. That's not how it works. It doesn't go invisible. Okay, it still exists in the economy.
does go
It's
I'll
just that
tell
the
you how it goes
specific
invisible.
business owner that was employing the worker would maintain the profits rather than it
And he's going to put
specifically
it into
going
stocks.
to.
He's going to put it into.
Can I
he's gonna
please
put it into
finish?
stocks. He's going to put it into his. He's not going to put it into the economy. Not right away.
So you're saying trickle down economics doesn't work, correct?
No, I like trickle down economics.
So
But
if so, you're saying if the employer were to have more
I'm not
money.
coming off topic. You're not doing this.
So if the employer has more
stick to what I'm
money,
saying.
can they
Stick to
increase
what
the
I'm saying
wages
or I
of
don't
their
listen.
other employees?
If they're making $15 an hour, the majority of the illegal immigrant is sending money back home. You know how I know this? I've interviewed over 5,000 of them because this is what I do for
I
a
like
living.
how he
because
does
I'm the
everything but
best.
address my points.
I'm the best because I'm not jumping off topic. You're not. I know how
You're the
debates
best.
work.
Yeah,
I'm the
that's
best.
what overly self-importance, the overly self-importance that you have for yourself, where you're incredibly egotistical and self-confident to a
You have
manner
to be-
in which like
you
you're
have to be
insane.
egotistical. You have to be egotistical. I'm not insane. I am the best.
You are
I've been told
insane.
I'm the best.
You're not
no,
the
I've been
best.
told I'm the best. I won awards from Mayor Adams, Francisco Moya.
Sir, can I ask you a
I
question?
won Organizer of the Year twice.
How many continents are there?
7.
And what are they?
North America. I'm not jumping off topic. North America, South America, Europe, Australia. I mean, I know. What am I go into this? I'm not doing the continents. We're talking about is $15 more.
You
or
have 3 more to
$65
go.
more?
Come on, you got this.
I'm not going into the I'm not doing it. You're not going
You
to
already got
demoralize me.
4. So like, come
I
on,
don't
you
want-
got 3 more.
I'm not doing it.
You
Asia.
already did 4.
Asia. I'm not doing
Okay.
this.
What else?
When you're 50, you try it. All right.
Yeah, I think my mom could tell me what the continents are, and my mom's older than you.
See what happened, Parker? Is I beat you.
You said
You're a
you just said you're the
moron. You're a
best.
moron. You don't know what you're
You're about to
talking
run away because you're a scared little
not gonna
coward
run
that gets
away.
dog walked in conversation
You're
and
telling
thinks
me
that he's the best.
$15 an hour is a good.
Can I explain my position without you cutting me off, or are you gonna have no self-control like a little baby and man-child you are?
Yeah, man-child. Fuck off. Man. Oh my God.
It's true. You're about to run away. You triggered
I'm
because
not
of
gonna run away.
words.
I'm not scared of you.
Are you
pal.
triggered because of words?
You're a child. You're a child. You're
I'm a child, so 24
Yes.
years old is a child. So Donald Trump, when he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, he said he would date a child.
I've never. Where is that on record?
I
Is that
got you. I'll
recording?
play the clip. Would you like to hear it?
No.
Well, too bad. Listen up.
It has no bearing on my life.
Listen in.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
So was he saying he was going to date a child?
In 10 years.
So he would,
That's
which
not
even
something
in
I
10
would
years,
say.
when they were
That's
20
not
years
something
old.
I would say or
Wait,
condone.
sir, when they're 20 years old, that's still 4 years younger than me. You just called me a child, so they
Still
would still be
legal.
a child.
Still legal.
So he would. So then you would say he's legally dating a child. Is that what you'd say?
Oh my God. And if she's 20, yes, it's legal. It's weird.
So he wanted to legally date a child.
I could beat around this whole thing. As far as a person, I don't like Donald Trump. As far as his policies, as far as his reach to foreign countries, I like it better. Joe Biden was a
So you would
disaster.
vote for someone who said he would want to date a child?
No, he didn't say he wanted to date a child. Let's play it again.
So then
Let me see.
20-year-olds aren't
No.
children?
No. Let's play it again, Parker. Play
So-
it again
okay.
and let me hear him say I want to date a child. Go ahead. I want to see
Okay.
where it says I want to date a child.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
I don't even know that he's talking about that girl. He could have been talking about her mother. I have no idea who he's talking about. He does not specifically say a 10-year-old girl.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator?
Who says yeah?
I hear 3 voices.
Who says yeah?
I hear 2 or 3 voices. I have no
I'm
idea.
going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe
All right, Parker. What
it?
happened
You going
was
up the escalator?
There was
what happened
no mother, by the way.
you
It
met
was
an
just the
expert
father.
you met an expert in his field, and you're trying to deflect from everything. $15 an hour is shit for the
I
economy.
thought you were the best.
I am the best. Without
Well,
a
then
doubt.
why are you losing so badly?
How?
You're the best MAGA has to offer?
No, the best union organizer in America.
Oh, okay.
Without
Union
question.
organizer. I think there's a lot of union organizers out there that are better than you.
I don't think so.
I would say that they're better than you.
Look me up.
I mean, I don't think you're very good at union organizing if you're voting for a candidate that is union busted throughout his whole life.
He has.
Wow, you're a really great union organizer that votes for a guy that undermines union organizing in the country. Wow, what a fantastic union organizing job.
He built union in New York in the 1970s and the 1980s when nobody would build in New York.
He's literally bragged about union busting with Elon Musk. He's talked about how he specifically,
not construction.
Not teachers unions. I'm talking specifically on his own businesses.
Not construction. It's
It
always
was
been
his own.
union,
It was
Donald
his
Trump.
own businesses. It doesn't matter if it's construction or not.
He built all of New York City union. He built parts of.
He
where
built
in
all of
Florida.
New York City union. Bullshit. Not true.
In the 1970s and 80s, Donald Trump was 1,000% union. Trump Towers was 100% union. My grandfather was on the job.
You have to understand that he did not create all of unions in New York City. That's just a lie.
Parker, you can't argue with me on this.
And did he not pay you too?
Who pay me?
Yeah, Trump. Did he not pay you too? Because he has a history of not paying people that work for him.
That's Obama you're talking about with the library.
No, that's Trump. That's Trump, sir.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Biden when he stopped the 1,000 workers from the pipeline from getting jobs. I thought that's what
you're talking about the Keystone XL pipeline that was shut down by the Supreme Court that Trump followed through with. So you're just saying Trump wouldn't follow the Supreme Court order?
That was 1,000% Biden. You're looking
no, it was a Supreme Court order, buddy.
No, it was Joe Biden.
Supreme Court order.
Show me Joe Biden didn't stop the pipeline. Go ahead.
He did because of a Supreme Court order.
I don't care what the Supreme Court order was. It was Joe Biden.
Exactly. So you don't care about following the Supreme Court, and he does.
Okay. All right. So somebody's making $15 an hour. Another person's making $65 an hour. You're championing for the illegal immigrant to be slave labor in America and for a capitalist to make more money off of him. That's what you're doing.
No, that's not what I'm doing. That's why I think that the undocumented.
Of the American worker.
He'll never let me explain this because if I explain this, he knows he'll lose.
No, I won't. Go ahead, explain it.
So then be quiet. Have some self-control, buddy. Man-child. Can we get some baby bottles in the comment section? Maybe that will give him the self-control he needs. The baby bottle in his mouth. So, an undocumented immigrant, I would prefer that they have a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense where they don't have to leave the country. That in of itself would get rid of their threat of mass deportation, which is the very basis for why they're being paid less in the first place, which would allow for them to get market wages based upon bargaining power. So that would be the thing that I would do, and I would think is preferable. I don't think that the current mass deportation system right now that Trump is undergoing is actually going to cause any benefit to that. I think it's actually causing that impact in the very first place where they're being paid less because of the fact that the reason why they're able to be paid less is because they're under the threat of mass deportation and therefore cannot get all of the other regulations involved, right? And all the other bargaining power involved, specifically that a U.S. citizen or a legal resident would be able to maintain.
You think that they're only doing this because of Trump deporting them is the only reason why they take money for less?
I think that mass deportation policy, not just Trump deporting, mass deportation policy as a whole.
What was the excuse under Obama when he was mass deporting?
I told you, I disagree with that as well.
They take less money because they don't care about a pension or an annuity.
No,
they take less money because they want cash in hand. They take less money because they're an illegal
because of mass
immigrant.
deportation. So you have to understand that Democrats still did perpetuate that policy.
I think. You said,
Democrats still did.
But I know. I'm boots on the ground.
Hey buddy, chill. Democrats still want to engage in mass deportation policy, which is something that I disagree with. Now, I want to provide a pathway. I'm just telling you my position versus the Democratic position. I don't know why you're crashing out.
What you think doesn't make it right. What I know for a fact is what makes it right.
What do you know for a fact?
I know that the illegal immigrant is exploited by the contractors in New York. I fought for this. So I don't like an open border, but I also will fight for a worker who's being exploited. So part of my campaign, Take It Back, was to fight for exploited workers. So you're name calling and you're doing everything to deflect that a Democrat does. That's all you guys do. I did fight the battles for them because they are being exploited. So I know firsthand, boots on the ground, that they were being exploited by capitalists and their contractors. But it
People
makes
like
it
Trump, by the way,
impossible.
who hired undocumented immigrants.
I'll tell you what. I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump next time. How's that? I won't vote for him in 2020.
Well, you can't because it's illegal.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Who cares?
But I'm just saying, like, if the
Donald Trump
election
is
were
a-
held today, Harris versus Trump, you still would, right?
I can't vote for Kamala Harris. I just can't. I could vote for. I have
Yeah,
voted
but why
for Bill
not?
Clinton. I voted for Obama twice, and I voted for Bill Clinton.
Wait,
I'm
so
not opposed to.
why would you
I'm not
vote for
opposed to
Obama
voting-
but not for Harris?
Obama was pure pro-union.
So
and
is
I
Harris.
like. No, she's not.
Yes, she
She
is.
didn't mention. No, she's pro-teachers union. She never talked about construction or infrastructure.
When did she talk about teachers' unions?
Well, I mean, I would assume that's the union she's talked. She never
And she
talked
did
about
talk
unions.
about construction and infrastructure. They had a bipartisan infrastructure bill.
And
That
how'd
was
the
the
infrastructure bill
largest
do?
infrastructure investment in U.S. history.
I know. How they do on the electric cables for the cars? The electric.
It's
What
still
is it
being
called?
expanded. That was supposed to
Well,
happen
I
over
mean,
time.
they spent like what was it, $8 billion, and they built 7 of them. That was good.
Wait,
you know,
they've built more than
I'm
that
gonna
by
tell you
now.
about the infrastructure bill.
The
Pat.
number you're looking at is 2 years old. So they've
All right, how
built
about the
more
infrastructure
since then.
bill? The
They've built
infrastructure
way
bill was
more
the-
than 7 since then. That's an old number.
Okay, but at the time of Biden was president, that's all it did.
So
there was
wait, you're just not even
145
counting how many have been built, and obviously
There
over
was
time it's going to take time. It's not
145,000
right away.
There was 145,000 bridges and tunnels.
How does it
that
feel to
needed-
always be wrong?
They needed 145,000 bridges and tunnels that needed immediate fixing on the infrastructure bill. They fixed less than 1,400 of them. That was your great infrastructure
What's
bill.
your source?
How about the Inflation Reduction Act that he admitted?
Wait.
wasn't an
What
Inflation
was your
Reduction Act?
what was your source that this is how many we needed and this is how many they fixed?
Well, look it up.
Or should I jump
I'll
in?
give you the thing.
And
you
how
go
many
look it
did
up.
Trump fix?
I don't know what he's doing right now. I'm not paying attention to it.
When did Trump get his infrastructure bill? Because he said he
I
was
don't know.
wanting to do that.
I guess he didn't get it. I don't know. I don't pay attention to everything.
That's what I thought.
But
So-
let's go back. Let's go back
That's
to
what I thought.
the net negative of the.
and
Let's
by
go
the
to
way,
net-
like Biden wanted a larger infrastructure bill, but Republicans
I don't
cut
care
it.
what he wanted. He didn't accomplish anything. He's the worst.
He did. He had the most accomplishments of any modern president. What are you
Right,
talking about?
right.
Jonathan, thank you very much for the
Yeah,
$10,
that's why his
by the
whole
way.
party
Justina,
didn't
thank you
vote
very
him.
much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really
did
appreciate it.
so
Thank
good,
you for
his own
supporting
party
the
didn't
real
vote him.
job, as well as Brian. Thank you very much for the dollar as well. Thank you.
Yeah, he did so good. His own party didn't vote him in. Let's not forget that under Biden we had historic inflation, skyrocketing grocery prices, gas prices.
What did
and
Biden do to
unsecured
cause
border.
the prices to go up?
His policies were terrible.
What policies?
Everything he was doing, giving all the money to Ukraine.
Trump gave the money to Ukraine as well. So is he causing inflation
Not as
due to the
much.
money
Not nearly
to
as
Ukraine?
much. All right, let's
Yeah,
go
he's
back to
actually
the
giving
point.
just as much.
All right, let's go back to the point that we started with.
Wait,
The
Trump is
illegal
giving
immigrant-
just as much. Where are you getting
I don't
that from?
care. I don't care about.
Now
foreign
he
affairs.
doesn't care. So again, so can you tell me what did
All right,
Biden do
you
to
jumped
cause the
off.
inflation?
You're not going to get me to deflect. I did.
What
enough
did
talking
Biden
on
do
the
to
side.
cause the inflation?
Okay, so the illegal immigrant is a net positive. You said, right?
Can you
How
answer
much
my
does
question?
each-
You
how
made the
much- no,
claim.
I'm not going to.
Well,
How
because you
many-
know you'll lose.
How much does every illegal immigrant cost to go to
He's
school?
so scared, chat. It's
How
actually
much does every-
unbelievable.
How much does every immigrant? I'm not scared of anything, bro.
Yeah, then why won't you engage with the question?
Because it's a stupid question.
Then engage with the question. It should be
Every
easy to
question
answer
you
then.
ask me is backloaded. You know the answer to it, so I'm not going to ask.
Then
you.
answer
I don't know
it.
I know everything about America. I don't know about foreign affairs.
You
I'm
know
talking about the
everything
subject-
about America. Okay, so then let me ask you a question. Name one economic indicator that Trump has made better off since he got in office, if you know everything about America.
The war in Iran to give us lower gas prices.
Sir, gas prices have gone up since the war with Iran
They're
has
down.
started,
They're down.
and that was a war
They're only
started
up in
by
blue states.
Trump.
They're only up in blue
Secondly,
states to make Trump look
dude,
bad.
secondly, that's everywhere in the country. It's national. It's not just blue states.
I'm
Secondly,
in New York.
sir,
It's pretty low.
secondly, I'm asking for a macro indicator in the economy. Examples would be
Okay.
GDP growth, real
Let's go
median
back
wage
to the
growth,
beginning. I'm not answering any
unemployment, and
question.
inflation.
You're doing textbook deflection as every Democrat does.
He's
Okay.
so scared. Says the one who's
Illegal
deflecting right
immigrants,
now.
How much do they cost?
No,
per
he's
year per kid?
deflecting right now by bringing up illegal immigrants instead of answering my question.
How much do they cost per year per student?
I don't know.
$20,000 per student for 18 years. We got to pay for.
What's your
Every
source?
student. You could look that up easily. Just put it in.
Yeah, what's
Takes
your
2
source?
seconds.
You look it up. It's really easy.
Department of Education.
Department of Education does not claim it's $20,000 per undocumented immigrant student.
No, per kid. And we're not allowed to ask
It's
if a kid
wait,
is
that's-
illegal.
It's a different cost depending
Schools
on
are
state.
not allowed to ask if a kid is illegal or illegal. They just have to sign them up. You know that, right?
Based.
You know that. No, it's fact. It's not anecdotal.
That would be
Like you
based.
fruitcake libs like to say.
Hey, dude.
All right.
Hey, dude. That would be based.
Okay. All right. So that's $20,000 per kid plus all the
Yeah,
services they
children
get.
children should be teached.
Yeah, in their own countries. Why should we do it? They're flooding our schools. They're cramping classes. Our education is down to a 35% comprehension level in our country. It has a lot to do with overpacked classes.
So you say overpacked classes. I don't think undocumented immigrants are overpacking classes.
Yes, they are. I don't care what you
That's
think.
not true. So
I don't
what percent of
care
the
what you
population
think.
are undocumented
Everything
immigrants?
you said, Parker,
Hey,
is
hey,
what
buddy,
you
hey, buddy,
think.
listen for a second. There are 14 million undocumented immigrants in the country. That makes up way less than a percent of the or less than specifically a percent of the population. Okay? Or I mean, sorry, not a percent. Sorry, way less than a percent. I meant way less than 5% of the population. Okay? And that's a very, very small portion of the population overall. You can't say that that's the main cause of there being issues, specifically in the context of populations in school systems, if they make up a very small portion of the population.
They cost
And I know that you're
$20,000
trying
per
to act like you're falling asleep right now because you're getting fucking dog walked, and I'm putting your damn ass
I'm
to
actually-
sleep.
They're getting 20.
I'm putting your damn
they
ass
cost
to sleep. You're getting cooked so badly.
They cost $20,000 per year per kid. That's a net negative. They cost. They're only bringing
Nope.
in $15
And
an
again-
hour
and
per
again,
economy.
immigrants-
You're actually sticking. I just love
Hey,
the
buddy,
fact
can I
that dog walk
I know you have low
government-
comprehension skills. I know you have bad comprehension skills, but immigrants actually over the past 30 years, according to a Cato Institute study, actually reduced the deficit by $14.5 trillion. So you can sit there, you can cope all
Yes,
you want, but immigrants,
would do-
they
you-
make
but-
our
but
country
you just-
better. Immigrants
dog
decrease
walked
the
you in.
deficit. Immigrants pay
Immigrants are
more
not illegal
into the
immigrants.
system as a whole than they take out. And if you think
they
that
don't. They're taking
undocumented
away from
immigrants,
the American
hey, buddy,
worker.
listen here, bud. If you think undocumented
Oh,
immigrants have this negative economic impact,
wrong,
and documented
wrong,
immigrants,
wrong,
hey,
wrong,
listen,
wrong,
listen.
wrong. I'm not listening. I'm dog walking you, bro. I got you.
Okay, well, I'm going to mute you. So if you think undocumented immigrants have this negative economic impact, and you think documented immigrants have this positive economic impact, the way to fix that is by providing a pathway to citizenship for those documented immigrants.
So you want to speed it up, is what you're saying? You know
For
that
those
costs
undocumented
billions of
immigrants,
dollars.
yes.
It costs billions of dollars to speed up the process.
Yeah,
of
and we'll make
immigration.
billions
You
of
know
dollars from it, too.
Okay, what I'm telling you is yes, your stats show you that they're bringing $15 an hour in, but we're losing $50.
I don't know where
an
you
hour
get
for every worker.
$15 an hour. I'm specifically
The
talking about
Department of
immigrants
Labor.
as a whole.
Department of Labor. Department of Labor.
And I'm talking about
That's my
immigrants
source,
as a
Department
whole.
of Labor.
The Cato Institute
Bro,
study, sir.
bro,
I never
I'm
said
smoking you
$15.
so bad you don't even realize it. I
You don't even.
dog-walked you to admit.
You haven't dog walked me on a single point. You've
I
gotten
dog-walked
destroyed
you to
repeatedly.
admit you
You
love
got
slavery.
dog walked so badly. You said I didn't have a real job.
This is not a real job, man. You're not
Exactly. You see what I mean? So what is a job? What is a real job? Define that.
Real job is something that contributes to society.
This contributes to society. It
Do you have a
exposes
pension?
people
You have
like
annuity?
yourself.
What do you have? What do you have?
It
What are you gonna do in
exposes
50?
misinformation that you believe in.
What do you do in TikTok? I believe in misinformation.
Yes.
Your own party didn't vote for Joe Biden. You guys said he won the debate against Donald Trump. He looked like a complete fool. He couldn't even make sentences.
So again, I think that he won on the facts. Now, he definitely didn't win on rhetoric and how it was presented because of the fact that he
didn't win on
clearly was
anything. He
having
didn't say
issues with
anything.
explaining
All right.
it on that specific day.
So
No
how
one
is
disputes you on
$15
that.
an hour
I actually
better?
even called for him to drop out after the point that happened. So I still don't hear a response to my point. How do I not have a real job? Because I do contribute to society. You just don't want to acknowledge it because I politically disagree with you.
I've been Democrat in my life. I know how brainwashed you are. You're a kid. You haven't paid. Do you have kids? Do you have a wife? Once that all happens, you'll realize
have
why
10
you have to be a
kids.
Republican. You don't have 10 kids.
Yes, I do.
Weren't
Why are
the
you
one
going
that
to
got
tell
kicked
me
out-
I don't have
Weren't
children?
you the one that got kicked out of your brother's house? Wasn't that you?
No,
that
that's
got kicked out of your brother's-
Dean.
Oh, that's Dean. Okay. All right, listen. Get back to the beginning. $15 an hour.
I
looks
live
like
with
a
my
positive.
girlfriend in an apartment I pay for.
That's good. That's good. I have three
So,
houses.
and
One in
so
Bay-
am
one
I
in
doing that
Bayport,
with
one
my
I have
fake
three
job
houses,
money?
One in Bayport.
Hey, I'm doing that with my fake job money
No, I know you. I'm sure you make a ton of money on this. You probably make $4,000 or $5,000
from my fake
for every
job.
day. That's good, but it won't be for life. Like I don't have to work. If I
Wait,
live
wait,
to be
wait.
200
Not
years
all
old.
jobs are for life, genius.
I don't have to work again if I live to be 200 years old.
Okay,
Like, so,
cool.
I mean that's pretty good, right? I
Good
did
for
pretty
you.
good.
Do you want a
You
cookie?
called me names. You called me moron. You know, I have a number.
Do you
I have
want
the
a
number
cookie,
30
sir?
I have the number 30 book right now on Amazon. Pretty good,
Okay,
right?
so
for a guy?
send me $100.
I'll send you nothing. Stop begging. Okay, so you're saying that they
Hey,
contribute to
Jason, thank you
society,
very
but they
much for the
contribute-
$3. Thank you very much. I'm smoking you so hard, but literally all he's doing is screaming wrong, wrong, wrong. I know, right? Jason, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I'm in a deep red county in a red state. Gases are up. Gas prices are up. I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's just buying into Trump's ridiculous narrative. Yeah, it's absurd, isn't it? Tina,
Okay.
thank you very much. I really appreciate the Guardians pledge.
get
Thank
to
you very
some
much.
points here.
Appreciate it. Thank you. As well
Just
as
a
a bag of spinach. Thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for. I'm still reeling from when you said he loves trickle down. A union organizer who loves trickle down economics is possibly the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Megan, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very much for
you can't
if
be
he plugs
pro-union
that
and pro-
bullshit book one more time.
You can't
Lord
pro-
Tomoyoshi,
you can't be
thank you for
pro-
the $10. Thank you very much for caller still living in his parents' basement currently while telling Parker to go get a job, bootstraps, or whatever Republicans say, pulling them up. It's so ridiculous, isn't it? He thinks I have a fake job simply because I'm on the internet debating people, and he thinks that that's not a real job simply because he politically disagrees with me. Brand, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very much for next time he whines and cries about not caring about what you think. Remind him that 10 minutes
Can you
ago
just talk
he
without doing
assumed
this?
to
Can
know
you just grow up
which
a little bit?
union
Just talk.
Harris
Just
was
talk.
referencing.
Just
Sick,
talk.
thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's get
Miss
back to the
Icon,
facts
thank you for the
here.
$10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. James Bond Tube, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. And Linnell, thank you
illegal
very much for the
immigrants.
$5 as well. Thank you everyone for supporting my fake job.
All right, disproportionate state costs come with illegal immigrants. Education expenses come with illegal immigrants. Healthcare strain comes with illegal immigrants. You're only adding the positives. You're not adding the negatives. Would you agree with that?
I'm not only adding the negatives. I think analysis that goes over all the positive and the
From
negatives.
your source.
If you
From
take
your
into all,
DNC that sends you the notes to write. How much
you think
does
the
it cost for
DNC is
emergency
sending
room?
me notes to write?
Yeah, because you don't have like your own brain. You're just reading off a computer.
I don't have
You
my
look-
own brain. I'm just reading off the DNC.
You have a college degree?
Yes, I do.
In what? Gender studies?
No, economics.
Oh, wow. Anyway, sure.
Yeah. I got a
so what about
I got
that?
a
What about a
3.98
disproportionate state
GPA
cost?
in my economics major.
Do local governments bear the immediate cost of public education?
I got an A in
emergency
every
healthcare?
single economics course I ever took.
Okay. Anyway, so they get lower average wages, right? They make about $30,000. The American worker makes about $100,000.
Sir, I have a question. Do you have a college degree?
Yeah, I have an associate in business administration.
Okay. What was your GPA?
Oh, was 3.6.
Okay.
Suffolk Community College. I could have went to college, but I'd rather work at construction making $75 an hour back then.
So would
So
you
did they
say
get-
that my GPA mogs your GPA?
I'm sure you did good in college because you had no stress in your life. I had
And
to take care of my
associates
mom-
is
I had to
2
take care of
years,
my
not
mother.
4 years, buddy.
What?
Associates is 2 years, not 4. So you
I
don't
know,
have a
I know it is.
bachelor's.
I didn't go for it because I was making $150,000 a year in 1998.
Okay.
So it made more sense.
So why did you bring up college degree when you don't have a bachelor's?
Because I never heard you had a college degree. Nobody ever told me you finished college.
Yeah, I did.
All right. So do they have lower average wages across the country? But your excuse is because of mass deportations. So that's your reason. That's a dumb reason. They make lower wages because they're cutting the American worker. That's why.
Okay. Yeah, and the only reason that's happening is because of the threat of mass deportation, like we've already gone over.
And you want expedited. We have a way to get in. We have a pathway to citizenship. And you can be fast. If you come over from India and you're a doctor, you don't wait 6 years, you get immediate. So you want day laborers to get in fast? Why? How do you know about their background? Don't we have to research their background?
Yeah, I
Or
want
do
to
you- or
incentivize
would you-
people to
so
go through
You're
said
saying
legal.
that they're not criminals, right? They're not criminals, right? How
Yeah.
do you know that? If they're not vetted, how do you know they're not criminals?
Yeah,
can you
that's why
source?
I'm giving them a
Cite your
vetting.
source.
That's why
Cite
I'm.
your source. Cite your source that they're not criminals. Okay? Let's cite your source on everything that you talk about because everything you have said through this conversation is I think. You better start thinking a little harder because your brain's not working, fuckhead.
So I don't know if you have comprehension issues, but there's a bibliography. He just ran away. I knew he was going to run away and get so angry that he was going to end up doing that. So there's a bibliography in my bio that demonstrates that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to naturally born U.S. citizens. I know that you had to throw a temper tantrum, ball, and run away because you're a little crybaby man-child, but you knew that you were going to get dog walked on all of those points. You knew that I have a real job, and you knew that you can't even engage. It's really sad, really sad. You got cooked, buddy, and you had to run away because you got cooked. What was his name? I doubt he'll fucking send a guest request back because he's a scared little coward that will run away any moment that he has. Lord Tomiyoshi, thank you very much for the $10. Thank you very much. Again, I appreciate it. Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I just thought that was really funny. As well as Haley, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you very much. I know, right? He was unemployed, literally calling me unemployed. Ironically, wait, I didn't even catch that. Please, bro, no fucking way. No fucking way, bro. Come on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Good. How are you doing?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Yeah, and how old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
December 14th, 2006.
And you're 19. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm gonna go Trump.
Are you about to turn on the bath?
Mainly. What? There's no bath. What bath? I'm not in the bath. I'm stomping here. Listen to me stomp on the ground.
Yeah, but like you're walking to the bath.
I'm not walking to the bath. All right,
I'm
wait.
sorry.
I just have a question.
I've heard too many people walk like that
Parker,
in a
Parker,
bathroom, and I'm just like kind of I know it's gonna happen.
Parker. I'm not okay. I'm not.
First of the galaxy.
Question. Trump
Go
is
ahead.
the worst president in U.S. history.
You just cut out. What'd you say?
Hello?
Yeah, you say that one more time.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you think Trump is the worst U.S. president in history?
No, but that's the bar's in hell. Like I would probably say that he's the worst in the modern era.
I keep hearing like, oh, in the modern, okay, because I keep hearing like he's the worst, and I'm like, look at someone like Andrew Jackson, like with the
Yeah, I
Indian
would say
Removal
Andrew
Act and all
Jackson
that
as
stuff,
well.
like-
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I had some like, I'm kind of like, if the election were held again today, I'd probably go Trump, but like a lot of the immigration stuff and like contributing to the border, and like I don't know how it's just like I feel like oh shoot.
You feel like the what? He left. Okay. He probably was gonna end up doing the bath thing. I just called him out, so he just got embarrassed and stopped doing it. I think that's what happened. I think I'm right. I think I'm totally right with that. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's go to the next person. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Ramu, thank you so much. I really appreciate the glowing jellyfish. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
Birth year is April 17th, 2007.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Can you stomp your foot on the ground?
I'm in a car.
Okay. Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving. I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
I support him because he is doing a good job with, border control. I like how... Hold on one second, sorry. Okay, border control. I like how he's fighting abortion. I like how he is... Okay, sorry, my dad was saying something. I like how he's fighting abortion, like how he's managing the border and all that. Those were my main 2 points for right now.
Abortion and border.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is abortion wrong?
Okay. First of all, I'd like to define our terms on murder.
Okay.
All right. I think murder is the unsolicited killing of a human being. Would you be able to find that for me?
Unjustified?
Yeah, unjustified. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't think it's a human being until the point of sentience, 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
Okay. Can I ask you when the heartbeat and brainwaves start?
Heartbeat is around 11 weeks, 12 weeks or so. And then brainwaves depends on how you define them. Or when you're asking brainwaves, are you asking subjective experience or sentient life, or are you referencing specifically just like any brainwaves?
Any brainwaves.
Any brainwaves around 6 to 8 weeks. But
Okay,
those
6 to 8
brainwaves
weeks.
aren't enough to produce a subjective experience. It's the same brainwaves that exist in brain dead individuals.
Okay. Would you say that brain dead individuals can experience anything?
No, they can't. Nancy, thank
Okay.
you for the blooming ribbons.
Okay. Also, you said 24 weeks would be when you would call it a human being.
Yeah, 20 through 24 weeks is when I would start calling it a human being, yeah.
Okay, so at 11 weeks, while it has a heartbeat, you would not call that a human being.
You said how many weeks?
11.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't.
Okay. Why wouldn't you call it a human being? It has a heartbeat, it has brainwaves. What makes it not a human being?
Yeah, because it's not sentient. It's not alive in terms of its sentient life.
But it has a heartbeat.
Yeah, I don't define whether it's a person based on heartbeat. Do you think brain dead individuals, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
It depends on what stage of brain dead they are, really. Because, okay, hold on. Is a brain dead individual still a human being?
I would say that they are dead. They're a dead human being.
They're a dead human being, yet you'd have to pull the plug on them for them to be dead.
No, they're dead in the notion of sentient death, right? Like, brain death is medically dead from a legalistic perspective. Like, it's in the Constitution. What's up?
I said you still have to pull the plug. You were talking about having to pull the plug in order for
Or not in the
brain dead
Constitution. I meant to say that there's an amendment. I think either an amendment or a law that was passed to do so. Sorry, you're saying what?
I'm saying in order for a brain dead person to be dead, you would have to pull the plug, right?
From cellular death.
Okay, which means
not
that
for
brain dead
sentient
person-
death. So brain death is
Okay.
the point of death from a medical perspective. That's why it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead.
Okay, so say there was an individual in a coma and an individual under 18 in a coma, and their parents decided to pull the plug. Would you consider that murder?
Is it brain dead?
No, just freezed.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time?
No, not brain dead, just in a coma.
Yeah, if you're in a coma, then it's murder to pull the plug, yeah. Because coma, there's past and future subjective experience.
Then why wouldn't that be murder?
It is murder.
Do they go to jail for it?
If you pull the plug on an individual that's in a coma, that's murder.
If the individual is under 18 and the parents pull the plug because he is not...
coma is different than brain death.
Okay.
You can't pull plugs on coma patients. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
All right, yeah, that's fair. My fault. All right. So back to the.
I have a question. Do you care more about saving innocent human lives, or restricting access to abortion?
I'd explain the difference, because restricting access to abortion would save a bunch of human lives.
Yeah, no, I'm asking, would you rather care more about saving innocent human lives or restricting access to abortion? Like, if the option was either you save more innocent human lives or you restrict more access to abortion, which would you rather do?
Restricting access to abortion would save human lives, and so that's kind of a big question.
Okay. So even when, so the saving of human lives and restricting access to abortion is going to be less than the saving of lives from the other scenario. So would you rather save more innocent human lives or restrict more access to abortion?
Okay, you're talking about another scenario. Would you be able to explain the scenario like that to me?
Yeah, like, for example, if I could prove to you that if you voted for the Democrats, it would save millions more lives, as opposed to voting for Republicans, right? Would you vote for the Democrats?
If it saved millions of lives, then probably, yeah.
Okay. So did you know that the actually according to a Lancet study, the Doge cuts to USAID will lead to 14 million additional lives lost by 2030?
USAID.
Yeah.
Could you explain that to me, please?
Yeah, it's essentially a program that we have specifically to reduce the likelihood of just like death relating to disease, illness, spread, lack of water access, clean water access, things like that, basic necessities all around the world. Very cost-effective ways of reducing death from happening. So expanding access to vaccines or like bed nets to prevent malaria, things
Okay.
like that.
Okay. Hold on. Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't a question. I was like specifically just telling you what the USAID does. It saves lives by engaging in disease prevention, right? By ensuring that people have clean water access,
Okay.
expanding access to vaccines,
Right.
bed nets
So
for preventing malaria.
So we are getting off the point of abortion. We're sidetracking from that if we don't mind getting back to that.
No, this is relevant, I promise you.
Okay. Okay. Could you go ahead and explain to me how it's relevant?
I will, but we need to go through the argument. So would you like to engage with the argument? And I promise you I'll demonstrate the relevance.
Okay. So you're saying the USAID is something that allows clean water, stuff like that, to people who need it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the question having to do with that? Because I remember you asking a question before you were talking
Yeah,
about
the question I was asking was, would you rather save more innocent human lives, or would you rather restrict more access to abortion? Like, if the option was up to you.
I think I'd probably rather save more human lives.
Okay, so if I prove to you, like I just did, that Democrats will save millions more innocent human lives, would you rather vote for Democrats as opposed to Republicans then?
Okay. I'm not really Republican. I'm more conservative than I am Republican. Just like you are, or people are liberal compared to Democrat. There are some points with Democrats that I do believe in and completely agree with. And there are some points from Republicans that I do completely agree with. Although, for instance, what you were talking about, the USAID, I do not agree with the abortion that comes with it, or the abortion that they're promoting. Because
but wouldn't you prefer to save more innocent human lives?
Towards saving. I already said yes to that.
So then you would rather vote for Democrats
So,
if they
what I'm
saved more
saying-
innocent human lives, right?
Well, the thing is, they don't, because innocent human lives.
I just proved to you
They're
that they
killing
do.
babies.
Wait, so the change in the amount of abortions
yeah,
that have
but-
happened since the overturning of Roe versus Wade is actually that there's been more abortions that have happened since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. So even if we were to assume every single abortion would be prevented, right, you would still save millions more lives by funding USAID rather than specifically preventing access to abortion. But even with Donald Trump's policy in preventing people from getting access to abortion, in restricting people from getting access to abortion, we saw an increase in the amount of lives lost through abortion under your view, right? Because more abortions have occurred.
Okay, and I'm wanting to work to, stop that. Not to okay. So I'm kind of confused here. So I'm trying to work to stop abortion completely instead of trying to make them go into hiding. Like, for instance, with drugs. I don't like drugs going into hiding. They're going to be hiding anyway. Okay. I want to, get completely rid of abortion. That way, more innocent lives are saved. And
I understand what your goals are. I'm just telling you what you can achieve in the meantime. It's comparing one policy plans from one politician to the other one. And I'm saying if you voted for Harris, you would have saved millions more lives rather than voting for Trump. given that you care more about saving innocent lives, right, than you care specifically about preventing access to abortion, it would objectively be the case, based upon your own argument, based upon your own preferences, that you would rather support the Democrats as opposed to the Republicans. I don't see any reasonable way to work around that if you agree to the idea that you want to prevent, right, human lives from being lost to a greater extent than you want to prevent access to abortion. Because literally, the only way that you can respond to this argument is by saying you care more about restricting access to abortion and preventing moral evils than you care about saving innocent human lives.
Okay, I agree, or I want both of them the same. Okay, I wish we could do both. I think they are equally as bad, if not abortion is worse, because we are doing at least 3.5 million babies a year. We're just completely wiping them out. They didn't even have a chance to live. They're completely innocent. They
We're
didn't
not
really
doing 3.5 million abortions per year. That's not happening.
Okay. Can you give me a number then?
Yeah, it's like around 1 million in the U.S.
In the U.S. Okay, and
yeah.
Okay, still, it's a really those babies had their entire life ahead of them. They were completely innocent. They didn't do literally anything because the mom killed them before they could.
Yeah, and so all the people who died specifically through the cutting of USAID were all also innocent.
Right, but they also had a way to change it. In the U.S., like, there is no shortage of money. There is shortage of people doing stuff to get money. For instance, when I was younger, before I could get a job, I would go around the street, mow lawns. Okay, I earned money like that. I did stuff that I wanted to do by doing that, and so even with cutting the USAID, that probably would encourage more people to get up off their asses and get a job.
We're talking about in other countries, the USAID. Like, this isn't, people in those countries have jobs. This is just like disease prevention and like clean water access. These people have jobs.
Oh, okay, never mind, my fault. Okay.
So would you rather save millions more lives, or would you rather restrict more access to abortion, which inevitably hasn't saved more lives?
I would rather do both.
I know you'd rather do both, but the reality of the matter is that based upon our political spectrum, you can't. So to me, it seems like the obvious answer is you want to save more innocent human lives, which means you'd support our side.
Although, why doesn't your side not support abortion? Like, why does your side promote abortion so much? May I ask that?
Because we think abortion is a good thing to have access to.
Okay, why is it a good thing to have access to?
Because of the fact that we think it's important to be able to plan when you become pregnant or when you have kids. We think it's important to uphold bodily autonomy and human rights. We think that pregnancy isn't something just to like fuck around about. It can be very detrimental to someone's psychological health, physiological health, financial well-being, etc. Like these are huge responsibilities you're placing upon people, huge obligations you're placing upon people.
Okay, well, they're also kind of placing it on themselves because they chose to have sex. And
what about for the people who didn't? For the people who are assaulted, that based upon their state's abortion policies, they restricted access to abortion even when they didn't choose. It was forced upon them.
Okay, yeah, and they can still have the baby and give it off if they would like.
Are you gonna adopt it?
I mean, sure.
Really? Do you have an adopted child?
No, I don't have an adopted child.
Are you going to adopt children?
Probably not. I'm probably gonna have it myself.
Okay, so then if you're not going to adopt these children, who will?
I would if for instance, if I knew somebody who got raped and they had the kid, okay, I would, and they didn't want that kid because of the memories that kid holds with it, I would take that kid in because that kid doesn't deserve to be killed or abandoned because of the way he was conceived.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're not killing a person. You're not abandoning a person if you get an abortion.
So a baby's not a person?
It's not a baby.
You just said a baby's not a baby.
I didn't think I said baby.
I said, is a baby a person? You said, no, it's not a baby.
I said it's not a baby. Yeah, I don't think the baby that you're referencing is a baby because we use the term baby differently. You're using it in reference to zygotes and embryos, and I'm not. For example, let me ask you this question. Do you think it's okay to put a baby in a freezer for storage?
No, I don't.
Do you think it's okay to put an embryo in a freezer for storage?
No, I don't.
You don't? You think it's wrong? You think
Oh,
it's
okay.
immoral to put an embryo in a
takes-
freezer for storage?
It takes an embryo to be fertilized.
Sir, they
The
freeze
embryo-
embryos all the time to help preserve them.
To help preserve them.
Yes.
They freeze eggs, not embryos. They freeze sperm.
They also freeze embryos. There's frozen embryos.
To help people have babies, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you say that those embryos, like, get conceived?
IVF.
Oh, right. Sorry. Okay. So, I don't believe in that. I don't believe.
You think IVF is wrong?
Huh?
You think IVF is wrong?
I think IVF. I think that if you can't have a baby, you should be able to adopt one because there is a baby in need that needs, parents that you should be able to adopt. So yes.
And do you think Republicans are funding these adoption services and childcare services and healthcare services to ensure that these pregnant individuals are taken care of in the event of them being forced to go through a pregnancy?
Gonna be honest, I don't know.
The answer is no. They vote against those policies as well.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, so I'm like, to me, it just sounds like they care more about forcing people to go through pregnancies than they actually care about protecting the life of what they think is the kid. Because once they get out of the womb, fuck them. We're gonna cut their free school lunch and breakfast through the big beautiful bill. 420,000 kids cut off a free school lunch and breakfast through the big beautiful bill. So are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You thinking or?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
What you thinking about?
What? Take a guess. Okay. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Like, what is this causing you to think about?
Okay, it's causing me to think about that we should be, funding stuff that also helps living humans, and that
And
we
who's
should.
advocating for that?
The Democrats.
So Democrats would save more lives, would advocate for more individuals specifically when they're alive, and benefiting them in terms of pregnancy, giving birth, preventing pregnancy in the first place, things like that. So why not vote for the Democrats? Sounds like that's the obvious alternative.
Because I don't agree with like a lot of what Democrats do. I
Okay.
agree with the stuff that you were saying. I think that's good. I don't agree that they're promoting abortion. I don't agree about open borders.
We don't advocate for open borders.
Okay. I don't agree that. Okay, I don't agree with protesting that people who come here, even though they come here illegally, should stay.
Okay, that's my position, but that's not even the broad Democratic position. The broad Democratic position is criminalize undocumented entry, make the legal process go quicker, prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses. That's the predominant and Democratic perspective. My perspective is pretty much of an edgy perspective. So.
Okay. In that case, I do agree with you on that. I don't agree with I agree that people that come here legally, they should be able to, do whatever they need to do. People that come here illegally, okay, hold on. What do you think should happen to the people that come here illegally?
They should have a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense where they don't have to leave the country. And we should make the legal process for immigration to go quicker. So this is a process to make the legal process go quicker so we can incentivize people to go through the vetting process and the legal process. That's my position. Now, again, that's different from the typical Democratic position, right, held by members of Congress, where it's like criminalize undocumented entry, make the legal process go quicker. Now, I think my position is preferable to that position because I think that it leads to more people being vetted, less people being exploited, more people are incentivized to go through the legal process, right? And it creates a more humane process where you don't have to split up families, deport people, right? Violate due process rights and all these other whole 9 yards of issues, right? And it allows for people who want to come to this country for a better life to be able to do so and to make this country a better place.
They can take the legal route instead of hopping the border and coming into this country legally.
This would incentivize them to take the legal route, is what I'm saying. Tina, think of the fireworks. Right now, we're disincentivizing them to take the legal route because it costs tens of thousands of dollars in some circumstances, $10,000 plus, and it can take several years on average. So we have to understand that the current legal process and how many barriers we've put within the process and how long it takes inevitably incentivizes people to come to the process undocumented for people who would have come to the process legally if it took a reasonable amount of time.
Okay, yeah, that would help them, but if they were to come, what do you think how do you think they should deal with the people who have come into this country legally and don't have any family, don't have anything like that, came into this country legally, and yeah.
What about people who came into this country illegally that don't have any family? I still believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense.
Okay, so we are allowing and rewarding people for coming into this country legally, so that like
No, I'm incentivizing people to go through said legal process. What we're doing is we're saying, okay, you know what? I realized our legal processes, they haven't really made sense. So let's make the process better, incentivize people to go through the legal process. And then it makes sense to enforce the system as it is, right? But, it just doesn't make sense right now with the legal process not making any sense, right? So the point is I think more people will respect the law under my position. Plus, if you care about respecting the law and, that's your goal, probably shouldn't support a convicted criminal for president that pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. You probably shouldn't support a guy that is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman as president of the United States that's preventing the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to release them all, who's violating due process rights and deporting people, which means he's violating immigration law. He doesn't have a respect for the law. If your view is on respect of the law, then it can't be in support of Trump. Maybe a different Republican, maybe someone else, but it can't be Trump.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not very well educated, so would you be able to explain to me the felonies that he was convicted of?
Yeah, he was convicted of 34 felonies for falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York. He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. He's been legally obligated to release all the Epstein files, and he's prevented the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to release them all. Todd Blanche, his old personal attorney, which has now been nominated as the Attorney General, the acting Attorney General, he specifically has prevented the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to do so.
Okay. You said the Epstein files 3 times. Would you be able to give me the other 31 felonies?
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I didn't say the Epstein files were the felonies. The felonies were the falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York. All 34 are the falsification of business records.
Okay. And so what business records was he falsifying?
Yeah, specifically business records relating to his expenses that he was paying out to Stormy Daniels. He paid a hush money payment to Stormy Daniels, and he tried to falsify business records in order to hide the hush money payment so that it wouldn't affect his election prospects.
Okay. And hold on, taking a step back, in 2020, would you have rather voted for Trump or Biden?
Biden.
Okay, why?
I did vote for Biden.
Okay.
Why? Because he wasn't held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Why? Because he didn't try to undermine our democracy, right? In 2020. Why? Because he had significantly better policies for healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. Why? Because he cares more about the Constitution, the rule of law. Why? Because he had a better response to the pandemic, believed in the safety and the effectiveness of vaccines and masks, right? And didn't play into conspiracies, right? And bullshit about about COVID and the vaccines,
Okay.
and the masks.
You're saying that as if somebody did plant conspiracies and bullshit about the vaccines and masks.
Yeah,
would you be
Trump
able to...
did.
Okay, what conspiracies did he plant?
Yeah, about COVID, right? He said the Democrats did it specifically to undermine his election. He's also pointed specifically, just calling it the China virus. Like, it's explicitly what he said. He also denied the effectiveness of masks, and he wouldn't ever wear a mask and wouldn't think it's effective, and said that they were completely ineffective. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. I can point to a bunch of things.
Okay. And sorry, I had a point, and then the train of thought left the station. Hold on.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, my fault. Just give it a minute. It's coming back.
In the meantime, while you think about that, I'll make sure to thank some people real quick. Cassie, thank you very much for the $10 over on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kaylee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. Do you think it'd be more beneficial to debate legality instead of morality of abortion? I think that debating both is important, and what influences their position on the legality of it is what they feel about in terms of the morality. So I think both of them have a conversation. I don't think it just should just be one versus the other. I think that you can run both, and I actually do run both. Scarlett, thank you for the manifesting. Killer Sarcasm, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let me make sure to they said thank you for the $10 well. Abortion, immigration, abortion, immigration, abortion, immigration. All they think about is abortion, immigration, and trans people. That's all they're obsessed about. Lately, I hear nothing else. I'm not gonna lie. As well as POT, thank you very much for the $6.66. Thank you. If they actually wanted to reduce abortion, they would support Medicare for all, paid parental leave, safe sex ed, and access to contraceptives. Yeah, you're totally right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He said this is all about control, and I would love to hear any of these forced birth men actually justify their views to women. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Mary, thank you very much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know, right? Literally, though. Alyssa as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much over on Venmo. Of course. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much for the kind words. As well as Katie, thank you for the $4. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. And of course, that's exactly why it should be a choice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Katie. Thank you. W's for Katie. As well as Ada. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that guy was diabolical, wasn't he? He was like a no-name. Literally. Apparently was the best organizer that's in existence. Okay. All right. Did you remind what you were looking for?
Yes, I did.
Corky. Go ahead.
Okay, so if Biden were to run again, would you vote for him?
Over Trump?
Okay, yeah, let's go over Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even when he's been diagnosed with cancer.
Okay, he's been diagnosed with cancer, and there are hints that he does have dementia.
Nope, there's no evidence of that. If he did have dementia, he would have been diagnosed by now.
Okay.
Can you agree?
Huh?
Can you agree that if he did have dementia, he would have been diagnosed by now?
Okay. I can't say yes or no to that because I'm not exactly... I don't know. I don't know.
All right.
So, you would vote for him, even though it is he has falsified election votes to him to make him win, right?
You think Biden falsified election votes to him to win?
Yeah, and
Nope, there's no evidence of that.
I'm pretty sure it was either yesterday or the day before that you were debating somebody, and you said, or maybe it was today, I don't know, but at some point you said that he even convinced 70% of his own party that he did not win the election fairly, that he casted votes from.
No, that was Trump.
That was Trump?
Yeah, Trump sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, and got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with no evidence. That was Trump.
Okay,
not
never
Biden.
mind. My fault. Okay. Yeah, no, that's my fault.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm literally sitting outside of my work right now. I'm about to have to go to work, and I'll try to make
Good
up
luck
some
with that. Make sure to question your views. Hopefully I can change your mind over time.
All right.
Have a good day. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. If you want to support the fake job, DNC paid job, okay? DNC paid fake job, okay? If you want to support that, make sure to send a guest, or make sure to support me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. You know what's funny? The person earlier who said that I had a fake job also said I was paid by the DNC, and I got specific messages from the DNC on what to say. That was really funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
LCN.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. DNC, fake job, actually, okay? So fake, what can I say? Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We're about 3 hours, 30 minutes left in the stream, meaning we have minimum 30 minutes left on the stream, but we're probably going to be on live until Dean hops on, meaning he'll probably be on in the next hour, 30 minutes. That's what I'm assuming, so he'll probably be on till then. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Who would be Harris's running mate?
What?
Who would be Harris's running mate?
I said Harris versus Trump. That's the
I know.
election.
Who would be her running mate? Who would
Does
be her
that
running
matter
mate?
to you?
I mean, apparently it matters to you guys because when Biden dropped out, she was qualified to be the candidate, right? So who's her running mate?
Are you saying in the last election process, or I'm asking why does that matter to who you're going to vote for right now? And I'm asking you this basic
It really
question.
doesn't, but it's a basic question of who would be her running
Oh,
mate.
if
right?
it doesn't matter,
Because-
can you just answer the question so I can ensure that you
I
can
mean,
stay on the stream? Now, I'm
you
assuming that
can
you're a
ensure
Trump
that.
supporter because you're starting to crash out, but can you just answer the question?
Absolutely. I'm not crashing out. It'd be Trump for sure. For sure.
Okay, then why do you support Trump?
Why not? So the Save America Act, why not?
Well, because I think that we already have safe and secure election processes, and I think that the Save America Act is meant to actually be voter suppression and not actually increase the safety or security of the election. The Heritage Foundation themselves has only found a few cases of undocumented immigrants trying to vote, and they're a right-wing source that was trying to find information for this, and they couldn't find it. So the Save America Act is unnecessary, it's irrelevant, and it's just acting as a voter suppression bill, right, meant to
How does it
benefit
suppress
Republicans.
votes? How does it suppress voters?
Yeah, so there are tens of millions of people that specifically will have a limitation on being able to get the explicit documents that they're asking for simply because of their marital status or because of certain conditions that prevent them from getting it in the first place. There are millions of, like, for example, married women.
Mm-hmm. What about married women?
Yeah, that's an example because of their names on their passport versus their birth certificate.
You don't have to have a passport, just an ID.
Or on
Just an
ID
ID.
and passport versus birth certificate. You're misunderstanding, sir.
No. Like, so you just have to have an ID, right, to vote, right?
Yeah, but that has to match your birth certificate, right?
Not if you register. You register with your ID, right?
Right now, not under the Save America
Right.
Act.
So
So
any
you're saying
woman
right
that-
now you already require ID to vote. Wow, thank you for the concession.
No. That's fine. I just think it needs to be secured better. I think
It already
we.
is. The
I
people
don't
that we
think
need
it
to
is.
secure it from is Trump.
How? And why would you need to secure it from him?
Because Trump is the one who's tried to undermine our democracy, our rule
Okay,
of
this is
law,
a one
and our
talking point.
Constitution. He has
This is the
literally
same
sent
talking
false
point
slates
every
of
time,
elector. He has literally tried to send false slates of electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election in
Same
2020.
talking points as
He
always. Come up
pardoned
with a
violent
new one.
rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots, got 70% of his party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence, and then called for the
Same
termination of
talking
all
points.
rules,
Same shit all the
regulations,
time.
and articles, even those
Same
found in the
shit.
Constitution, simply because he didn't like the election results in 2020.
Same talking
So
points.
all
Come
of
up
these
with why
talking
we're
points are
talking
true.
about right now.
You
They're
can
not
say
true.
they're
First
talking
of
points,
all,
but you can't say that they're false.
but all you do is say the same shit. I'm asking you. Last time we had
True
this
things,
discussion,
because
you
they're
didn't-
true.
Hold on. Last time we had this discussion, you didn't even know you could use just your ID, or
When's the last time I talked to you?
know. We talked about a month ago, and I got flagged for some bullshit during the
A
same
month
conversation.
ago.
As soon as I proved you wrong, you're
And
like,
did
"Oh, I don't know."
I was
and
dog
we looked it up.
walking you a
Hold on.
month ago?
Hold on. No. Listen. Last time, and I proved you wrong. You were like, "Oh, I'm not too sure." I read it to you, and you
What'd
said,
you prove
"Oh,"
me
all of
wrong
a sudden
on?
I got flagged on how you could register to vote, because you could register to vote online, right?
I don't know what I would have been wrong on in terms of registering to vote.
Can you register to vote online? You were wrong about how to register to vote.
I said I
How
don't
do you
know.
register to vote? Okay, do you know now?
No.
So you don't even know how to register to vote, but you're saying this act is.
No, I know how to register
is
to vote. I
suppress-
just don't know that you can register online. They must have added that if you can. Like, since I registered to vote, they must have added that because I went to the DMV.
Okay, and you could do it at the DMV. So anybody that changes addresses, right, has to go to the DMV, right? Or online, correct?
Okay.
So they're not being suppressed by just making sure everything's right.
You have to understand that it's explicitly because of the documents, and it's preventing people, and it's not even increasing the security of our election process. It's one thing if the security of the election is increased, and you specifically are going. Hold up, and you.
So tell me what they are requiring you to do to register to vote if that law passes. Tell me.
I already told you that there's specifically going to be a requirement for birth certificates, specifically through the context of voting, which then,
It's not
because
birth-
there's going
it's
to be a
not-
distinction between birth certificate and IDs, and specifically those documents, there is an issue.
Okay, so it's
Can I
not just
please-
a birth certificate.
Yeah, can I please? It's
ahead.
birth certificate, which can count as proof of citizenship. So either birth certificate or passport. And birth certificate can be different from your identification.
Or
and
a
same thing with
valid government
passport.
issued identification. Or a valid identification issued by a federal,
Yeah,
state,
if
or
it's
tribal
valid
government.
identification, then it's no different than what it is right now. Because that's
but all
required
that's
in
in there, so
registering
it-
to vote.
Okay, so if you have that, what's the problem?
Because there is a difference, and it would prevent these people from voting. That's why Democrats would say that they wouldn't vote for it, because they haven't taken into account all these aspects of the bill that would just rather suppress people from being able to vote rather than actually secure the vote.
It's not.
So this is not
suppressing
about
anything.
securing the vote. This is about suppressing the vote.
No, it's not suppressing anything.
You're just not smart enough to realize it.
No, I'm smart enough. Trust me. You're not. You're not
No,
smart
you're
enough
not.
to realize it. Okay, you don't know me, so you can't say that. So
No,
second of all,
this conversation is
second of
enough
all,
evidence.
your-
I don't
your
need to know you
opinion-
directly.
Your opinion is like assholes. It stinks, bud. So let's go a little bit deeper in this, shall we?
I mean, if that
Why
makes you
don't-
feel better about it, that's still a fact.
So what is?
You're just
how
unwilling to
is
acknowledge it.
How is it suppressing somebody's vote? You're not getting to the
I
point.
explicitly described the process in which it suppresses votes, and then you just ignored it and then acted like I didn't say it. So I'm
Because
not
they
going to
can't
go and
get a birth
describe it again.
certificate?
You can go watch back on the video later. I think it's embarrassing that you couldn't
because
comprehend
they
what I
can't
just
get a
told
birth
you.
certificate, because they can't get a birth certificate, is what you're saying, is why it suppresses.
Oh, it's because those documents are separated, and it can cause a limitation on millions of people from voting in the very first place, when literally it doesn't secure the election process to any greater extent. What extra
Okay, so when
what
you're-
extra security do we gain from the Save America Act? Please explain.
That alone, the birth certificate will create to where an American citizen is guaranteed.
So are you saying
they
that
are
we have
the ones
a
voting.
are we saying we have a mass problem with people who are not citizens voting?
I believe we do.
Okay.
Did
Okay.
you
What
not-
evidence do you
did
have
you
for
not
that?
see? Did you not? Okay. Did
So-
you not see Nick Shirley in L.A. and San Diego approving people voting in places they don't even live?
So again, there was no evidence that he provided specifically of undocumented immigrants voting.
He provided the list. What do you mean? He
Not
provided
of
the list in
undocumented
his
immigrants
documentary.
voting. That's not true.
He has the list in his hand. What are you talking about? He
Wait,
has
I'm
the
sorry.
count.
There is no list of a massive amount of people who are
Well, go watch his
undocumented
video and then
voting.
you'll be wrong again.
There's
Go
no
watch his video
evidence
and you'll
in
be
the
wrong again.
video. Like all of that would apply cases of charges. Where have the federal charges been then?
So you're gonna say
Where,
there's no fraud then
sir,
either,
where are
right?
the federal charges?
I'm sure they're coming. Like, hello, what do you think they're doing?
They're from
Well, wait,
from Nick
wait,
Shirley's
wait.
YouTube video,
So,
by the way.
so you know that Governor Newsom made a
You're
law
so
for
ridiculous,
him.
dude. How does it feel to
So
be
Governor-
wrong? How does it feel to be
so
so
Governor
wrong?
Newsom-
Like everyone
I'm
here
not
knows
wrong,
you're
bud.
wrong. Like you
Okay,
get your
everybody here.
sources from Nick
All your
Shirley.
minions.
You
All
think
your
Nick
minions.
Shirley is a solid source?
Look, they made a law against the guy that he can't interview people. Like, what are you talking about?
They did not make a law against him. They can't interview people. You want to bet?
Oh, what does it say in there? What does it say?
That law never was passed.
What does it say? What did they? What did
There was
Governor
no
Newsom
law that
propose?
passed that prevented him
What
from
did
being
he
able to talk to
propose?
people. Was there
Okay,
any
what did
was
he
there any
propose?
bill that was passed that prevented Nick Shirley from being
There
able to
was a
interview
bill
people?
proposed, right? There was a bill proposed, right?
Of course there was. There was not one
Okay,
passed
why?
though.
Why was it proposed
Do
by
you
the
know
governor?
the difference between a proposal and a passed law?
Yeah, I do. But here's the point.
Yeah, there's a
Why
very
would you-
fucking big distinction,
Oh,
dude.
You're right. You're right. So why would you propose a law if you're not against fraud?
Sir, that's one person that proposed it within the legislature.
The governor. The governor did it.
The governor can't propose legislation, you fucking idiot.
You're a fucking idiot.
If it's
Did he not
proposed
put it
in
out?
the legislature, that's not
Did he
by the
not put it
governor.
out?
The governor's not
Did he
proposing things in the legislature. The governor
you
can
crash
say,
out. Look at you
wait,
crash out.
listen,
Look at you.
listen. The governor can say, this is what I want them to do, and be like, yo, this is my proposed budget, for example. But you're talking about legislation passed through the legislative body within California, okay? That is not introduced by the
Okay, so
governor.
all these
The
people that
governor
are
can
not
sign it
against
into
it-
law, but the governor does not introduce
Okay, and he would have
the
signed it, would he have
legislation.
not? And he would have not have signed it, would he have not? He wanted it to be
No.
passed. Yeah, he would have.
When did he
You-
say
you-
that? I
When
don't
he
think he
talked
would
about
sign
it.
that.
Okay,
What evidence do you
okay,
have
so
that
if he-
what evidence do you have that Governor Newsom would sign that?
Look at our state. It fucking sucks.
What
He signs all
evidence?
kinds of
I need
stupid
actual
laws.
evidence. What's evidence?
All the stupid laws he signs.
So
Every
so
day
that
he
you
gives
have no evidence. You have no evidence.
Okay, look. So it was proposed. He was for it.
So it's
So
a
why
lot
are
of
folks-
yapping for absolutely jack shit. You think you're smarter
Okay,
than
yeah.
me? This is embarrassing.
It's embarrassing for you.
No, it's not. It's embarrassing for you.
Yeah,
I've
okay.
proven you wrong repeatedly.
okay,
How does
so
it
if
feel to
that's
get
the
dog
case-
walked repeatedly by someone that you think is dumber than you?
Nobody's dog walking me, son.
Yeah, I
Promise you
am.
that.
I'm repeatedly
So let-
doing it over and over again. You just don't even realize it.
You ain't done shit.
Yes,
Let's
I
go here.
have.
Let's go here. If
If you
not
think the
against
guest has
all
got
fraud-
cooked, type 3 in the comment section.
Oh, who cares about your minions, bro? They're always on
My
your side.
minions.
That's why they pay
Well,
you.
minions assemble. Actually, minions assemble.
That's why they pay you, because you're a grifter. That doesn't even give a fuck.
I'm a
about that shit.
grifter. Can you define grifter, please?
Yeah, somebody that does what you're doing every day for somebody's money.
So just someone who does what I'm doing. So you think Charlie Kirk is a grifter?
No, I don't think he's a grifter at all.
But he did exactly what I do.
He didn't do exactly what you do. No.
Yes, he
He
did.
actually showed up in. No, he didn't. He showed up in public.
I
You
show
don't
up
go
in
out
public to debate people.
You're scared. You're not like he did.
Wait, yes, I do. I do Jubilee events.
No, that's in a building. That's secured building.
Wait.
that
I
you
went to
want
DC.
security
I
with.
debated people in DC recently.
Oh, when was that? Where
Yeah,
at?
on
Where
July
at? Where
4th.
was it at? Where was it at?
In DC.
Where at in DC, dummy?
Like where everyone was lining up specifically to go into Trump's like big event.
Oh, you went to a Trump event, so you're a Trump supporter.
No, I was outside of the event specifically to debate Trump
Oh.
supporters.
Oh, so you went to like rile people up just because that's what you're about. You don't
No,
want
I went to
create
debate
your own.
people.
Wait, I
So
remember
now, so
this.
now,
Hold on.
so now
Hold
he's
on.
now
Hold
he's
on.
just like moving the goalpost. So it went
Hold on,
from
I
oh
remember.
you don't debate in person to now oh even though
Hey,
you debate
hold
in person I just don't consider you debating in person specifically
I
to you
remember-
being
I remember
honestly.
you tried to-
So
I remember
buddy,
you tried-
you're literally you know that I dog walk you so badly that you have to call me a grifter to try to demean me. You
I
have to
remember
ad hom
when you
me
tried to
and
do-
call me a grifter to try to demean me. You know that I'm not a grifter. You're just mad that I make money dog walking you and your entire ideology repeatedly every single fucking day. You get fucking
I
destroyed.
remember-
You get dog walked every fucking
Here
day,
he
and that's
goes.
what you're
Crash out,
jealous
crash
about.
out.
It's not me specifically being actually a
Crash
grifter.
out.
It's you
Crash
not
out.
being able to admit that I dog walk your ideological views every day honestly.
Hey, I remember when you did the Unfuck America tour. What happened with that?
It was a one-time thing.
Oh, it was a
Appreciate the
one-time thing
hand
because
art.
you couldn't get it off the ground, right? Right? What
No,
happened?
we
Tell us what
could have
happened.
we definitely could have gotten a tour off the ground. It's just one, there's the threats of being killed, like what happened to Charlie. There's
Oh,
also
oh, you're scared.
specifically like
You're
the
scared.
background event stuff that happened with the organizers. There's also
Oh,
like
oh yeah.
a lot of
Oh
issues
yeah.
that exist. Like
hmm
it's a
Well,
lot of
tell us.
background
Tell us the
planning.
issues. Tell us the issues. We're interested. What happened?
I don't need to.
Oh, we don't want no honest truth here, right?
Yeah, it's
What happened?
irrelevant to the conversation, sir.
It's irrelevant. No, it's not irrelevant. You couldn't do it.
I mean,
That's
you
what
what
matters.
you want to? You're a fan. You want to see me in person?
No, I don't want to see you in person.
Then why are you
I mean,
trying to tell me to do a public event?
it's a proof. It's a proof that you're not going to do those things. Because all you do is sit here with your screens and your
Wait, if I
keyboards.
did that, would you consider me not a grifter?
It depends on the context of what you did it.
So if I did the exact same thing I'm doing right now, but I did it at universities, would I be a grifter?
Depends again the context of how
Depends.
you did it. What your platform was, why you did it, what you were doing it for.
The
what you
exact
did with
same
money.
thing I'm
Hold
doing
on,
right
hold
now.
on. Well, okay. So if you're doing the same exact thing, what do you donate to?
I'm not telling you.
Oh, so it's not the same.
My own bank account. I donate to my own bank account. It goes right into my personalized bank account. Like, for example, Pat, thank you for the $5 for if he thinks you are a grifter. And then I guess every news reporter, too, because they get paid just to inform people and talk to people. Exactly. Kristen, thank you very much for the $5 for this guest saying facts. Our talking points. Is all everyone needs to know. As well as Nicole, thank you very much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. He says that you don't go anywhere. You were literally there to debate Charlie when that happened. Makes no sense. I know, right? Leah as well. Thank you very much for the $10.
And you
Thank
ran
you
out
very
crying
much.
like a
I
little
really
bitch.
appreciate it, Leah. Yeah, because there was a fucking gunshot, dude. No
You
shit.
cried like a little bitch. You don't need to cry.
Because there was a gunshot.
Oh, so you didn't cry because somebody got shot. You cried because there was a gunshot.
Yeah, I cried because I thought it was a school shooting and because someone got murdered.
cried.
Yeah.
You ran away crying.
Yeah, because there was a gun that went off in public. Would you like not run away?
Because I didn't say I didn't run away. I said I wouldn't be crying though. What are you crying for?
Because it can produce an emotional response to be around a gunshot.
So here's the thing that I have a problem with the way you do shit, right? So
Like I thought it was gonna be a
You're
school
hold on,
shooting. Like what?
Hold on. Well, you
You
thought
don't
wrong.
like,
You were
dude.
scared.
I understand that like you don't understand how to be empathetic towards people that have any type of trauma, but to you, like you should just reflect upon that and try to mature as a human being and gain
I'm not
some level of
empathetic.
emotional
Let me ask you
intelligence
a
and emotional
question.
maturity because it is not irrational for me to run away or to have an emotional response when I thought there was gonna be a school shooting or a gunshot. You're fucking crazy. You're genuinely fucking crazy. Megan,
I'm
by the
not
way,
crazy,
thank you for the
but
$20 for the dog walk. This dude is insane. Yeah, he's crazy. He thinks it's fucking insane, and he thinks it's fucking dumb for me to literally have an emotional response to thinking something is a school shooting and to have a gunshot go off. Like that's so fucked. I thought my life was at genuine risk of like losing it, right? And you just think that that's no real like traumatic response. Like that's absurd.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Good.
Are you done being dumb?
I'm
No.
never dumb. So nice try. I'm not
Never
dumb, so
done.
Nice try.
Never dumb.
Anyway, so let's go with this theory, right? This is the
Hey,
problem I
you
have
did
with
get.
you.
Do you have a second account, buddy?
Oh, here we go.
You got a
Another
flag for
warning?
civic and election integrity. Do you have a second account?
Of course I did. No, I don't.
All right, later, bud. What a weirdo. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Ashley, thank you very much for the $15. Forgot to support the Zygote slapping gift. Thank you very much. Dude, what's up with all the people that are coming up calling me fucking grifters, bro? Like, it's actually nuts. Like, seriously, dude, it's actually crazy how many people there are that think that. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Yo, how old are you?
Yeah,
Yeah, you know, it could just be the jealousy. You're right. You're right. That would make sense. Yo, how old are you?
Oh, what's good?
How old are you?
25.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008.
What month?
January.
I don't know if I believe you. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we are just looking for debates as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
This is his alt account. I'm never done.
That's not the same person. You're a different person.
I'm never done.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I'm never done.
Okay. Troll, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Yeah, 26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah. He's a good guy.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I don't know. We'll have to talk about that.
What a weirdo. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. SJ, thank you very much for the $15 for contributing to my favorite grifter from your quote-unquote minion. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wouldn't be able to steal the moon without all of my minions in the chat. Wouldn't be able to do it without y'all. Thank you, everyone, for helping me steal the fucking moon, actually, okay? We have got the fucking moon.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I'm 19. Can you hear me or not? I don't know if it's like...
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
January 5th, 2007.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because...
I had a feeling. Whenever the audio gets like that, it's like almost 100% always going to be that.
Yes, you're a
Are
good
you a good boy? Can
You're
you
a good
speak?
boy,
Can you
for
mute
sure.
yourself? Can you leave the
You're a
live
good
or
boy,
say
and you're a
nothing?
runner.
What a good boy. What a good boy, Liam. So the next person only to send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27 years old.
Do you
born
support
in,
Trump?
February 16th, 1999.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I suppose it's more of a three-pronged thing. It's not necessarily because he's the absolute best. More importantly, it's because of the fact that he's a stepping stone. As a member of the far right, I personally believe that... Give me a second. I personally believe... sorry, I have a speech impediment. I have
That's okay, don't
issues
worry.
like that. My bad. So I'm going to take my time. Just give me a second. I'm sorry if I speak a little slow. So I personally believe that we should be pushing more towards traditionalism. And although he obviously does not support that, he's closer to a 90s Democrat. As we all know, it is only through embracing minor liberalism that we can move towards a better, farther right system, right?
Okay, when you say you're
I
far
understand
right,
that
are
there
you a
flaws with
fascist?
Donald Trump. However, and of course, we're not talking about the picking of lesser evils. More accurately, what we're trying to argue here is that it is better to...
Is this like a
to select
speech you
this-
wrote?
No, I'm just speaking.
Okay, so are you a fascist?
No.
So what do
I'm
you
an
mean by
incrementalist.
far
I
right?
think that I think that we want to achieve our goals slowly over time.
What are
the
your
left, of
goals?
course, did this, and they succeeded quite well. My goals are pretty simple. I would like to go back to original tradition. I like to move back towards not exactly something akin to the 1950s, more accurately maybe something more akin to like the 1890s. At least
You mean
culturally.
the Gilded Age?
Yeah, I'd like to progress back more towards the Gilded Age. Yeah.
So
I'm
prior
fine
to,
with,
so let me just
I'm fine
clarify.
with-
Prior
I
to
suppose the
women
best-
having suffrage rights, so the right to vote, prior to the establishment of laws against Jim Crow.
Yeah.
So that's when you're gonna go back to.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So
to
you
begin
want
with,
you want
democracy
black
is-
people to be
democracy
oppressed.
Hasn't worked. Democracy is an absolute failure. So yeah.
Oh, and you
I'd
want
be fine
women
with
to
that.
not have the right to vote. You want black
Oh,
people to
absolutely.
be oppressed.
Absolutely, yeah. Because the
So-
biggest issue with
so
that
you're
is
just
that
a- you're
the
just a
majority of the
bigot.
racism was institutional.
Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you like this? Can I ask you a question? Are you Christian?
No,
You're not Christian?
I'm not.
Can you say Jesus Christ is not God?
Jesus Christ is not God.
Okay. Are you religious at all?
It depends on your definition of religion.
What religion do you believe in?
What religion do I believe in? I'm agnostic.
So you're not religious. Okay.
I haven't really taken much time to think about it.
So you don't consider yourself a fascist, but you want to
No,
go
not at
back
all.
to a country where there aren't protections against Jim Crow, and it allows for discrimination, lynching, redlining, and oppression against people who are black legally through the system,
I'd like to state this.
as defined by the law.
I'd like to state this. The obvious best thing that we could get right now is anarcho-capitalism. That is the absolute pinnacle. It's what we need to achieve.
Can I ask you a question then?
Right.
What
That's what-
state would exist to put pedophiles in prison for raping children if you have an anarcho-capitalist model?
So put simply, there would still be laws in anarcho-capitalism. The only difference, of course, is that would be all privatized, right?
Yeah. So if
Of course, within a private city,
if Epstein
within a
wanted,
private city, it
yeah,
would be the
if
most-
Epstein's
the most
island
efficient
wanted
answer
to
to
run
that
his
question.
island, so what are your what law would prevent Epstein's island from operating?
Let me ask you a question. What law prevented it from operating? Well, obviously there were laws, but at the end
There
of the
were
day, these
laws
people
that
are
put
still,
that
they're still
literally
above the
convicted
law.
him of.
Okay, the rich are still above the law. These people haven't been convicted.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
The majority of the people on the files
So-
haven't.
so basic question.
So your state isn't working.
Yeah, I know you're scared to answer this question, but what law would put Epstein in prison, under your view?
Do you know what the non-aggression principle is? This is
I
something most
do,
people like to ignore.
but this is a pivot. Can you answer my question?
Put simply, because of the fact that he'd be aggressing a minor, he would therefore be classified under the non-aggression principle and he'd be given the death penalty because he broke
Yeah.
the
So
principle.
what law
That's
would
the
give
one law
them the
that we
death
have, which
penalty?
all of the laws stem from.
Wait,
so
so
as long
so
as he
for
violates
example,
the
if
non-aggression
you
principle, that
wait,
would mean that he'd be viable for excommunication or
wait,
straight up
okay.
murder.
Wait, so anyone who violates the non-aggression principle should be put to death? So anyone who advocates for any level
Absolutely.
of taxation should be put to death?
Absolutely.
So you think I should be put to death?
Yes.
Are you serious, bro?
Because you're advocating.
Wait, hold on.
for-
I have a
you're advocating
question.
for forced
I have a
death.
question. Your parents. Do you have parents?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they liberal?
No, not at all.
Are they anarcho-capitalists?
I said they're closer to a monarchist.
They're closer to monarchists?
Yeah.
Okay, but like, do they believe in any level of like taxation?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think that they should be put to death?
If they continue to believe that under an anarcho-capitalist system, absolutely.
I'm sorry. What? No fucking way I get these people to argue for their family members to start getting executed. Like, dude, what is wrong with these people, man? And not only did he call for my execution, but he called for his mom and dad to be executed as well for disagreeing with him politically, for advocating for taxation. Bro, let's just clarify that. But also, let's just clarify also, like, that is just such an insane perspective. And also, there's no law that he would be able to say should exist to put people like Epstein in prison because under his view, he thinks he should have been able to run his island in the way that he wants because he's an ANCAP. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
52.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Can you turn off the background noise?
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah. Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for? You just turned it back on.
No, it kicked on by itself. Hold on.
Okay. All right, just unmute yourself whenever you're ready. Leslie, thank you very much. I really appreciate the $20 over on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you very much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aaron, thank you very much for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I should get that on a shirt, honestly. Thank you very much. Blue Baron, thank you very much for the $2. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Some of his policies he just came out with. Going back
which
to like
ones?
the immigration, if you do the net benefit and the net negative, overall they bring in $40 to $50 billion, but we pay over, after everything's said and done, approximately $150 for the illegals to stay here. So it's a net loss overall when you just look at the brass tacks of everything.
Yeah, you're citing a far right-wing think tank. That's the only source that provides
That's coming
that
straight
benefit.
from. I just lost it. It's just coming from the
From
Congress
FAIR?
in 2005, where they had the committee and the
Congress
FAIR.
in 2005 with what committee? It could be a right-wing committee.
No, it was Congress itself.
What's
in
the title?
Congress committee. That's what I'm looking
Yeah,
for.
there
'cause I
can be
just lost
congressional
that.
committees that are partisan. You know that, right?
Oh yes.
Okay, so that doesn't mean it's not a partisan committee.
I'm looking
Okay.
also for the CBO thing, so I can cite that.
Yeah, and
coming
also,
from
like, I can
Congressional-
cite you a study from the Cato Institute that's a lot more recently that demonstrates that immigration over the past 30 years has decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion. So let's just say you were to suppose that undocumented immigrants have a negative economic impact and documented immigrants have a positive economic impact. The way to provide a solution for that is to give the undocumented immigrants a pathway to citizenship. That would fix the issues with the economy. If you're saying that there are issues with the
But
economy
you
due
can't
to
do it too
undocumented
fast.
immigration.
There has to be a set system down to where they cannot come in too fast. If you're going to background check them to make sure they're good people, there has to be a system for that, and that's why.
If you can
prior to
turn down
that,
the
we only
background noise,
allowed-
still, I'd appreciate that.
We've only allowed a certain amount of people to come in every year.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying that we can allow more, and the process for immigration takes way too long. So if we want to make the legal process go quicker, that would incentivize more people to go through the said legal process.
And then how do you make it go quicker? You have to pay more judges, like Trump did with the what was it? He used military judges to help the burden. Do you think that was wrong?
So you're talking about
So what is the
military
set
judges
number that we're gonna allow in?
that's specifically for deportations, not for making the legal process go quicker. So I would say that we need to make the legal process go significantly quicker and hire more of those types of judges, not for the deportation process, but rather for the legal process to go quicker.
And how many people are we going to allow in? Because you can't allow everybody in.
I'm not saying
Even if
allow
they're all
everybody,
angels.
but we can allow millions more in.
What studies can prove that allowing so many in? What is the set number? What is the number that we're comfortable with that we don't crash the economy, or we don't, we get a good benefit here?
Well, there's no proven benefit that would be worse for the economy. All evidence points towards it's better for the economy. It's led to better conditions, not worse conditions. So we haven't yet seen a number that is negative.
Well, my computer went fritzy because it kept jumping around. Yeah, I had three studies done up, and I could cite them out to you. One was start with an F.
You got to tell me the titles so I can look them up.
Yeah, it was a federal thing on there. Let me go back in there. It might get loud because my computer is acting wonky.
Okay, alrighty. In the meantime, if you want to support me as always,
like
Venmo,
you
PayPal,
can-
link. Go ahead. Sorry.
You could always also ask any AI to, and people don't know how to run these AIs. You have to ask specific, detailed questions. Like, give you an example, you guys are talking about pregnancy and all that stuff. Like, where do we draw the line at schmurder? Because right now, we have a double-edged sword on that, to where if I was a female pregnant and I'm going to the abortion clinic and you unalive me, you're going to go to jail for double homicide, even though I'm about to terminate that pregnancy. So where do we
Under
draw
the
the
law,
line
we
there?
also have it so that it's brain death is considered death. So under the law,
Oh no,
life would be
that's
considered
the thing. It
brain
doesn't
life.
matter. You're working here in circles, because I'm saying if I'm going to the pregnancy clinic, the abortion clinic, and you unalive me to get there, you're going to jail for double homicide.
Yeah, and I
But
don't
I'm not
think
gonna
the
get in
law
trouble.
is necessarily the best at defining these things. And even so, you can define it as a double
you're
homicide
proving
and
right
still
there.
be pro-choice, because it's an unjustified termination of a human life. Whereas, like, abortion isn't unjustified. So
And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about everyone's definitions. Then you have legal definitions, which is different than, your regular definitions. So now you have to have education to understand these legal things, where we're overcomplicating our lives. And the abortion topic is just a
my
perfect
position's
example
not
of that.
overcomplicating anything. I think your position here would be if we're going to assign that to someone's position. Can I ask you specific questions about your abortion position?
Go ahead.
Do you care more about protecting human life or restricting access to abortion?
Human life.
Okay. So if I could prove to you that Democrats would save millions more human lives, would you vote for Democrats?
Not just for that. I mean, there has to be more than that because we're looking at that's just only one overall policy.
Okay, so then you can't use abortion as the reason as to why you'd support Trump if I could prove to you that Democrats would save more innocent human lives, right?
Well, then how can you prove that they're saving more innocent lives?
Yeah, because Republicans, through the use of Doge, cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million additional lives lost by 2030, according to a Lancet study.
But that's not a proven fact. It's just a study.
Sir, that's
It's an
a
educated
cited
guess.
study with evidence.
It's an educational guess. It's
Did
just
you
like
not just
asking
cite a
AI.
study for proving a claim?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
They're
so
educated
you don't think
guesses.
studies prove claims, so the claim you made earlier was unjustified?
Not until it's proven.
Well, how
This
do
is-
you prove it?
You would have to run the simulation. You'd have to let it go.
You mean you'd run
Just
after
like they
run the
did-
study,
just
right?
like they did in Amsterdam. Like they did in Amsterdam. Was it Amsterdam?
So
They
you'd
let
have to run the
undocuments
study,
go.
right?
Yeah, you'd have to run the study.
Okay, so studies do prove these things. So I just cited you a study. How about you engage with it, genius?
Did they run the study?
Yes.
Did they actually run the study?
Yes.
Like they did in Denmark, where
Yes.
they, or was it Amsterdam? where
There's
they
been a
ran it
study. How about you
legally
look it up,
and
bud?
showed-
There's an estimation. You can go check it out.
That's an estimation.
Wait,
It's
so is
not
our
a proven
Wait,
fact.
what is the population of the United States?
About 400 million.
It's about 340 million, and that's an estimation, genius.
Yeah, that's an estimation. Approximately. I rounded up. Same thing.
Hello?
If you can identify the population to be a legitimate statistic, even though it's an estimation, you can acknowledge estimations can make general good probabilistic claims about what the actual claim is. Like we think that the estimate we're making about the population is within a specific level of confidence where we are confident in saying that it's true.
Yeah, give or take a margin of error. So then you can cite the Interpol and the UN stating that what is the population of Earth broken down? 60% Asians, 20% black, 10 to 12% white, and everyone else. And what they do is they break down
What's your,
crime
and also,
rates
by the way, I
region.
hear a lot of background noise. Just letting you know. And also, like, I don't know what the point is of bringing up the demographics.
Oh, that's what I'm showing you. So they say by demographics, they don't use race, they use region. And Africa region counts for 38% of the world's murder rate. And they're only 20% of the Earth's population.
Okay, what's your point? Men,
Like
what
the
percent?
Pythagorean logic.
What percent of murders are committed by men?
What, 95?
Yeah, and men don't make up 95% of the population. They make up less than 50.
Yes, and we know now that those demographics are changing.
So can we just be clear here? You kind of just owned yourself, because now that generalizing claim that you just tried to make about people who are African, you can now make against people who are men.
And you can make it against women, because who unalives more babies under 1 year old than anyone else? Women.
What's up?
Who unalives 1 year olds and younger more than any other demographic? Women.
Okay. Well,
That's a
why
proven fact.
specifically just
You can look it
hyper specifically look at that? And I would say it's
I didn't
men
look at it.
because
It's a fact in
through
my
the
head.
context of war.
Why do women, which men have a hard time, we have some morals, even the most evilest. When you look at the mafia, what are you not supposed to touch? Women and children. It's a bad thing to touch children, is it not? But why do women do it more than men?
Actually, men do it more than women. If you look at CSAM, if you look specifically
telling you
at
with the age
sexual
group I
abuse of
suspect
children, it is significantly more likely to be done by men than it is women. It's not even close. Explicitly, if you look at CSAM, white men are the greatest perpetuators of CSAM to actually a greater proportion of the percentage of individuals who commit CSAM than the percentage of the population that they make up. So let's just be very clear here. Any of these statistics that you point out, if you want to reference crimes against specifically children, it's going to indicate that men are the indicator or the perpetuators of those crimes. And also, like, this argument you're trying to like perpetuate it onto women is so absurd, especially because your whole argument you tried to make just fell right on its ass as soon as I brought up the point of men. Like, literally, any of these fucking bigots like this, you bring up men and they immediately fold. It's so fucking funny. Just bring up men.
They never want to talk about men. And Parker, you're absolutely right. The recent FBI statistic says men make up 90% of CSAM. So he's just way off. But
Well, look it up. Look it up. The population of what's going on here of women unaliving children at 1 year old and younger is far outweighing what men do.
Wait,
Just that
okay, is
specific
that just
demographic.
abortion?
If
Because
you're,
I don't consider
well,
abortion
no,
to be a
it's not
person.
counting abortion. We're
I
talking
think
about,
what he's referring
Oh,
to
then what's your
is
source?
he's referring to
It's
like
the FBI.
what he's referring to is the proportion of women that actually harm children, and they try to pretend as if it's like some massive thing or whatever. But women are the ones that are what is it? The women are the ones that are left with the children, and so it's disproportionate when it comes to women versus men. But when it talks about violence towards children, it's disproportionately men. Also, I don't even know if it's like what you're saying as far as like this major amount. It's just super interesting. I'll look that up as well.
Yeah, like
And
also, like you would assume, like you'd have to count how many times women are around the children comparative to men because there's a difference in the amount that you are around people. Secondly, there's also like you have to factor in that even from a nominal standpoint, even before factoring that in, that men still commit more violence against children.
I
also,
didn't agree
did
with
you
that or
remix?
disagree. What I
Did you
said was,
remix? Sorry, go ahead.
go ahead.
No, go. You
Go
got
ahead.
it.
Well, I was saying when you're looking at the statistics, you were right. The men are doing this, but when you look at the age range from 1 year olds and under, women outdo the men. Period.
Oh wait, you're
Why do you think?
specifically saying one and under.
Correct.
That's so he's so fucking disingenuous, Parker, because if you look at the whole of the data, it's men actually perpetuate oh wait, they break it down to different types. Emotional abuse, men perpetuate 48.8%, women 35.8%. I don't know how that adds up. I guess when they're looking at the total. Oh, okay. Uh Emotional abuse 44.8%, emotional neglect 23.4%, and then physical neglect 4.7%. That's men. And then women are 35.8%, 16.5%, and 3.4%. So there's no actual statistic as far as any type of abuse towards children where women are actually higher than men, and that comes from the National Library of Medicine, which was just updated September 16, 2025. So, like, when you look at the whole, you're just being disingenuous.
No, I was going by what I read off the internet by the crime stats.
What'd
Why
you
is it
read?
that women can do this? Why is it that for some reason women are a higher rate for 1 year olds and under than
Why
men?
do you keep saying
Why
1
do you keep
years
saying? What's your
old?
source?
Exactly.
That's what I said.
That's
It was
like
the FBI.
super
My computer's
specific.
fucked up. You hear it going off all crazy. You tell me to turn it off and turn it down. I have to restart it and reset it up. So, but let's
Okay.
go on to.
And if
I'll let you guys.
I looked up
Let's go
the
on to
child
like.
abuse statistics by sex, and it's significantly more
Yeah,
men
even
comparative
if
to
like
women.
HHS even just published something about this as well, and like you're just way wrong. Like I don't know where you're getting this information from, and that's super specific to say 1 year of age or older. Like I haven't been able
Younger.
to find that. I'm sorry, or younger. But
Yeah.
looking at children as a whole, like why aren't
Yeah,
you looking
children
at
as a whole.
children as a
We
whole?
are. I agree with that. Children as a whole, at a certain age, men have the propensity to act with violence. But for some reason, there is a specific age range that we really
Wait,
let shit
you know
go.
what? Let's sit there. Let's assume that this is true. What's the relevance? Because wouldn't this just be cherry picking data? If you look at the overall general data, it says that men commit over 90%. So although you could specifically find one particular aspect that could say otherwise, that doesn't change anything. Do you have a response
It's
to that?
showing that we are. It's showing that we're humans. That everybody has the propensity to kill, and we
No one's
have it with the
disputing that.
testosterone thing. Yes, we have it with the testosterone. We understand this stuff. We are aggressive people, but so is all humans are progressively evil.
So then wait, why did you
To a
try to do
point.
this whole 1530 thing for Africans around the entire world, but you're unwilling to do that with men?
No, I wasn't unwilling to do that, Wen. I was just saying this is what people do for data. Here's
Also,
a
would you
specific
say
data about
yeah,
region with no
you
race.
said what 2030 or something? Would you say like because I've heard like
The population
many
of the
of
world,
races of
60%.
dog whistles, but I've never heard that racist dog whistle before.
So when you look up the UN and their statistics, they don't do nothing by race; they go by region. And the Earth we are a minority. Whites are minority, blacks are minority. 60%
Black
of the
people.
world is Asian, is a minority. And then you have the Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, and some of the tribal things there, which is like maybe 4% or under. And how the data is from that people over there in Europe, they go by regions. So they don't go specific by race or anything like that. They go by region, which is another form of data that some people need to intake that data. You need to look at all the data and then make your educated,
So wait, why
opinions
did you randomly bring this up?
Also, he's fucking lying, Parker. He's fucking lying.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, where did you get?
Look up
Why
the
did you bring
UN.
this
How
up?
do they break down? Where do they break down the regions around the world?
Why did you randomly bring this up?
It's not a random.
You did.
Because most of the murders done in the world are by Asians. If you look at the whole statistics, overall, Asians commit more murders than anyone else in the world right now.
But they also make up more of the population, right?
Exactly.
So what's
I'm
your
still
point?
confused. Exactly. What's the point?
It's
of
the
bringing
same thing
any
what
of
people
this
try
up?
to do here, saying that, hey, you are most of the population, so yeah, you should have most of the crimes.
Yeah, but men don't make up most of the population, but commit over 90% of the violent crimes.
Yeah, he's trying to absolve
Violent crimes where? You're talking about here in the United States? Yeah.
Yes.
But not the world.
If you want to look at the world, I bet the statistic is pretty similar.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I bet it is.
It's not even close.
Okay, well, do we have global statistics on gender-based violence?
We have no global statistic on gender-based violence. There's
So
a couple
then,
people I wouldn't trust.
so then I don't know
wouldn't
why
trust
you'd
them,
be
but
citing that it's going to be different when
it's
you don't
done
have
by
any data
region.
on that. So how about you specify in the U.S. here, you agree that men disproportionately commit violent crime, correct? So I want you to tell me, like, why did he feel the need to bring that up? Like, I really don't understand. I felt like he just wanted to be bigoted.
Yeah,
Like, 'cause,
like,
like, there's
I-
no reason just to randomly say that. Like, it had no relevance to our conversation.
Also, like I even more to your point, Parker. Like he's talking about Asians being the ones that commit the most, but he never said Asians until just now. He said Africans. He was talking about
For that
Africans.
region.
That's why I
for
said.
that region.
That's why I said like I never even heard that racist dog whistle, and then like you added the extra context at the end after Parker checked you on it. You're holy shit, that's crazy.
But think about it. Africa is what? Mostly black. And by the statistics run by the UN, that
it's-
region alone purports 38% of the world's crime of murders. And we're not even
Give me your
counting
source.
Brazil.
Give me your source, because I'm looking at
Go
the
to the
UN
UN.
right now. I'm literally there. There's nothing saying that. I'm looking at the this is
Look up
the
UN
homicide-
crime reports by region.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Because they
right
don't do it by race.
Yeah, there's nothing that's listed by the region. I have the
Well,
actual
then look up
PDF
what is the
right
region
now.
of Africa's, the region for Africa, how much crime, murders for that region per the world.
Oh, wait, hold on. They have the homicide rate, and this is per 100,000, and they for the rate for the world it's 5.8. For Africa it's 12.7. For the United States it's 15. So what are you talking about?
I was looking up by region.
It has the world, Oceania, Europe, Asia, and the Americas, and Africa.
You're East Coast or West Coast?
Wait, what?
East Coast or West Coast?
What are you talking about?
Where
East
would you get
Coast
your
or West
servers
Coast?
from? Are you on? You looking up Google, Bing?
I'm on the UN. I'm literally. This is the publication from the UN.
Why does he like ask random questions that have no relevance?
I have no fucking clue what's happening right now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really confusing. You there, man?
Yeah, I'm here. I had to look up some stuff. I had to find the thing. Trying to go through my search history.
I thought his computer.
Because I had
wasn't
other
working.
things on here more to talk about than this.
Parker, I could have sworn his computer wasn't working. But now that we're looking at the UN information, all of a sudden it's working, and he wants to look up and talk about other stuff now.
No, I left the room. I restarted it.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, Lauren, thank you very much for the $1.50. Oh, doesn't need to put. I can just mute. Just unmute whenever you're ready. Lauren, thank you for the $1.50. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yeah, that absolutely is another thing to bring up as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Lauren. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Again, if you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Also, make sure to support Santana while he's up here on the stream as well. I should be live for the next... I mean, I'm already at over 4 hours. I should be live until Dean hops on. I'm assuming he'll be on with like in an hour or so.
No, he said that he was going to be on later.
Okay.
Has today been insufferable for you?
Kinda, yeah. I've had a
Today's
few
been,
people that were pretty crazy. They call me grifters
It's
and shit.
been like the worst crop of ops that I've ever had. It was just
Really?
so bad all day. Oh my God, they were so bad. So bad.
I bet. Well, we'll see if we keep getting that. If he said he'd be on a lot later, then we'll stay on for a while. I'm glad that I hopped on early today because I almost hopped on later. So
Yeah.
I'm glad that I hopped on early.
He had a kind of a shit stream yesterday with everything that was happening.
Yeah, he's been having a lot of problems with TikTok recently. I feel bad for him, dude. Like, there's just been so many issues.
I got this weird flag earlier that was like, partaking in this event could be harmful for your health, and it was after talking to this like really stupid guy, but it wasn't like for substance or anything like that. It was just saying like partaking in this would be harmful. I said, yeah.
You know what? That might be a good fucking good. Might be the most accurate notification we've ever gotten on the stream.
Yeah. So it's been weird.
That's actually really funny. I'm not gonna lie. The guest was so bad that TikTok said, "Fuck off, please get out of here."
Yes.
They said this will literally hurt your mental health if you engage with this live stream because the guest is so stupid. And Dean was flagged for not being interactive enough, apparently.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Like what?
I saw that.
That is nuts, bro.
Fucking crazy.
That is nuts.
The guy told me that apparently stocks are a liability when talking about like an asset versus a liability.
Diabolical.
He was adamant about it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's all I gotta say. That's really unfortunate. Dude, sometimes we talk to the least intelligent people on the planet. We just do.
Yeah. Well, we put ourselves in these positions.
True, dude, true.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh, diabolical. All right, everyone, again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support the fake job, as always, you already know what to do. Tired of you. Did you find what you're looking for?
Tara, thank you for the one. You said, what does it mean when you say racist dog whistle? Basically, it's when they try to say things that are kind of like sneaky or underhanded. And they're not just outright saying racist stuff. They're just saying like code words where if you know, you will hear it and you'll pick up on it. They're just cowards. They don't say things with their chest. Also, Dubs in chat for SJ. Thank you for the 10.
Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter that meets that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Benjamin, thank you very much for the $4.20. Absolutely, totally agree. Thank you so much. And I've only watched like the first 2 episodes so far. I've got to watch the rest, so I got to do that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Benjamin. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter. Alrighty. Try this person.
Yo,
What's
what's
how old
good,
are you?
man? I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support him because of the Muslim travel ban.
Okay, which is against the First Amendment?
Oh, sure, I'd support that. I'd support the disrespecting of certain religions that promote pedophilia. Yeah.
Okay. I have a question. Do you think like an individual above 80 impregnating a minor, do you think that's pedophilia?
An individual above 80 impregnating a minor? Yeah, it sounds like it.
Okay. Are you Christian?
Why does that matter?
I'm just curious.
Yeah, for the purpose of the discussion, I'll say no.
No, I'm asking what your view is. I'm not asking what you're going to
Yeah,
say for the
my
purposes of
view
the
is that
discussion.
Islam is a pedophilic religion.
That's not the
my view.
question I asked you. I asked you specifically, like, are you Christian?
That's not relevant to why I support Trump. So why are you asking?
If you're
What he's
unwilling to
saying here-
engage in a conversation, that clearly tells me you are Christian. Okay,
I
so
told you no. I
I'll
said
go
purpose
based upon the
discussion, we'll
fact
say
that you
no.
are Christian. Okay,
I told you
so
treat me like I'm not, but that's okay.
I will treat you as if you are because you're just being a dishonest little prick
That's a
and you don't
straw
want to
man.
engage with the argument. You fucking loser.
You're failing to
How
engage
about
in
you
the
stop,
argument
how about
by
you pause for 1
begging for
second?
a
Let me run the
Chico
argument. How about you pause for 1 second?
That's
Let me run the
crazy.
argument.
You already
How
committed
do you feel
It's been
about
like
God
3 seconds,
impregnating
bro.
Mary?
Yeah, man, I don't know really how I feel about that.
You don't know how you feel, but you say
don't
someone
hold a
over
position
the
on that.
above the age of 80 impregnating a minor would be pedophilia? Because
If that's what it is, then it's
Eternal
pedophilia.
is above the age of 80,
Yeah, it's
and
true.
God impregnated Mary. Mary was 12 to 16 years old maximum, which means she was a minor. He
Okay.
impregnated her. Therefore, you think that's pedophilic, is that not?
Yeah, that's pedophilic.
So then is Christianity, under your view, a pedophilic religion?
Yeah, considering those facts, it'd be pedophilic religion.
So would you say that we shouldn't allow Christians into our country?
Yeah, considering that information.
No more Christians, everybody. No more Christians, actually.
Is that a-
We're going to do
is
a
that a
complete and
concession?
total shutdown of Christians from entering the country, actually, everybody. No more fucking Christians. You guys are
Yeah,
fucked.
do you think that's a bad thing that I believe that we
Dude,
should
you're
restrict all
fucking
pedophilic
nuts.
religions
There's no
into the
way. I
country?
just got you to concede that you want to fucking ban Christians from immigrating to the
That's not a
country.
concession. I never made a
And
claim.
you just did. You just
No, I never
conceded.
made a claim on Christianity. That's not a
Wait,
concession.
sir.
How could I?
Sir, I'm sorry. There's no way you can see that you want to fucking ban most people from the country, which, by the way, most of the country's Christian. You just want to know that, right? Like, so would you ban tourists who are Christian from coming to our country as well?
Sure, I would ban anybody who would hold to the belief that pedophilia is okay. What's the
So,
problem
like,
with that?
any
So
Trump
do you
supporter.
reject? Do you affirm my initial claim or no?
So any Trump supporter.
Yeah, anybody who supports Trump's moral character, yeah, absolutely. I don't want them.
Okay, well, I don't think that it's legally or constitutionally allowed to prevent people based upon their religious views, but I don't want people that have such views like that to be prevalent within the country. I don't want people to hold those views. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you agree? Like you would agree that
Whether it's
Alabama would ban-
Islam or Christianity, I don't
Yeah.
want people to have views in support of pedophilia.
I just want to call out that he said any Trump supporters. He affirmed any Trump supporters, which he said that he's a Trump supporter, so he doesn't want himself in the country as well.
So listening skills. I said anybody who affirms Trump's moral character. I hold critical support for Trump, meaning that I would support him on
And
like
Parker said
his
any
advancement
Trump
of very
supporter.
specific
You
issues.
said yes, any Trump supporter.
No, I didn't. I clarified. I said it. Anybody who supports Trump moral character.
And
Listening
then Trump
skills.
said
Nice
so,
try.
and Parker said so. Any Trump supporter, and you said yes.
No, I didn't. I literally said anybody who supports Trump's moral character.
And you don't support Trump's
That's okay.
moral character, right?
Yeah, no, I despise his moral character.
Okay.
So okay, if you
can I just be
agree,
clear?
Oh, go ahead.
But you're still willing to support him in despite of his moral character, right?
Yeah, so critical support would be referring to the support of a person or like a movement for the advancement of a specific cause rather than the entirety of their worldview. So I would support Trump in an election versus Harris because Trump is going to advance this specific value that I'm presenting.
What
so
value
if
is
we agree, yeah, like anti-pedophilia.
Really? You think
Protection of
Trump
children,
is perpetuating anti-pedophilia as the guy who's not
By
releasing all the
instituting-
Epstein files when he's legally
Yeah, by
obligated to
in-
do so?
Right, by instituting the Muslim ban, he is advancing that more than the left is. So I would argue that the left also wouldn't.
Wait, one, the
Release
ban
Epstein
wasn't
files, or else he
constitutional, so you
would've-
can't even impose the ban. Two,
It was
he
constitutional.
himself
It
has
wasn't ruled
prevented the release.
unconstitutional.
Do you agree that Trump has prevented the release of the Epstein files?
Yes.
Has that prevented pedophiles from being held accountable?
Correct. So did Biden.
So if Trump
which
has
is why it's
prevented
not influencing
pedophiles
my
from being held
decision.
accountable himself, then wouldn't that mean he's not holding people accountable for pedophilia?
Correct. He's failing to hold people accountable for pedophilia. In the option whether I'd vote for Harris or Trump, I'm gonna take the position that neither will hold the people of Epstein files accountable. So it's not going to weigh my decision. What I do
So you
have
think
is
Harris wouldn't
the
have followed the
Muslim.
law in the Epstein Files Transparency Act?
Yeah, no, I don't think she would have. The same way that
What's your
Biden did not
evidence of
release the
that?
Epstein files.
Wait, but
Yeah,
there
I'm
was no
going.
law legally mandated Biden to force the release, and also the DOJ was acting independently under the Biden-Harris administration, differently than how Trump is operating the DOJ.
Yeah, that's fine to say. So both have indicated that they would be against releasing Epstein files. So given the election, I would
Not
vote for the
true.
one that has taken action.
Wait.
Yeah,
When did Harris say
literally the
that
Biden
she's against the
administration.
release of the Epstein files?
Literally the Biden administration. That was her position.
No, that's
She
not what they
refused to
said.
release the Epstein
Do
files.
you want to bet? You said
Yeah, you think they released the
specifically that
Epstein
their
files in the
position
Biden
was that they
administration?
purposefully said they don't want to release the Epstein files. Is that what they said?
I mean, maybe they didn't make a vocal statement of it, but because the Biden
So they
administration
didn't.
did not release the the Epstein files, then I'm not gonna make this a weighty issue
Hey,
because
they
neither.
couldn't because there wasn't an Epstein Files Transparency Act. Plus, the DOJ was
No,
independent.
that's completely false. They could have done that any time. What are you talking
False.
about?
No, they needed an Epstein Files Transparency Act. You don't know what the law even requires. There was a court that had it completely sealed, so that a grand jury had to unseal it, and then they needed an Epstein Files Transparency Act in order to be able to release the data, or to get the DOJ to be able to release those files with the specified specified redactions, right? So that needed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That was passed under Trump, not under Biden.
Sure. So let's just say that they passed a law. I would still assert that because they didn't pass a law in Biden's term, then we wouldn't expect them to
That was Congress.
cooperate or.
So
during
based on your
Biden's
argument,
term or
Congress
during
wouldn't do
Trump's
this,
term.
but Congress did do it in 2025. So you just cooked yourself.
Right after the election.
Okay, so
So
it wasn't the president that prevented it.
the
It was
makeup was
Congress that.
different?
Wait. You said Congress would have not voted differently, right?
No, I was saying under the assumption that Congress would have voted the same. So like I can give you reasons why.
Yeah, so wait, what evidence do
Congress
you
voted
have that
differently.
Harris would have prevented this? Because you can't say, oh, because Congress didn't pass it when she was in office. That's not how it works.
Neither did they advocate for it. What do you mean?
Yeah, you have no evidence.
No, that's you have to show that they advocated for the release or they made an attempt to release the Epstein files.
You have to provide evidence that they would have prevented the release, because your argument was that they would have
No, that's a
violated the
negative
law
claim.
and prevented the release of the files. That's what your argument was, right?
That's a negative claim because we
No,
can
that's
say
a
that
positive claim.
based-
That's a positive
No, no.
claim that they would have prevented this. What are you talking about?
No,
It's
I
not
know
a
that's
negative claim.
No. You format it as a positive claim, but you're asking for a negative.
No. You
justification.
claimed
So, hold on.
they would
I'll
prevent
explain
this.
it.
Wait, sir, pause. You claimed they would prevent this, right?
Yeah, so I provided the empirics that they did not make an advance to release the Epstein files. In fact, we got more
Not
of the Epstein files
true.
released under Trump.
They
and Biden.
aren't
So
the
show
ones
me
to
that.
do it. It's Congress that needs to pass it.
No. Congress, just because they
Yes.
passed a law to release for like the act does not mean that Biden couldn't have pushed for the release of the Epstein files. So I would like to see evidence that under the Biden administration,
Wait.
if there was a push for the release of the Epstein files.
Wait, so hold up. So you think it's equivalent to say that if someone didn't push for the release of the Epstein files, that they wouldn't have released it if legally obligated? I think that's not something that you can get from the idea that someone didn't push for it, let alone the fact that I can point to evidence that specifically they have advocated for the release of the Epstein files, right? They've even done so when Trump is in office. They've explicitly said they would have released all of the Epstein files if legally obligated to do so.
Also, I want to call out that while the files were in the legal process, they couldn't be released even if Biden was actually pushing for it. But having an actual piece of legislation that goes through and it's passed by Congress would give them the ability to release everything that wasn't currently still within litigation. So, like the fact that Donald Trump had the Epstein Transparency Act gave him all the coverage he needed in order to actually be able to force that the releasable files to be released, right? And so it speaks to the fact that while the actual act was passed under Trump, it gave Trump the actual ability to do something Biden could not do.
Amazing. So there's a few points here. So Biden was not restricted in any actions that he could take, or like I shouldn't say that, in every action that he could have taken So we can still see like an executive order if he was committed to these Epstein's files released to bypass Congress in order to demand this. And then there may be some like extrajudicial, like whatever you call it, middleman work that could have interfered, and we might not have seen all of it.
Wait,
but the
wait.
point
Saying
is,
there's more that someone could have done to release the Epstein files is not evidence that they would have prevented the release of the Epstein files if in the position when it was legally mandated. Can I give you a reason to believe that? Could you have done
so no,
more
my
to
contention.
Could you yourself have done more to call for the release of the Epstein files?
Me myself, yeah,
Yeah. Okay, so
probably.
if you yourself could have done more to call for the release of the Epstein files, if you were in the position of president, would you have prevented the release of the Epstein files?
No, what? I
Okay,
did
so
take
even though
actions
you,
to
even
get the
though,
Epstein files released. So the
so
contention here, I
even
think
though
you're
you
confusing
could
my
have
contention.
yourself, you just owned
Can I
yourself.
clarify?
No, you just owned yourself.
No, I'm
You
not allowed to clarify. Okay, so you're
No, you're not
strawmanning.
until
That's
after
fine.
I'm done explaining my position.
Sure.
I'm giving you the argument. So fuck, you can explain your thing. I lost where I was because you kind of cut me off. It's fine.
No, you're good, man. Sorry about that. Yeah, so my position here is that Biden had an opportunity to influence the Epstein file release, yet he did not. While Trump did take some action, or there was some action under Trump's term to release the Epstein files. So either way, if you're going to say that it wasn't Trump, it was Congress, I'm still going to hold the position that it is not influential on my vote to condemn pedophilia because neither did positive action to release the Epstein files. And I'm just going to side with Trump because of the Muslim ban.
Okay, so it's not just that. It's that Trump prevented the release of the Epstein files when legally obligated to do so. You have to understand that's distinct from not doing more than what they could have. You already conceded, you yourself, you could have done more than you could have to call for the release of the files. But if you became president, would you have prevented the release of the Epstein files if legally obligated to do so? Yes or no?
So I just explained to you what my position was, and you still managed to strawman me. That's okay. So yeah, I wouldn't have prevented,
yes or no?
Yeah, so no, I wouldn't prevent the release of the Epstein files.
You wouldn't.
My position is not. My position is not.
Can I fully flesh out my argument?
So you strawman me like as soon as I explain
There's
this.
no
so I'm
fucking
gonna clarify.
strawman.
So whether Trump restricted the release of the Epstein files has no bearing on my vote because Biden did not make positive action. So because neither candidate made positive action, I'm going to side.
You are going
with the
away from the
candidate that
original argument you made. Instead of addressing my point, you explicitly said that because Joe Biden did not do more than what he could have to release the files, that means he would have prevented the release of the Epstein files if legally obligated to do so, correct? Was that not your argument?
No, that was a response to Santana saying that
So
he was restricted
that wasn't
his
your
actions.
argument, yes or no?
No, that wasn't my argument. My argument
Okay,
was,
that was your argument.
Statement,
that was your
that
argument.
Statement was a response
Why are
to
you such a
Santana
dishonest
saying there was
piece of shit?
restrictions. I'm
Dishonest.
clarifying for you.
You are
It's okay if you
incredibly
don't
dishonest.
understand.
You are
So
lying.
because Santana,
You're lying. You're lying.
Would you like to? No,
You're
I'm
lying. You can
clarifying
watch.
for
You can watch back this
listening-
conversation. You can watch back this conversation later, and you can watch yourself lie.
Yeah, no problems.
You can do
so
it.
Santana said that Biden was restricted in his actions. I said, no, there were actions he could have taken. And because he made no positive action, then I have no reason to vote for him on this point. I'd rather vote for somebody who
No,
did take
no,
positive
that was
action
not
and
what you were asked.
restricted
You were
pedophilia.
asked. No, you were asked, why do you think that he would have prevented the release of the Epstein files? And the argument you provided for why you think he should have prevented or why you think Biden would have or Harris would have prevented the release of the Epstein files was that they didn't do more to release the Epstein files when they were in office, right? I.e. call for an executive order. That's what you argued. Because I asked you the question.
That there's no reason to believe. So you'd have to justify that. So then my position is there's no reason to believe that they would promote the release of the Epstein files because they have yet to take action.
Wait. It's not that they promote. It's that they would follow the law.
Sure, there's no reason to believe that they would do one or the other because they did not take...
Wait. Those are big distinctions. Promoting something versus following the law, if legally prompted, are two separate things. Do you agree?
Sure, they're two separate things.
So just because you specifically wouldn't advocate for something doesn't mean you wouldn't follow the law if legally prompted, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then why are you arguing that she would not follow what she was legally prompted to do simply because she didn't advocate for it? That sounds like contradictory to what you just conceded is possible.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're just going to go down to the Congress thing. So you're going to say that no matter during who won the presidency, that there would be the same action from Congress. So I mean, I would just reject that.
Why?
So Because we vote for Congress seats during the general election as well.
Yeah, I know. And if Harris won, but Congress was the same, there would be no distinction in what Congress would vote for when it comes to the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
No, there's not a reason to say that. So the president has a lot of ways.
I
So
think
the
you're
president, we
incredibly
can say-
dishonest because this was a bipartisan, vastly
No, we
bipartisan.
can-
Everyone voted for it except one person. So I just think you're objectively wrong here, and like
No, we
you're not
know
acknowledging
this is
reality.
true because it didn't happen when she was in office.
Wait, so again, just because she didn't advocate for it doesn't mean she wouldn't follow the law when legally prompted. You have to understand the
Okay,
distinction between
if-
those things. What you're doing is you're acting like because she didn't advocate for it or recommend that this be the case, that it's released, that then means she wouldn't follow the law when legally prompted. Or are you arguing that she would, that you have no argument that she wouldn't legally follow the law?
No, so are you saying that a Republican Congress is going to be more likely to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act? Because if we're going to say that under the Republican Congress that we
How would
got this act
Congress have
passed, but-
changed if she won the election? That makes no sense.
because the Senate and House seats are up for election. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
So
but
in-
those are independent of the election for president.
I,
Also,
okay, I'll get
the,
track.
the
So
Epstein
we're
Transparency Act was
Sure.
bipartisan.
perfect, but it only passed under the Trump administration when it could have passed. It could have been presented under the Biden administration, but it wasn't.
How
So
about this?
there's not a good reason to believe that under a second Biden administration or a Harris administration that we would see it because we had a similar Congress.
Wait, so
and
by
did
the way,
not-
his dispute for the fact that it would occur is not that she wouldn't follow the law if legally prompted, but rather Congress wouldn't pass it when Congress did pass it under Trump. Do you realize how that's a fucking stupid argument? Because now you're not arguing it's something wrong on behalf of Harris, right? You've now pivoted to Congress would have somehow acted differently when there's nothing different about Congress under this worldview. Like, that's just a stupid argument.
Absolutely. Hey, bro, I'm gonna leave you to it. I'll say this: the thing that I hate about like the debate bros is that you have to concede to like some absolutely insane standpoints in order to be able to try to get your point across. I mean, like we can tell that he's absolutely engaging in bad faith, but you enjoy that. I appreciate you having me up.
Have a good rest of your night.
See ya.
Okay, perfect. I'll continue. So no, I'm not granting that Congress would have been the same. That's
Wait,
the gap here.
what's different about Congress if we just assume that the only difference is the election results of the presidential election?
Yeah, sure. So we would see empirically that during the Biden administration, despite him having support in Congress, it doesn't matter like which, I don't even remember who had the majority at the end of the last half of Biden's term. But if either way, if it was a red or a blue majority, we should see an act like this presented and passed if we would expect it out of a similar congressional makeup under the Trump administration. The only variable here is the president, and we see different results. So yes, the president is going to decide, or is not going to decide, but the president is going to influence the acts of Congress here.
Yeah, okay, so are you saying that Kamala Harris would have prevented enough people in Congress from not voting for the Epstein Files Transparency Act? Because basically every member of Congress voted for it. So I just don't know how she would have convinced like a majority of Congress just to think differently when she never expressed that she was against the release of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things we could go. Like, this is just speculation. It'd be that I can just appeal to the same reason it wasn't passed in Biden's term, whatever that reason was.
No, that's not a good enough reason because
Yeah, that's how empirical evidence works.
That's not a good enough reason because legally prompted is different.
Okay, we reject
than,
empirical evidence
than
here.
recommending. Yeah,
No,
just
sure.
because-
So
So again,
I'll
you could have done
concede that
more.
she would have abided by it if it was legally prompted. But
Oh, okay. Wait. That's all I need to know. So you wouldn't
She never
rather
would have been
support.
legally
Wait.
prompted.
If she was legally prompted, right? She would do it. Trump was legally prompted. He didn't do it. So why wouldn't you prefer the candidate that, when legally prompted to release all the Epstein files, would release them all over the candidate that would not release them all if legally prompted?
Because the candidate that would release them all would never be given the chance to release them all because this act would not have been passed. And she
I
would
think
have
that's a really
not-
stupid argument because nothing about
It's
Congress
empiric.
and wait, no, it's just not. Nothing about Congress would have changed given that Harris were the candidate, and she would not have convinced a majority of people in Congress to not vote for the Epstein Files Transparency Act as they did because everyone in Congress voted for the release of the Epstein files except for one person. So I think it's an absurd argument to claim that Congress would have voted so radically differently if Harris were the president as opposed to Trump. That literally is incoherent. This
Yet they
is
did
cope.
Biden's
This
first
is
term. What's the
utterly
problem?
cope. Like straight up cope.
Yet they didn't pass this act in Biden's term. So what's the problem?
That doesn't change anything.
Yes, it does. It shows
No,
that
it doesn't.
under a Harris administration
Wait,
that
so
we would not
let's just be
expect this to
clear.
see
You
passed.
think it wouldn't? You think it
or even
would have?
presented.
You think that the election would have been so much different, right, in 2025, right? Given the makeup of Congress in 2025, because the makeup of Congress 2024 versus makeup of Congress 2025 is slightly different. There was also different conditions environmentally for the pressure in terms of the general public for it, right? Which, by the way, that general pressure would still exist even if Harris were in office.
Right. So we can just look at this. We can pull it up real quick. We're just gonna say that the concession on your end is just going to be that a red Congress
I
is
don't
gonna
think
be
you
more
actually.
likely to
I think you're
pass.
grifting right now. I don't think you actually hold the
what?
view you hold right now. I think you're just doing this for fun.
I mean, it is fun, but no, I hold this view. So
No,
you're
you
just going
don't.
to concede that a red Congress is going to be more likely.
No, you don't. You don't hold this view because it's wrong.
So I'm going to
like
vote for
you know it's
the
wrong right
Republican
now. Like
candidate.
we've gotten you to a point where you know it's wrong.
Which part?
What we just argued. Did you even listen to anything I said?
I'm not sure what you're referring to then specifically because I'm
What did I
maintaining the
last?
point
What did I last just say?
that the congressional makeup is going to be drastically different to provide different results.
No. I said that there is no
Okay.
argument that you have that it would be so much different that it would have produced such a difference in the results, given that it would have had to change a majority of Congress in the way they voted.
Right. So we can look up how different the Congress was between terms when they were passed. I mean, we can just kind of see this, what the empirics look like. I'm a big empirical guy, but I don't know about you. Seems like not. You can correct me though.
I don't know what empirics justify your point.
Whether or not that this was passed under which administration.
Yeah, just because that policy was not passed under the Biden administration does not mean it wouldn't have been passed in 2025 with the environmental pressures that existed at that particular time. You have to understand the distinctions there. Plus, there was also a case going into Ghislaine Maxwell in terms of the investigation into Ghislaine Maxwell that exceeded through up until 2025 prior to the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So there were also limitations with plenty of the files that existed in 2024, even comparative to what could have possibly happened through an Epstein Files Transparency Act passed in 2025.
Okay, perfect. So how would that influence the passing? Would you like to demonstrate that?
Yeah, because there were plenty of files that the Epstein Files Transparency Act would have needed to wait to release until after the investigation was done, specifically for Ghislaine Maxwell and the prosecution.
You have a source for that?
For that there were do you agree
Yeah,
that
like
when there's an ongoing prosecution and an ongoing investigation that they can't release files associated with that there's going to be a court prevention of that? It's an ongoing case?
Yeah, no. I'm gonna need a source that would say that there were specific
that
files
there's a
in this case
judicial
that would
seal?
show.
Wait,
Yeah, that would
wait, so
prevent
now
this
you're
from being
disputing that there are
passed.
files in the Epstein files, Epstein files that are associated with Ghislaine Maxwell?
What? So like, I'm confused on what you're saying because there's redactions in these files anyways. So like, what would be the
I understand,
problem?
but in order to get the necessary and proper redactions, you needed an Epstein Files Transparency Act. If the Epstein Files Transparency Act is saying specifically they need to release these files, but they can't release a lot of these files because of the association with Ghislaine Maxwell, because she's associated with practically all the behavior of Epstein in the context of these files, so a huge portion of the files, then that's going to prevent a huge portion of those files from being able to be released in the first place, let alone, right, all the other conditions that prevented them from releasing the files, the separation of the DOJ and the Harrison Biden administration. Like, you have to understand all of those distinctions as opposed to what existed in 2025 with the Epstein Files Transparency Act that would have been similar if Harris were in office. The idea that Congress would have been so much different that it would have produced such a difference in result of whether there's an Epstein Files Transparency Act or not passed, I think is, again, a ridiculous argument. You don't have very much evidence to support, and you would need really, really, really solid evidence to support that. You can't just say, oh, it wasn't passed in 2024 when I have multiple pieces of evidence that account for the differences.
Yeah, so I mean, you just presented the first piece of evidence that would account for the difference. So we would look at the Epstein Transparency Act was mostly about the publication and release of these files. So like it did provide the opportunity to give this protected info, but we already know that because of the Ghislaine Maxwell case, that there would already be a justification to censor like certain documents. So we could still pass this act as well as have the redacted information from these other court cases, that wouldn't make any sense to where it stopped the release or the release of these files or like the act from passing. That's why I asked for a source. Like, is there like
Was there any introduced law to release the files in 2024?
Yes.
Which one?
He says yes. I mean, Trump took office in January 2025.
Wasn't there
so-
the Epstein Files Transparency Act? And I want to know which files specifically have not been.
There have been millions of files
disclosed.
which have been admitted by Todd Blanchard. There are millions of files they haven't released. So those are the files. Everyone knows
if
that.
they released, what if they're holding the files example for their what they're saying is?
So are you not going to provide the source for your
investigation.
claim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go get it again.
Zach.
Okay, you want me to? Yeah. What do we want to do about this guy over here?
He's looking up.
Okay, we're gonna continue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your question was like, what legislation was presented in 2024?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of anything specifically. I see the Epstein Files Transparency Act. But
Okay.
what I don't understand the question. Like, what are you asking?
Yeah. So there was none, right, at that particular
during Biden's
time.
administration.
So how could
Yeah.
there be something that would have been voted on? This
Right,
is
the
an
argument-
argument for that the Epstein Files Transparency Act would have never been passed or introduced if Democrats won. This is simply just an argument to say that at that particular time in 2024, there was less of conversation about the release of the Epstein files than in 2025, which is a fair argument to talk about, and there are reasons for that because of the limitations for it being released in the first place, right? In terms of all of those factors, the fact that it was court sealed for so long, and because of the fact that that then led to people talking about it more, which then people are like, oh, that's realized, oh, I should call for the release of the Epstein files. That makes sense. And as it got more attention and more people started talking about it, that then led to the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which again would have happened on the same type of trend otherwise. There's no evidence that a difference in administration would have changed that trend socially, right, of people advocating for the release of the files.
Okay, while you're vaping, I'm gonna give my problem with that argument. So your argument is purely speculative, while I'm providing empirics. So we would see that a blue Congress with a blue president did not introduce an Epstein Transparency Act, and we've established that there was no good reason to not do so. So you provided speculative
Wait,
reasons
that's just
with
genuinely
no
stupid.
evidence.
I gave you multiple fucking reasons that were good reasons to account for that, and you just haven't acknowledged it.
So the last
I
time
gave you
I
I gave you
spoke about-
multiple reasons. You admitted literally fucking 3 minutes ago I gave you a good reason to account for it, and then now you're saying I never gave you a reason to account for it. Which one is it?
Yeah, you've given no good reasons. I don't know where.
Yeah,
I said
so
you gave a good
you
reason.
don't know why you said that 3 minutes ago? I don't know why
I'm
you
not-
did
I don't
either.
remember
If you
saying
think that,
I don't
you
remember
did.
saying that. Which did I say that about?
You said explicitly I gave a reason to account for it. That I just gave one
Which
reason. And I
reason?
was like, I gave multiple. So I'll take that you said one, but that's fucking different
Yeah,
than
I
what you're
don't-
arguing now, where you said none.
Yeah, I don't think I said you gave one good reason. Maybe I said you had a good question or I brought up a good point that we could discuss, but not that it was a good reason. So we talked about like you mentioned legal.
Wait, why are
restrictions. I
my
answered
reasons
that,
not
and
good
it-
reasons then? Why didn't you criticize any of
I'm
them rather than
explaining
just
that
saying
right
that they're
now.
bad?
Why would you interrupt? Why would you interrupt? To
Because
ask the
all you
question
did
I'm
was say.
answering
Wait,
already?
I'm just saying all you did was say that they're bad. You didn't argue against it at the time.
W dodge.
What? That's
Okay.
not a dodge for me just to say that. Say
Yeah,
it.
I was answering. I was literally explaining.
Then
before you
go.
interrupted. Yeah. So I just answered you about why like a supposed legal restriction that you asked about did not apply here, and nor was it actually binding, and that went unanswered. So I would ask for like a source or like some sort of legal precedent or something like that that we could rely on to show that we cannot release the Epstein files when there are a portion of the files that would be restricted by a judicial seal, and that judicial seal is strong enough to restrict that from the whole act publishing rather than it just coming out redacted. And then the argument about Congress being different. So we're just going to see that based on your answers that a red Congress is going to be better than a blue Congress if the Congress is going to be exactly the same today as it is when Trump was elected, meaning that we're going to rather vote red, and that's a W concession.
Okay, so exception 7, specifically under the DOJ documents, right? That would specifically would be the basis for, it says under the Freedom of Information Act, the public generally has the right to access agency records unless one of the 9 FOI exemptions applies, most commonly exemption 7. right? So this is like specifically like under an ongoing investigation.
Okay, how does this restrict an act from publishing these documents when they are redacted?
What's up? Say it again.
So this is literally just what happened with the Epstein Transparency Act. These aren't preventing these documents from being redacted to be released. They're just
Yeah,
preventing
no,
them
I
from being
can.
unredacted.
It's explicitly the law. There is explicitly laws where open investigations, right, prevent the release, right, where it specifically is exempt. It's categorically exempt from the release of these things because of the fact. And for example, I think it's under it has listed here under 42.56.240 and parentheses 1 RCW under that RCW shows that open investigations are categorically exempt. So
Say
there
the
are different
RCW
laws
again.
depending on which state that you're in that specifically prevent this, and especially also federal laws. So for this, it would be federal laws because it's under the context of the DOJ.
What was the RCW you said?
That was giving an RCW example for Washington State. I was also telling you that there's one specifically under federal law for the DOJ. So I gave you exception 7 under the FOIA.
Yeah, so I mean, let's look into this a little more. So, because I opened up the actual.
I'm sorry, like
document.
I think it's such a ridiculous thing for you to like try to dispute that you can't fucking release documents under an ongoing investigation. Like the fact that I had to sit there and fucking prove that to you as a basis for this conversation is kind of embarrassing on your behalf, to be honest with you.
No, so what I'm contending is that this wouldn't qualify under exemption 7, or that redaction would.
No, you were not arguing that. You just learned exemption 7 exists.
Well, I did, and then I read what it was.
You just learned it. What are you talking about? You were arguing that. Fucking hell, dude. These people, man.
Yeah, I read what it was. I didn't know specifically what exemption 7 was, but all you said was that we can't release information about an ongoing case, which didn't happen with the Epstein's Files Transparency Act.
Yeah, because Ghislaine Maxwell is an ongoing investigation and prosecution at that particular time. That's going to meet one of the exceptions to prevent the release of the files. Okay, so an act of Congress can't release the files under that particular notion because of how the law is set up. This is not a complicated thing. I'm not like making this up. I'm not just coming up with this. I'm telling you explicitly, this is what prevented it. There are legal experts that go over this. It's not just Parker Sedgwick on the internet, okay? There are legal experts you can look into on this. Okay, this isn't just me. This is why there wasn't an Epstein Files Transparency Act at that time. And why you can't cite me one. Even though, because any Republican, any Democrat could have created an Epstein Files Transparency Act at that point in time.
Right. So here's the problem: is that you're specifically going to say, like your claim right now is that because a small portion of the Epstein files were entangled in a legal dispute, then we could not release either redacted versions of them or release all other Epstein files. That's the problem. So this act still could have passed. We could have passed it with the exception of the ongoing court cases. So like we literally know that there's. Let me try to pull up an example.
I don't think that you're providing a really solid account for why there'd be such a difference in how the Epstein Files Transparency Act was voted on here. I think that you're just learning a lot of these things and you're trying to like run the argument as you learn these things. And I don't know. I don't think you have a solid account for that. And it's a really large assumption that you're trying to believe with really little evidence supporting it.
It's very specific.
Well, giving you the evidence.
Hold on. The DOJ said they're not releasing the stuff that's ongoing because why would you want to release things that people could cover up? Give your hand. If they have ongoing investigations, you want to get rid of these pedophiles. Why would you let that information out there and give them a heads up? So they're keeping, and that's what the DOJ said in their statement, they're keeping those type of files that could be used later on. Everything else they're saying is released. They either believe it or not.
That's not true. That's not true. Not all the files left over are ones that specifically are with ongoing investigations. That's just not true. That's a claim specifically. That's not a claim for right now. And even if the current DOJ claimed that, that's led by Todd Blanche, Trump's old personal lawyer, dude. That's who was nominated into the position. So that doesn't sound like a very solid source. Okay, there was actual independency that existed prior under the DOJ, and actual like account for the information. Whereas right now it's just whatever Trump and Todd Blanche claim.
Amazing. So yeah, the justification or the the missing piece of evidence on your claim is that exemption 7 is going to prevent uh, either other documents being released or a redacted version. So do you think that exemption 7 presents the rest of the Epstein files from being released, or that it prevents
No,
a
not currently.
redacted?
No.
How about during Ghislaine Maxwell's trials, or whatever
Yeah,
you call
because
them?
she has no route for overturning her conviction through the Supreme Court. That's been done since October 2025.
How does that answer the question? So the question specifically was exemption 7. Let's say it's during Ghislaine Maxwell's court case. Then what is
There
stopping
is
the
no
rest of the
more.
Epstein files from being released?
There is nothing.
Uh,
There's nothing
okay.
preventing them
There's
from being
nothing to
released at
stop
this
it.
point.
Okay.
At this point, yeah.
No, I'm asking during her trial.
Well, during her trial, it was the fact that there's an ongoing process for a potential trial. Whereas once the Supreme Court isn't going to take the route for her overturning her conviction, right, then that means that there is no continuing possible ongoing trial that could be relevant towards the prevention of the release of those documents.
And that stopped the
All
entirety.
right. Is
of
there
the
anything
Epstein
else you
files
want to
from being
talk about,
released.
or are we just gonna keep going through the same thing over and over again? This feels like
I mean, no,
hell at
I
this
really
point.
respect that. Yeah, I appreciate that. I really respect that you're able to condemn Islam and agree that we should ban pedophilia from
But
entering the country that way.
that doesn't
But
condemn every Muslim. That just condemns certain
I didn't
interpretations
say
of
it did.
Islam.
Well, the primary interpretation, but
Well, like for example, like I disagree with Islam. I think it's false, and the same thing with
right.
Christianity. I think Christianity is false. I think Judaism is false. I believe all the Abrahamic religions are false. Right, and I disagree with their religious interpretations. Now, I think there are more benevolent interpretations of those religions. There are more benevolent interpretations of Christianity, of Islam, of Judaism, and not everyone holds those interpretations. So people that hold extremist understandings of those religions, of course, I'm going to have vast disagreements with when it comes to those moral views. Of course. Of all of those religions. It's not specific to Islam.
Sure. I think in Islam it's actually especially prevalent though. Prevalent because we actually can look at Pew Research surveys that show that a vast majority of Muslims are
In the
going to be
US?
supporting no in countries.
Okay, so not in the US.
No, not in the US.
So people in other countries.
Right. So what we observe from these countries is that the more westernized or like the less majority of Muslim religion is present in that country, the more I guess westernized or Christianized they are. So we look at like the Middle East specifically, and countries that have been historically Muslim are going to show high support for Sharia law as well as it to be integrated into their legal and court system, versus countries like Pakistan and Russia, where we see like in majority Muslim regions in Russia, they have high support for Sharia law, but they have low support for it to be implemented into the legal code.
What's your point?
So showing that we can condemn the religion and understand that there is first in the same study it shows that there is, most Muslims believe there's one interpretation of Sharia, and if we can understand what that is, we can condemn it. So like
there's no one specific interpretation. Not all Muslims hold those interpretations, and I don't
the
think that
vast
you're
majority do.
okay. So then are you going to take specifically like a position that a vast majority of Christians use as a manner to then not accept Christians into the country, like you said earlier?
Yeah. So since we're done with like the Islam Muslim ban religion, we can switch, and I can take the Christian position, and we can talk about that if you'd like.
Well, you wanted to ban earlier. You said you wanted to ban Christians from coming to the country.
Yeah, if they held that position that you described, but I don't actually.
Yeah,
agree with that.
which is the view of every Christian.
Well, yeah, you'd have to substantiate that.
Is it not? Wait, do you not hold that view?
No, the view that Mary was a minor. No.
Oh, really? What historical data do you have to support that she wasn't a minor?
Yeah, a few different ones. So I'd be citing like Amran Tropper, who says that on the basis of rabbinic sources and ancient documents, scholars suggest that the age of first marriage in Palestine was in the late teens and early 20s for women.
Okay, so you think that she was late teens, early 20s?
Yeah.
Which most scholars historically disagree with.
No, I think based on we can look into.
Wait, do you agree most scholars historically disagree with that?
I'm not sure. No.
They do. Most scholars do disagree with that historically, today and then. That's why I said
Yeah. So
12
the
through
problem,
16. By the way, when I said 16, that's an incredibly conservative. It was actually typically it's 12 through 14.
yeah, the problem with that is that there's no authoritative Christian source that's going to make that claim. At least I'm not Catholic. I think there's Catholic ones that do that.
Well, you're
So on the
non-denominational, so the only authority is going to be your interpretation, right? Of scripture.
no.
So what's the authority that you take from?
The Bible.
Yeah, which is your interpretation of scripture. What?
No, I'm not going to take a postmodernist view here.
What body do you use to interpret scripture?
What body do I use?
Yeah, what authority do you use to interpret scripture?
There is not a set authority to interpret
Exactly.
scripture.
It's just up to yourself,
Right. Right. There is a single authority, or I'm sorry, a single interpretation of the scripture. So we're not going to say that one passage.
There is
can
no
have multiple
single
contradictory
interpretation of
meanings.
scripture. You have an interpretation of scripture. Other people have interpretations of scripture, and you honestly have no basis
Some
to
of them
believe
are
that
wrong,
your
some of them are
interpretation of
right.
scripture is more likely to be true than theirs.
Correct. And there is a true statement to what the scripture is saying.
Okay.
So do you not agree that there'd be an intended meaning behind the writings?
Wait, how about this? Do you agree most Christians now and historically
Wait, answer
have...
the question.
Wait, hold up. Do you believe most Christians now and historically have believed Mary as a child?
So can you answer my question, then I'll answer you.
Okay. Go ahead. Ask it again.
Do you believe that there is an intended meaning from the author?
Yeah, I just don't know if we'll be able to identify that. And I don't know if
That's fine.
the intended meaning is even accurate to like what is true. Because again,
That's
human
fine.
beings are not perfect, right? If it's trying to demonstrate like a divine message, you would expect that an imperfect individual would interpret a divine message improperly.
That's fine. I agree with that. So the answer to your question is that, honestly, I don't know for answer. I can just say yeah, and I'll just go back to I don't take that as an authoritative
Okay,
source on my beliefs.
that's fine. I think that you have a more benevolent perspective because of it. And I think that all Christians should hold the perspective that you hold right now. But if we were to acknowledge your perspective of like, oh, if people held this particular view, they should be removed from the country. You think most Christians historically and now should be removed from the country or not, sorry, removed from the ability to come to the country. Right? And I just think that you don't believe that.
No, yeah. Let's just say, I don't know if this is true. Let's just say the country of Georgia, historically Christian country. Let's say they had a widespread belief and like their legal age of consent was 9. Okay, I would not want to allow those people to come into my country just because of that specific belief, whether they're Christian or not.
Okay, so any country around the world that has an age of consent that is lower than 18, you want to prevent people from coming from that country?
No, not particularly. So there's going to be a widespread belief based on like an authoritative standard that would dictate the age of consent. So that's why I targeted Muslim countries, because it is ingrained in their religion to that they're allowed to consummate
But
marriage
couldn't you just
with
say
a
it's
girl
ingrained
who is
in
too
like
young
the
to
society
menstruate?
of people who live there? Like, for example, if we point to like the UK or like places that specifically have like 16, or even a bunch of states here in the US that have 16, right? Would you say because it's in their culture that tells them to believe that then it's going to be that you wouldn't let people come from those areas? That would be absurd.
No, so there's no
Because that's not
obligatory
evidence that that
belief.
person has that perspective even.
Right. There's no obligatory belief in their system to adhere
Also,
to that. if
it's
just
literally
cultural.
not constitutional for you to like remove people based upon their perspectives or religious views.
No, that's fine. I know you believe. I know you say that. I'm not going to contend that for now. But
No, but do you agree with that?
I haven't looked into. So I know there's arguments around like, does the Constitution, how widespread is it? So obviously the Supreme Court upheld the Muslim ban in Trump's first term, and then again he implemented in the second term. So I would say that I could just argue that because it was upheld, that it wouldn't be necessarily unconstitutional.
Wait,
I'm
no,
more
but
trying to
those
debate on
were
principles right
countries
now.
with predominantly Muslim populations where they claimed that they had to do this like workaround. It wasn't specifically them under law being like, oh, every person who's Muslim can't get into the country.
Right, I know. I mean, we can have it up, but yeah, so I'm more interested in debating the principles. So like whether the legality of it is true or not. I would invoke the principle of fiat, meaning that if I can show that we ought to do something, then we would assume it would be able to go into effect in like the proposed world.
What? I didn't follow that. Go ahead. Try again.
So I would just invoke fiat. So fiat is Latin for let it be done, meaning that if I would show that we ought to do something, then it would follow that in my worldview, it is being done. or like we would assume in our view it could be done or it would be done, and then we could debate like the consequences of that or the initial ought, whether or not it is like going to pass. So the argument would be like an example. If I think we should pass a certain law in Congress, but you say, well, the president's going to veto it, so there's no point in advocating for this law. I would like, well, fiat. I'd invoke fiat. We still should pass the law. It doesn't matter whether or not we think it'll be put into place.
I don't know why you're telling me this. Like, what was the point of that?
Because you said it was unconstitutional, so I'm showing the principle.
So you're saying even if it's against the law, we should still do it?
Yeah, we have an ought. Like I'm making an ought claim.
Okay,
so
you admit that this is unconstitutional. How are you going to do it?
Yeah, that's exactly what fiat is for.
Yeah, no, but how are you going to do it, like practically? That's my question.
Yeah, again, so maybe I'll explain it again. Practically, to get this put into, like, are you asking to get put in place, or once it's put in place, how would it be implemented?
Yeah, like how would you practically put this in place?
Yeah, so I would just cite the Pew Research study. So I'm pulling it back up, where we can see that at least with the majority, we can work out a specific threshold, but like a 50% majority on certain views like Sharia law, which would include the rules.
No,
on
how do you
marriage and
practically
divorce.
get to the point where you'd be able to enforce it in the law, given it's unconstitutional under current law?
Okay, so you misunderstood my question. That's fine. So again, that would be fiat. Fiat bypasses that question. It's not going to influence whether we should or shouldn't do something.
It's not practical. Okay, I'm done talking to this guy, dude. He just doesn't directly answer questions. Do you have any last words? Tired of you?
Yeah, it's the 2021 United Nations where they did, because I'm going by that, and I think they say 2021, 22 are verified, and they still have to verify 25, 24. I didn't see anything about 23. 400 some thousand murders, 478,000 murders worldwide. Africa had 176,000.
What was the point you were supposed to justify again?
That the region. That the statistics are done by race, statistics are done by region, and the statistics will point to the problem.
Oh, what was the problem?
The problem is people who have a culture of violence.
You mean white people? With
No.
colonialization, imperialism?
Chinese did that.
You mean men,
Mongolians did that.
specifically, who are committing most violence, like over 90% of violent crime?
Yes, men commit almost 92% of the violent crimes.
So then, like, if you want to talk about cultures that have, like, a problem of committing violence, so then wouldn't that, like, be like your own?
You're talking about the white race, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. When you look at the statistics, and it's showing that civilized white man has gone away from the murder
Civilized
rate.
white man?
Yeah, we can say it's civilized white man.
Wait, why do you associate being white with being civilized?
No, I'm associating civilized with being peaceful.
No, you're trying to associate being civilized with being white.
No, I'm saying that there comes a point in time in every culture becomes civilized. You come to the point where, you agree with me this right now, are we have the intelligence to stop world hunger? Do we not have the capacity right now to stop world hunger?
We do, yeah.
Why don't we?
Because of people like yourself.
No, because of human nature.
Well, yeah, like yourself. People like yourself that,
like
that
you
vote
said,
against
'cause
like
you're not
feeding
gonna-
people.
You're not going to listen.
I mean,
you
you
are not
support
going
the
to- you're
guys that
selfish.
voted to cut USAID. Like that's probably part of the reason, right?
And yeah, and look what happened. A lot of violent crimes and stuff that USAID perpetuated.
You
with what?
support a violent sex
Paying off
offender for
Antifa?
president, sir.
No, he wasn't convicted. I need to
Yes,
see
he
the proof,
was.
100% proof.
He was held liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
Liable, which
yes,
under the criminal law, he would have got off with that because you have to be more stringent. And then here it is.
There's no evidence of that, by the way. That's an assumption.
Yes, there is. It's a harder case to prove.
But that doesn't mean that it wouldn't have been. And also, I do
Doesn't
think
mean
that
it
it would
would.
have. I think that it would have met that standard. I think that it went well beyond the preponderance of evidence required to give the civil liability.
No, as a person who has been violated, I remember that day clearly. I could tell
Well,
you the time.
I'm sorry
the
to hear
event.
that happened to you.
'Cause
And just
it's-
because you remember it in that particular way doesn't mean all victims or survivors have that same traumatic response.
But all of them remember something. every single one of them.
That doesn't mean
Even if they remember, they don't
actually
remember.
not all of actually, sir, not every single survivor or victim remembers something. Do you agree?
So you're telling me that?
Do you
if
agree not
forgot
every
it,
single victim remembers something?
they can remember something happened that day. They don't remember the whole day. So what happened?
Well, again,
They know something
what
happened
if they
that
were drugged? If they were drugged and they don't remember anything that happened, right? Would that make sense?
Yeah, they could have an idea. They know when they're going down on the drugs. That's how it happened to me. I was drugged by a female,
And I'm really sorry to hear
and I
that.
knew something. I knew something was wrong.
Yeah, and
then I
if
went out
someone
of it. I
doesn't
don't remember
remember
anything else.
because of the scenario, right, then again, that shouldn't be their fault, right? That's absurd.
No, I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm
what are
saying
you
that
saying?
we need to hold higher standards for everybody. We need to, just like when we were doing the death penalty. That's why we spend so much people when people go to the death penalty, to absolutely make sure we're doing the
What
right
evidence do you think you
thing.
need in order to prove that it happened?
The evidence should be physical, but we went down the road now. We're all the DNA is gone after what, 72 hours? So we're talking, this happened years. So
Sir,
you'd have to
do
come
you
to
have
the,
physical evidence?
do I have physical evidence?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying if someone who's a victim doesn't have physical evidence, you're saying that means it didn't happen to them.
No, I'm saying it's going to make it harder to prove.
Okay.
Because we can't make the mistake of sending an innocent person to jail or letting a guilty person out. That's our quandary. We have
Okay.
such a fine edged sword here.
Okay.
Because we do make mistakes. Innocent people get gone, and guys get freed.
Okay, but we don't need to meet the standard of you have physical evidence. And by the way, she did. She had a dress with DNA on it, with unidentified male DNA, where Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA within the time slot allotted, and he chose not to give up his DNA because he knew that it would indicate his guilt, that he was at the scene of the crime, after claiming that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type, which, by the way, means he would sexually abuse people who are his type.
Yeah, so how would you get the DNA? How would you get him to force the DNA out?
No, he just would give up his DNA to prove that he wasn't the scene of the crime if he wasn't there. But the reason why he didn't give up his DNA is because he knew that it would show that he was at the scene of the crime.
And what if he gave up his DNA and he was innocent? It's not him.
Well, then that would prove that he wasn't at the scene of the crime. You see how he had a most incentive to give up his DNA, but him not doing so indicates his likely guilt?
I understand that, but he's also the president, and he can't give that up. You'd have to go a secret panel. I don't know. Did they do a secret panel on that?
No, you don't have to do a
For high
secret panel. All you have to, and by the way, like there was a court process that would make sure that none of that information would get out. That definitely is the
that's what I'm
case,
saying.
especially
There's
with the
a
president.
secret court process, which we would not
They,
be
which,
evolved
by the way,
into.
they had a court process, and there was no process of being able to test Trump's DNA because he never gave it up. But if that did so, there would be a process that would verify chain of custody and that would limit other people from being able to steal or get access to his DNA.
Yes, because they do that for Air Force One. Even the presidential poop is totally secured.
I don't know what your point is here.
My point is they could have made him, and why did what happened there? Why wasn't he forced in a special court for national security interest to get this done?
Because of the fact that it was in a civil court, not criminal.
Then there's a problem there.
Yeah,
This
the
guy has
problem
to be
is
held
the
to a higher
law that
standard.
prevents people from being able to hold their abusers accountable in a criminal court just because of a quote-unquote statute of limitations. That's bullshit.
Well, I thought most states had those type of crimes indefinite or 99 years.
No, specifically
state-
for New York, there was a 5-year.
Well, you have to blame the
statute
people of New York. They
limitations.
allowed that. That's what they voted in.
Wait, so that doesn't change the fact that this doesn't mean that he wasn't guilty. Like what? He obviously is
It doesn't
guilty.
mean he's innocent or guilty. It proves nothing.
Yes,
until
he is
the
guilty.
actual facts is-
Wait, so then why did he say he never would have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type? Why is he implying that he would sexually abuse people that are his type? If he's innocent.
I don't know. That's just a weird thing to say.
It is a weird thing to say. What about him saying he grabs women by the vagina without asking? Or him admitting to bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls. He's saying he's 15 years old in these changing rooms, when Donald Trump would barge in. Are any of those
Yeah, that's acting
considerations?
like a little those are acting like an immature kid, like he's bragging.
Yeah, but
When you
are
check
those
out
any
the-
of those things considerations?
Considerations?
Yeah.
I don't know. You'd have to have those considerations looked at by a professional.
Okay, and it looked at by professionals, and it was looked at by an entire
don't
jury
know.
of 9 people, and they indicated that was sufficient evidence to indicate that he's sexually abused Eugene Carroll. And by the way, so you're going to talk about all these violent offenses, but then you support a violent sex offender for president. It's ironic.
Well, at that time, there was no proof, and this was coming out more to
How
light.
about this? The same level of evidence. If the victim were a child, would you still vote for Trump?
No.
Oh, okay. So same evidence, victim's a child, you wouldn't vote for him, but the same evidence, victim's an adult, you would vote for him.
No. Especially when the child comes forward.
You see what I mean,
doesn't
chat?
understand. No. The child has a more understanding of being more innocent and truthful. People can be manipulated.
Okay, so
and
children are more
deceitful.
truthful. So what evidence do you have that Eugene Carroll was not truthful?
What evidence do I have that she was deceitful? I have none. We're gonna have to go. I don't know her character.
Exactly.
I know nothing about that.
So we have evidence that she is truthful. We have evidence that she was telling the truth. And we have evidence that Donald Trump is a pathological liar about this case even in specific.
And your point?
My point?
This has come to light now. Now we're looking at hindsight. It's too late.
Okay, you say it's too
And
late.
You need Congress to step up to the plate and push this horribly harsh to where he can not get out of it. If we're on that kind of path level, then it's on Congress to get moving to get him out. And if they're not doing it, then
maybe you should vote people in Congress so that you can get him out. So we should do that impeachment. So you're advocating to impeach Trump now?
I'm just saying, if it's that anyone who has this kind of evidence, if you're saying it's like this, then we need to verify.
Yeah, so
and
impeach
get to
him.
the bottom.
Let's impeach him. It's 86-47. You agree? 86-47?
What's that?
You agree? 86-47?
What's 86-47?
Remove Trump from office. Impeach.
Well, yeah. If you're gonna say we're all like this, then we're gonna have to do preliminary stuff before we even impeach it. We're gonna have to find out what the truth is, and then if we find out that is the truth, then we start for.
Okay, I'm done talking to him. We already did. We had a court process and that determined that, but you don't accept it. So let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
No, vote blue.
All right. I got some people to thank. Do just give us a quick second. Damien, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you. I know, literally, such depravity, and people will try to say that is civilized. It's insane. Josie, thank you so much for the $1. Lexi, thank you very much for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. That is true. Laura, thank you very much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you, Maurice. Thank you for the $5 as well. I really appreciate. Thank you. That is also another point. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Maurice. That's absolutely amazing. It is true. As well as Landon, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Let me see. I did not mean to. What I meant the other day. Oh, you're good. Don't worry, Landon. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Damien, again, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Let me make sure to completely catch up here over on PayPal. And Kathy, thank you very much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Happy Saturday to you. Happy Saturday to you. I hope you're having a good day so far. Thank you very much. Marianne, thank you very much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's from Marianne in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. As well as Landon, thank you very much for the $5. I think I am fully caught up there. Let's go on to the next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. We're going to get one last person up here for today, and then we're going to call it for today, everyone. Oh, my God. Wait, look at this. Jamie, think of the Super Live Star. Is this Beta Brad?
Mm-hmm.
It is?
It
It's
is.
Beta Brad?
So let me ask you.
Are you back to
still,
get dog walked again, Beta Brad?
Well, we'll find out. Are you still telling
Are you
people
back
that,
to get shit on again? How does
Are
it
you
feel?
still telling people Bernayko was only going 5 miles per hour? Hence,
Less than 1 to 4 miles per hour, actually. Beta Brad. Hey, Beta Brad, can you turn your camera on? I want you to unmute your mic and turn your camera on, bruv. Kirsten, thank you very much for the $3 for the daily dono. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
oh
Thank
yeah,
you.
sure. As long as we can get into the As a matter of fact, I will 100%.
Turn it on.
As soon as you, tell me, miles per hour was still more important than how fast she was accelerating, huh?
I think that we're going to consider both miles per hour and acceleration.
I bet you will, but unfortunately, when it comes down to reaction time, the first thing they're gonna consider is acceleration, not miles
I like
per
how you say
hour.
acceleration now rather than RPM, because one, you didn't know what RPM
Anybody
stood
who
for.
knows anything about cars knows it's RPMs.
Wait, so
Literally.
no, you and what does
The
that stand for?
argument
What does
stands.
RPM stand for?
What does it matter if you don't even understand how it works? Yeah, what does it?
He still doesn't know,
Explain to me,
Chad.
Parker. When you
He
make,
still
first of
doesn't
all,
know.
It's rotations per minute, you little prick.
Oh, you learned. Where'd you learn that?
My dude, what does it matter if you don't even understand the concept? You literally, you in your mind, you literally think
Rotations,
miles
by the
per
way,
hour
that's
is
really
more
funny.
important than the acceleration. And even when I clarify
Where,
that,
that's actually really funny. You know, it's revolutions, right?
doesn't matter.
It does.
It doesn't matter because you don't even understand the concept of it. What good does understanding the term
So
do
by the way,
if you don't
chat,
even understand the
he
concept?
still doesn't know it this much later. Hey, Beta Brad, how does it feel to like always be wrong? Like
Well,
he's by the
it's
way,
fine to be
he's
wrong,
so
but you
angry
still
that he
lost
was
the bet.
wrong. He was so angry that he was wrong about this.
So are you then making the claim?
He was so angry that he was wrong about this that he literally waited on this and he kept it. You know, like that one emotion from like the inside the brain, like where it has like all the little emotions. Beta Brad, he's like the red angry one, like
Inside Out.
24/7. You know what I mean?
Inside Out.
Yeah, and Inside Out. Yes, yes. Let me
Parker,
show her.
who are
Inside
you?
Out,
Hey, who are you,
angry
Parker?
emotion.
Who are you, Parker? Do you think you're the sunny main character one? Is that who you think you are?
I don't
You
know.
know who you are,
I'm just
Bluey.
like, let me
You
just
know
show the
who you
chat
are,
real quick.
Bluey.
This is let me show yourself.
You know who you are. I want to be sad
Chat,
for everybody
this
at
is
all
the guest.
times. So you are still making that claim?
This is the guest. This is Brad. Beta Brad, actually. Okay,
Wait,
look
why
at him.
are you afraid?
It's
to be
Beta
answered?
Brad.
Why are you afraid to answer? Was there a fear one? Because that's all I'm smelling right now is fear. All I smell is fear and pussy. Is your mom around? Is that what I'm smelling?
Wait, I have a question. You said I'm a pussy. Is that what you just said?
100%.
Is that because you're sexually attracted to me?
The guy who knows.
Wait,
he's
Brad,
beta
Brad.
knows
Is
who
it-
the bigger pussy is.
Brad, is that because you're sexually attracted to me?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're still actually. Have you experimented before?
Are
Parker?
you calling me a
support
pussy because
gays
you're
and
sexually
trans.
attracted to me? Is that what it is?
I'll answer that too.
Brad, I'm just asking you a question.
Have you experimented with your butt?
Why are you
have
asking
you?
me? How
Because
much,
you promote it. You
Hey,
promote.
Brad, how much have you fantasized about me doing that?
It's a simple question. You promote
Brad,
it.
simple
Have you
question.
tried
How
it?
much have you fantasized about me doing that?
Unfortunately, none. You don't want to know what
Well,
I
my
fantasize
answer's
about
the
you
same.
and Dean.
Unfortunately, none.
My fantasies
Unfortunately,
about you
none,
and
man.
Dean. So tell me, have you tried it?
No, man, I have not. Why are you asking?
Why would you have? Wait. Why would you promote it but not have tried it? Don't you know
promote
that it's
it?
like?
Yeah, I promote people
Yes.
to have anal sex. Yeah, woo. I do that all the time. You know that.
Well,
That's me.
100% you do.
I promote people to do butt stuff.
As a
Yeah,
matter of
that's
fact,
me.
when I brought up once, why should we teach the kids? Your immediate question is, what's wrong with butt sex?
By the way, I said age appropriate. If you're speaking about gay stuff the same time you're speaking about straight stuff,
No. When I brought
my
up,
position is that you should speak about gay stuff the same time you speak about straight stuff and in the exact same type of age appropriate manner. That's my position. But Beta
your
Brad, I
position
know
after
that you.
immediately asked you or made the
But Beta
point
Brad,
that
I was
don't
asking
like
like
the
you
literature being
called
in
me.
with the
Hey,
kids.
Beta Brad, you called me a pussy. I'm asking you, is that because you're sexually attracted to me? Yes or no, Brad?
Oh, I already said no.
No, so you're not sexually attracted to pussy?
Right. Oh no, to pussy?
Yo, clip that shit! Clip that shit, Chad! Clip that shit! Woo!
So why would you promote a thing and not even
can
be
we
willing
welcome
to try
can
it?
we welcome Brad to the
Wait,
community?
why would you?
Hey, Brad, welcome to the community, bruv. W,
Why would you promote a thing
welcome.
and not try it?
Welcome.
Why would you promote a thing and not try it? I'm curious.
Wait, do you
Don't
think I
you
can
know
say it's
that aren't you one of
it's not wrong to be gay, but I'm not gay? Wow, crazy concept, right?
I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying you're gay or not gay, but I'm asking you why is it you haven't tried it since it's supposed to be the most.
Do you want me to,
pleasurable-
Brad?
No, I don't. But I'm
Then
curious.
why are
if
you
thought
asking
about it,
me?
If you've done it,
Because I don't want to.
because of the two of us, you promote it. What? Why, Parker? How?
I'm
what
yeah,
is
because
hard
I'm
to
like on
understand?
live telling people to
Parker,
do that every
with
day. Yeah.
all your knowledge.
Wait, yeah. So
how is it
there's nothing wrong with doing it. Now that doesn't mean I want to do it. Like there's nothing wrong with eating
not,
lettuce.
I don't understand why not. I don't.
Wait, actually, I like lettuce. There's nothing wrong with eating cilantro, but I don't like cilantro. There's nothing wrong with
Why
it.
haven't you messed around with it?
What?
I'm just curious. Why
I don't
not?
like cilantro.
Buddy, you're talking about something you've tasted. What have you tried anything in your rear to promote it the way you do? There's a difference between tasting something and I don't like the taste.
Hey, I think you can eat cilantro, but I don't like cilantro because I happen to have the gene that makes it taste fucking horrible. Okay. Now, that doesn't mean that I
Parker,
should now eat cilantro because I promote people to be okay with doing it. Like, are you okay, Brad? I think you're not.
Parker, I don't think you're
Painfully,
following
by
the
the way,
logic.
thank you very much for the
Your
$5.
claim is
Thank you
I
very
hate
much. I really
cilantro. Well,
appreciate
who
it. Thank you.
supports-
Thank you so much. Gentle as well. Thank you for the $20. They said happy Saturday from Canada.
Parker,
Thank you for
once
doing
again,
your good
who
work.
supports-
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Gentle in the comment section right now. Thank you.
The fear that you run
They
from
listen to
these
me
very
while I'm at
simple
work.
questions.
While they're at work. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad I can keep you company while you're at work. Thank you very much.
Who was
as
the
well
scare
as Amy,
emotion? Who was the one that was weak?
as well as Amy. Thank you very much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know what? That's true. That's true. We're gonna
Parker, you're
revoke
still
it.
not answering.
We're gonna revoke it, I guess, Amy. That's
Who
what we're gonna
supports
do. Lee, thank you very
cilantro
much
if they
for the $10. Lee, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They do
Parker,
trap
please
themselves
again
all the
answer.
time. Like for example, Brad, he loves trapping himself in logic. It's really
Please,
fun.
I love trapping myself.
It's really fun. Kirsten, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3 for the daily donut. Thank you very
You're the
much.
one who's running for
Cassowary
donations.
Mary,
Please
thank you so
donate
much.
More.
Cassowary Mary, thank you very much for the $5.
Please
I really
donate
appreciate
as
it. Thank
much
you.
as you can so I can run.
He's telling you guys
Seriously,
to donate.
donate
so.
to run. Donate to run. Hope to God they
Hey,
keep
hey,
it coming.
Matt,
Please,
do you
guys,
think he's
bail
telling
me
people to donate?
I think he is. Yeah.
I
I think he is
Don't
too.
donate to Parker. Donate to me. Like,
Yeah,
I'm the
donate
one
donate
who's
to
fucking
Parker
chill,
and
yeah.
Matt. How about that?
Yeah.
How about you donate
Donate
to
to me.
Pat? Are you kidding?
Yeah, Pat,
Wait,
there you
Donate
go.
faster,
yeah,
guys.
can-
He
can-
needs
wait.
it. He needs it.
Hey, Brad, can you tell people to donate to Pat?
Oh, of course.
Say donate to
So-
Pat.
So let me ask you, why do you promote cilantro if
Hey-
you don't
hey,
like
Brad.
it? Why would anybody do that?
Why would I promote
Why would
cilantro if
you
I don't like
support
it?
cilantro if you don't like the taste of it? I'm a little bit confused by that, Parker. Just like, why haven't you tried anything? You could do it in a hetero way. Have your girl.
Hey, Brad. Because if people like it, they like it. If people don't like it, they don't like it. That's up
Right,
to
but you
them.
haven't tried it. You haven't tried it. Why haven't you tried it? If there's nothing wrong with it.
Because I don't want to, Brad.
Wait. So this fucking convo.
Wait,
I don't even know
Brad,
what to
do
say.
you think that there's something wrong with it?
Dude, you
Brad-
talked about it being a G spot. Why
Brad,
not try
Brad,
it?
do you think that there's something wrong with it?
I think there's something wrong with promoting it to kids. I think when I mention
Wait,
kids,
so
and I
is
don't
there
want them to
something
read
wrong with
about
gay
it,
sex?
I think. Oh yeah. Hey, what are the problems with gay sex? Have we ever thought
Brad,
about that? What is
Brad,
the problem with gay?
What is your problem with gay sex? Is there one? Yes or no?
Yeah, sodomy is probably.
Okay, so you have a problem with gay sex. Okay, do you think it's wrong
Wait.
for two gay people to kiss?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Brad,
No, no,
is
what
it
are you
wrong
doing?
for two
What
gay
are you
people
doing?
to kiss?
No. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Is it wrong
What
for
are you
two
doing?
gay
What is
people
this?
to kiss?
Yeah, in public. Yeah.
No, but what about in private?
No, not really.
Okay, so have you ever done it? Have you tried it?
No, I haven't.
Why not? You just said it. You
Yeah,
just
because in
promoted
our
it. You
community,
just said
the
it was
second you
okay.
put a
So why
dick-
don't you do it?
In our community, in my
Why
community,
don't you do it?
put a
You
dick-
just
put a
promoted it.
dick
You just said it was
anywhere.
okay, Brad. So why don't you kiss a guy?
I just said I'm okay
How about
with
you?
other
How about
people
you
if they
kiss
wanna
a
do
guy,
it where I
Brad?
can't see it.
Brad, I think you should do that. If you're gonna promote it,
Am
if
I
you're
to
gonna think that it's
understand
okay, Brad,
again-
you should
am
try
I to
it.
understand again?
You
the
should
guy
just try
who
it.
Promotes it thinks that the other guy who doesn't promote it should be
You
trying.
just, why don't you
Is
just go
that-
kiss a guy,
is that-
bro?
How am I supposed to take you seriously if that's your logic?
Brad,
Hey
Brad,
guys,
Brad. Seriously, you just said that you should go kiss a guy based upon your own argument. Because again, why haven't you tried it? You think it's okay to promote? Why haven't you tried it?
my dude, I just said I'm not okay with promoting it at all.
Wait. You just promoted it though. You just said that it's okay for two gay
Explain
people to
to
kiss.
me how I promote.
You just said it was okay for two gay people to kiss privately. Okay, that's promoting it. That is promoting it. So that means you got to do it yourself, Brad. You got to kiss a dude.
You know what
Thank
I
you,
do?
Lindsay,
I
for the
do got to
$5.
admit.
Thank you, Lindsay.
I do have to
Thank you,
admit.
Lindsay.
Just like with Hassan Parker, I am glad people are getting to see more and more of what you think is, you know what, this makes sense, this sounds logical, and I'm sure my groupies will eat this up.
What is he even saying right now?
I just love you exposing your ignorance, is what I'm saying.
Hey, Brad,
What's a
can you
groupie?
Can you thank Lisa for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat? They're
W.
telling me to
Lisa.
kick you, Brad. Do you think I should listen to them? Brad, like, should I
And I
listen
got
to?
$5 from Lindsay for the kick fund too. So thank you, Lindsay.
I am okay with people coping by giving you money. Yes, because I feel
Why are they
now
coping?
because somehow this crazy ass orange man is succeeding.
Okay, succeeding with making the country worse.
You do know the unfortunate reversal of those tariffs, what that's going to do, right? During the midterms, stock market's going to look big and juicy.
So the tariffs were making the stock market look worse, right?
No, they were. They totally were. You know how they work. We're both into economics. You more so than me, but.
So by the way, he just conceded Trump's economic policy is worse for the country, and he's like, once the economic policy that Trump
really?
passed is
Really?
gone,
How did I make
things
that
are going to
up?
look
Explain
really
that to me.
good.
Brad.
Hey everybody, things are
Wait,
going to
hold
look
on,
really
I have a
good when
point.
Trump's economic policy is gone. Oh yeah, really good.
I
Go
have
ahead,
a point to make. Okay, wait. So Trump got overturned by SCOTUS, but then he put new tariffs on again. So he's going to try to do new tariffs again. He announced that like 2 weeks ago. So your whole point is moot because if he tries it again under like a different law, then basically he's going to fuck up the economy just again. So I mean, what's your point? And plus, we got the war with Iran, which is going to make it worse, and it's a lagging indicator. I mean, so we lost like jobs in July, like 23,000 jobs in July, and they revised 103 down during the spring. I mean, like, come on. Midterms is toast. For Trump, I mean. Because, obviously. Butt stuff bread. And pricing butt stuff bread.
Yeah,
don't know
I
the
was getting a
lore
message like
behind-
Tanya sent me $50 and said, I think Brad just really wants someone to do butt stuff with him. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm taken. I'm happily taken.
I don't
by
know
my-
the lore
by my
behind the whole
girlfriend.
butt stuff thing, so, I mean, I'm kind of playing along with it, but
I don't
like,
understand. What does you having a girlfriend have to matter? Again, you promote it. Why haven't you tried it?
Yeah, so you promoted kissing men in private, so why haven't you tried it?
My dude, that's a very beta response.
Why haven't you tried it, Beta Brad?
Because I'm against it, dude.
Wait, you're against kissing in private?
Yeah.
Okay, so now he's
What?
against kissing in private.
My dude, what
Wait,
I'm against is what people do in their own home is fine, but the second it starts spilling
What does private
into the
mean?
society, when it
Wait,
starts
are you
spilling
against-
onto the internet.
Are
Do
you
need, like,
against
an
putting on
example?
a how this? Are you against putting on a maid doll outfit and like meowing for the stream? Are you against that?
Maybe.
Maybe? Not even a yes. Just a maybe. So why don't you try it, Brad? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do it?
Right after you.
Why haven't you done it yet,
Right after you.
Brad?
So either way, you're not willing to practice what you preach. You're
Brad, you're
your
not practicing
integrity
what you preach unless you put on the maid outfit and
Sure.
start fucking meowing on the stream.
So we've already shown you've already have no integrity. You lost a bet, and you're still willing to.
All right, Brad. Let me thank some people. Jiggly, thank you very much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Some W's for them in the comment section right now.
You do
Thank
know your
very much.
integrity is called into question, right?
Matt, could you mute Brad for me? I would really appreciate that. Thank
Yeah,
you very
sure.
much.
Yeah, sure,
Let me
of
thank
course.
some people.
it's
Cassowary
true.
Mary,
He
thank you for the
knows-
$5. Thank you
he
very much. I really
knows-
appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Siri, thank you so much for the $10 for sending this to Brad for his Grinder Premium subscription. Thank you very much. I really
And
appreciate
not
it.
only
Thank
does he
you.
know
Get some W's for Siri in the comment section right now. Thank you very much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So
As
not
well
only-
as
yeah.
Amy, thank you very much for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
He
Thank
lies
you.
when he knows.
Benjamin, thank you very much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Nautical, thank you very much for the $10. Bag of Spinach, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That would be funny if I argued that against him. I don't know. I think his brain would explode if I tried doing that. Lee, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you everyone for supporting the grift and the donations. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey Beta Brad, can you turn your camera on and thank all the donors?
Yeah, other guy. Can do you know anything about cars?
Me?
Other guy?
Yes and no.
Who's other guy?
Other guy, you mean Matt? Yeah. No, I don't know very much about cars now.
You don't know anything about cars, huh? So you
I
agree
don't
with
care about
Parker
vehicles
then?
now.
You agree with
Do I?
Parker then that the agent that Renee
Oh,
Good
he's obsessed with this. He's obsessed with saying like the RPM is more important than the speed, and he's like, oh, actually, Renee Good was going to kill because the RPM was high. I'm like, how do you even know the RPM? There's no evidence for what the RPM was. Like, you can't even make that
Wait, he's asking me
determination.
and a
about.
straw man to boot.
Wait, he's asking
Oh,
me about
lack of
vehicles when you were
integrity.
talking
Yeah.
about, and you thought it was like fucking like rotations per minute and shit. Like, I mean, like, come on, dude. Like, what are you asking me
My
about?
dude,
It for?
but what good does the terminology know if you don't even understand what accelerating means? If are you that dense you don't understand acceleration?
Who are you asking, me or Parker?
Both of you. You both clearly.
We know what
it's so
acceleration
obvi-
is. Yes.
It's so obvious that first of all, RPMs affect acceleration. Anybody who knows basic anything knows that. And anybody who knows if you're I shouldn't say everybody should know this. This is something you just know if you look into how police gauge things or how officials gauge things, that it isn't going to be the miles per hour that you look at when it comes to reaction time. For damage, yes, not for reaction time. And he knows this, yet he lacks the integrity to, well, obviously the integrity and the fact that he would lose $1,000 to admit the obvious truth. So when you say 5 miles per hour, not only are you being disingenuous, you're trying to misrepresent what she was doing. Hence, why would I ever trust anybody like that?
But you agree that even if that was the case, which I'm not granting, if that was the case, that him putting himself in danger and an officer,
He didn't put himself in
jeopardy,
danger.
Yes, he does. Yes, he did.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he did. Yes, he
No,
did.
he did not. If it was a car traveling like 50 miles per hour and then he walked into the street because I see a car traveling.
You don't think an officer with his phone out, walking around the vehicle, getting in front of a vehicle, which is explicitly against guidelines, even the DOJ, even
Not when
ICE
it's not
themselves.
moving. Not when it's not moving. While
But wait,
granted,
yes, it
you
is,
don't
because
generally
the car always has the potential to move. Right?
Yeah.
The car has
No.
the potential.
No.
He didn't know whether or not
No.
she was going to go forward. Therefore, you don't produce the jeopardy that it may
No.
happen.
Who on earth is going to think, hey, look, this person's spouse is out here arguing with me? Who's thinking, oh, they're going to bolt right now?
Cops. They do it
Who's
all
gonna
the time.
think that with? I'm not
they're
mad.
always
Hey,
prepared.
hey, I'm not
Cops
mad.
Are always prepared.
I'm not
for
mad.
a
Hey,
car
I'm
to
not
speed
mad.
off.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just directing traffic, but I'm not mad. I mean, the partner was mad, but Renee Good.
Do
Renee
you
Good
agree?
wasn't mad.
You do not think that an officer with his training, which
Uh-huh.
is like 10 years of training and experience, that someone his training and experience does not know that when you have a passenger in a car and you walk around the vehicle, that it doesn't have the like very potential to move, especially when you are telling that person to get out of the vehicle.
I think most police officers do. I think most police officers know, you know what? You never know who this person is. I better not get right in front of the car. However, when the lady's just sitting there and I had the time to get my phone out and your partner had time to get out of the car and I get to have the time to walk around said vehicle, yeah, I guess I'm not really thinking, oh shit, she's going to sprint the second she's given a lawful order to get the fuck out of the car.
Wait on. So why do officers every single day in much dangerous situations think about this shit? But yet
Answer the question now, because you just went into this diatribe of
plenty of
nothingness.
time.
Dude,
he had plenty of time to get his phone out, to think about it,
stop,
to walk around,
stop.
to talk.
You've already said nothing. You've already said a ton of nothing. I'm gonna ask it again. Do you really think the way you measure how much time you have to react is the miles per hour you had and not how fast somebody was accelerating? Do you really fucking believe that?
Yeah, actually, I think what's most important here is actually how fast she was going, and it was
Then
very clear
great,
that she
you owe
wasn't
me
going to
$1,000,
harm
Parker.
or
That's all
kill
there
the
is to it.
officer. The officer definitely murdered her. I think that's very obvious.
No, that is obvious. That part's obvious.
Yeah,
Sadly,
she was murdered.
The part that isn't obvious to you is the $1,000 you owe me.
No, you owe me $1,000.
Right. So now this is where we break it down for true. All we got to do now is look at what they do procedurally for this, Parker. All we have to do is bring up, how do we gauge if he had the reaction time? What do you think the number one thing is for the reaction time? What do you think the number one thing is?
I think the number one most important thing is going to be how fast and how quickly they were changing speed. I think those two things are going to be the most important. That's what I said.
What was the first thing? Sorry, what was the first thing?
Speed
I got a phone
and
call.
acceleration.
Well, you're both wrong on all that. The first most important thing is distance.
Okay, I guess all three of them would be relevant, but I would say speed would
but I'm
probably be the
still
most
not.
relevant.
Yes, but again, that's where you're wrong. It goes distance. Next, I believe if there's anything distracting, You know, whether it be a horn going off or whether it be a partner yelling at you. Come on, big boy. The third thing, how fast you accelerated. And guess what the last thing is? Miles per hour. And unfortunately, when you make a bet of which one of these things is more important, i.e. RPMs or miles per hour, which luckily I gave the qualifier of i.e. acceleration, you fucked up and lost the bet. I'm glad you looked it up too. You may now send me my money. And thank you for being dumb enough to
If
bring
you
me back
if you
up
agree,
here. I love
everyone,
it.
that Brad owes me $1,000, type 3 in the comment section.
Oh, who cares
Everyone
what they
knows
say?
that you owe me
Just go ahead
$1,000,
and look at
Brad.
the
Take a look in
Brad owes
Cope.
me $1,000.
Take a look in Cope, Brad.
How about this?
Angry
Even
Brad,
better?
actually. Angry
Would you-
Brad. Hey, everybody, right now we're playing Angry Brad, actually. And how we play Angry Brad, actually, it's very simple. Very simple. All you do to play Angry Brad. Actually, I'm ranked very well in Angry Brad, actually. All you do is sit here and you just tell him that he owes me $1,000, actually. And he's wrong. He's wrong, actually. He's so wrong. This is how you play Angry Brad. Angry Brad. Because he just gets so angry and he keeps
Oh
getting
my
so
God,
angry. He keeps
are you
coming
holding
back no matter what happens. And he'll get so angry, actually. Angry Brad. It's a incredible game. If you want to play, everybody, it's very fun, actually. It's very fun. Like, for example,
Hey, Parker, did
Love
you
is
look it up?
Electric. Thank you so much for $10 for Please Read to Brad.
But
This
did
is
you
for
look it
Angry
up?
Brad, by the way. Every
anybody wanna
Leo
look it up? Anybody who knows
knows
anything-
that you don't shoot the driver of a moving vehicle. Leo
Oh, yeah,
knows you
sure,
don't shoot the
sure.
driver of a moving vehicle because the dead body's weight on the gas pedal turns the vehicle into an unpredictable, deadly weapon. Thank you so much, Love is Electric, and
Oh,
you're
but
totally right. Thank you so much. Good some W's for them in the comment section. Laugh Out Leslie, thank you very much for the $10 for had a horrible day at work and seeing you have the anger emotion raging around while this nincompoop talks makes me laugh. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, don't worry. We got Angry Brad on the stream in order to make you feel a little bit better. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. It's so fun to piss him off. Cassowary Mary, thank you for the $10 for Pat are the Goat, actually. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Brad is so obsessed, isn't he? Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Crystal, thank you very much for the $5 for Angry Brad is
Ooh, it's
hilarious. I'm
$1,000
crying.
bucks.
Thank you for the laugh. Annie, thank you very much for the $5 for reaction time is about the driver's ability to stop, not
$1,000
the
bucks.
cop's ability to shoot. This man is so lost. Thank you very much.
Matt,
Really
you wanna
appreciate
look it up for him?
As well as I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone, for the donations. Can we get some W's for all of them in the comment section
And
right
thank
now?
you to,
Hey, Brad.
hold
Hey,
on.
Brad. Hey, Brad.
Thank you to Cassandra for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you, Cassandra. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Thank you for the very kind message.
Hey, Brad, can you thank Cassandra for the $15?
Yeah, sure, Matt. As soon as you look it up and back.
Brad, can you thank
know
can you
what I'm
thank
looking at, but I'm
Cassandra for
looking
the
it up.
$15? Brad? And turn your camera on. You still haven't done that. I think he's scared.
No, I will be happy to do that and.
Right now. Do it right now. Right now, Brad. Turn your camera on.
Yeah, sure. Back your play. Listen, everything you want.
Turn your camera on. I'll let you speak once you turn your camera on.
Yeah, sure. As soon as you're back your play. Look it up.
I don't even know what I'm looking up, but I'm looking anything up. I'm tired of looking stuff up for people. You have the ability.
Yeah, just tell us, Brad. Brad, we can't hear you, man.
Yeah, just back.
Brad, we can't hear you. Why are you muting yourself, dude? Jay, thank you very much for the $10. I really appreciate it, Jay. Thank you for the anger is strong with this one.
Yeah.
Dude, he just keeps muting himself. I don't know what he's doing, bro.
I will say though,
Back it.
be sure to follow me because I just passed
Back that
100K by the way, so that's very cool. I did that yesterday. What?
That's what the.
He keeps muting himself. I don't know why he
wonder
keeps
why-
doing that.
You wonder.
Like maybe there's a
bitch.
TikTok glitch going around or something. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Just back the play. How hard can it be to back?
As soon as you turn your camera on, Brad.
As soon as you. Dude,
As soon as you turn your camera on, Brad. We're
Dude,
waiting.
It's a bet me made.
Hey, Brad, we're waiting.
This is a $1,000.
Matt, we should just bring up
Come
another
on, man.
person. You want to like keep muting him? That'd be
Yeah,
funny.
sure.
Just to like leave him there.
You're running. You're literally running.
Just keep muting him. Just like
You're
infinite
literally not-
infinite mute him. He's just gonna keep
The
staying
infinite
mad at angry Brad like in the bottom right. Let's just get another person up here.
So
Only
that's
send a
what
guest
you do.
request
You
if you're a
lose a
Trump
bet.
supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always, everyone.
But when you
Only
lose
send
a
a guest
bet, you
request
don't
if you're a
back-
Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter. Let's get this next person up here real quick.
You're really not
Alrighty.
gonna back your
Only
play.
do send a guest request if you're
You're
a Trump
afraid.
supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking
So
for
I
debates
broke
as
you.
always.
I broke you.
Brad,
then.
have some self-control, my man.
Yeah,
it's-
self-control,
it's-
Brad. Self-control. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's exciting.
Hello,
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I wanted to come online and ask.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
I do smell pussy right now.
Brad is mad. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And by the way, you shouldn't say that about your mom, Brad. Jake, how old are you?
Because somebody who knows about... Can we get a car?
To give it a second, only send a guest request if
be
you're a
for the
Trump
left.
supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, as always. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump
Will you bring
supporter
up a
above the age of
non-Trumper?
18.
Who knows?
Hey, Brad.
Bring up a non...
Brad, you're supposed to keep your incest off the stream, okay? Beth, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I support you, Parker.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rodney, thank you very much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, Parker, I was the mechanic that responded to Brad when he lost last time. He owes you.
Perfect.
Thank
Bring
you
him
so
up.
much,
Bring him up.
Rodney.
Yeah,
I really
perfect.
appreciate the $10. Thank
Perfect.
you. He'll never accept that. He'll never accept that. Beta Brad, what can I
Bring
say?
up the mechanic. Perfect.
Shut up, Brad, you stupid pussy gimp.
Well, what is
Damn
going
it,
on,
I thought you
bro?
got the mechanic.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Dude, he's so angry. This is really fun.
I mean, angry for my $1,000.
Yeah, again, you owe me $1,000. Noah,
Mm-hmm.
how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Think of the Galaxy Sci-Fi. Do you support Trump?
Fuck Trump. We need Obama back.
Wait, one question before you go, Noah. Do you think Brad owes me $1,000?
Say yes.
I'm gonna say yes. You know, like Brad really.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
You should hey,
Let's
you should double
go.
it. Parker, then just say
Let's go.
double it then, Parker. Double down.
Yeah, let's do it.
You
Double
know
down.
you're right.
Double down right there.
Beta Brad. You owe
So
him
beta,
$1,000.
actually. Hey Beta Brad, how does it feel that you owe me $1,000?
Oh, wait.
This is that Beta Brad.
Oh, yeah, the guy that said that I should be killed.
No. I would never say that.
Yes, you did.
You misinterpreted, but go ahead and bring up the evidence. Prove it.
I mean, I'm sure that the clip is
Get the
somewhere on the
evidence.
internet.
Until then,
The
go
point
ahead and
is that I was swatted on live, and then I came back.
Oh
and
my
you
God, I
were
remember
on the
this.
live stream, and you were saying that because of what I do, I deserve to be killed.
No, you might want to get that video up, buddy. Why don't you go ahead and tap out?
What do you?
Why
think
don't you
you
go
said?
ahead and tap out and find out
What do
what
you
you
think?
know?
What do you think you said?
I think to see if your integrity's anything, you'll answer the simple question that we're having the argument over. Is accelerating more important than miles per hour when it comes to the agent's reaction time? Yes or no? Simple yes or no, and then explain.
Wait, by the
after
way,
yes or
he
no.
changed his argument because I said acceleration and miles per hour are relevant, and then he said no, it's actually RPM, and then and you didn't know what RPM
Rotations
was.
per minute.
Yeah, but RPM is still relevant because that associates with acceleration. It would be the same thing if I said hit the gas versus, idle and rode off. So once again.
So my position was always that you should
and
look
this
at
is why I gave
miles
the-
per hour
dude,
and acceleration.
So
but
I love it, and now you're capitulating because you know the.
no, I'd always said that. By the way, that's the argument from the number one. But Brad, I just want you to turn your camera on because you're a person, a man that would literally say that Dean should be fucking killed, but you won't turn your camera on because you're a coward, a little fucking bot that won't turn your camera on. You little NPC, turn that shit on, buddy.
Says
right
the
now.
guy's-
Turn it right on, right now. Turn it on. Seriously, if you're gonna come up on live stream and say that type of shit, you need to turn your camera on right now. Turn it on right now. Stop being scared. Do it. Accept the fucking camera. You won't do it because you're a coward. You won't do it.
Pay me my money.
You won't do it. You owe me $1,000. You pay me my money.
Is your claim now that acceleration is a bigger factor than?
I always considered acceleration, and miles per hour and acceleration are both considered.
Yes, they are both
That was
considered,
always
but
my
I
position.
specifically, dude, no, it wasn't. No, it
Yes, it
wasn't
was.
because nobody. If it was your position, first of all, you wouldn't make the claim. Oh, she was only going 5 miles per hour, so there was no threat. because clearly the bigger threat is how much she was.
I said she was going 1 to 4 miles per hour, and like you just won't acknowledge this.
I made it very, very clear in the bet. The bet was.
So Brad, calm down. Calm down. You lost the bet. Just admit you've lost the bet, Brad.
What's the bet? Say the bet again. Go ahead. Repeat the bet.
We've already gone over this a million times. Right?
Yeah,
you
so
bet
go ahead and repeat it
specifically
since it'd be so obvious.
You bet specifically the most important thing when analyzing whether or not Jonathan Ross would have been able to get out of the way of the car that Renee Good was driving was specifically RPM. The issue I brought up with that is that RPM isn't something you would be able to estimate or even able to identify from that position. You could try to identify a change in acceleration, but that would be harder to do so than specifically the direct speed that exists. Go ahead.
There's a very clear reason why RPM doesn't matter at all. A car could be in neutral at a complete standstill.
Oh, I forgot you made this
revving
argument.
at 7,000 RPM. RPM doesn't matter at all. Literally all that matters is acceleration in miles per hour. Now, if you want to be like a bad faith weasel and say, well, wouldn't RPM be a factor in acceleration?
Yes.
Well, what we're not concerned with are the potential factors of acceleration.
Dean,
we're
spare
concerned
me.
with the acceleration in of itself. And the reason why it's false to argue that the factors that constitute acceleration are among the most relevant is because in some scenarios, the factors that constitute acceleration frankly don't constitute acceleration. So you can't say that RPM in virtue of itself is a meaningful factor.
Dude, it's irrelevant what you are saying. I literally made the bet with him as followed, and he is well to try to
He's gonna lie about this.
manipulate it. He brings up Renee Go is only going 5 miles per hour. I made the argument the RPMs were a bigger factor than the miles per hour. And then I gave the qualifier of the RPMs, i.e. acceleration.
No, he didn't.
My
No, he
dude,
didn't.
you record your own fucking videos.
Yeah, and you
Just
can go watch
back
it back.
and look at what the bet is. But
Yeah,
why are
you
you
can go
arguing
watch it
if
back.
it's not even so you're now making the argument that acceleration is more important than miles per hour then, is what you're saying.
No, I wouldn't say that one's more important than the other. I think they're both
Then
important.
you lose the bet. Give me my
The bet was about RPM, sir, which Dean just 100% debunked you. Again, he acknowledged that there is no acceleration with RPM when you're in brake. Okay, so actually RPM
My dude, do you think, Dean, if
RPM does not necessarily reflect acceleration because there is no acceleration in that scenario, yet there is RPM. Do you agree?
My dude, no, stop.
Wait,
right.
Do you think that RPM necessarily reflects acceleration?
Also, not to mention that some cars could accelerate faster with lower RPM. And if he's saying what matters is RPM, well, then you'd say that a LEO could be in a less safe situation with a car with higher RPM with lower acceleration because maybe it's like really, really heavy, like a big old pickup truck, or even like a shipping truck. Than like a lighter car with lower RPM that's accelerating significantly faster.
My dude, if any car goes from a certain amount of RPMs to a higher rate of RPMs, is that vehicle not going to accelerate faster than it normally would?
Not always.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if they're in brake, if they're in park, they're not going to accelerate at all.
Was she? I'm sorry. Are we arguing about if Renee Good had her handbrake down? Are we arguing that she was in neutral?
Dean mentioned that like they could be in neutral, which would then not serve any RPM purpose.
Yeah, and like some cars could accelerate faster at lower RPMs.
Then that is what since you guys want to play semantics to lie, if you want to play
He's so mad that we proved him wrong.
If you want to play semantics to lie,
I could probably get him to concede here.
Let's
take two cars. The first car has a more efficient engine than the second car. The first car with a more efficient engine can accelerate significantly faster at lower RPMs.
Dean,
the second car.
We understand these things. At least let me rephrase that. I understand these things.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Let's take two cars. The first car can accelerate at significantly higher speeds with lower RPMs.
Dean, I understand all this. Dean, I understand everything you're saying.
Don't interrupt me, Brad. Let's take two cars. The first car can accelerate at significantly higher speeds.
Dean, why are you using different cars?
Don't interrupt me, Brad. Don't interrupt me, Brad. We have two cars The first car can accelerate at significantly higher speeds with lower RPM because the engine is more efficient. The second car accelerates at significantly lower speeds.
Oh my God, you're so
Don't
fake. You're
interrupt me,
so fake.
Brad.
It's unreal. You're so
Don't
fake.
interrupt
It's
me,
unreal.
Brad. We have two cars. The first car accelerates at significantly higher speeds with lower RPMs because the engine is more efficient. The second car accelerates at significantly lower speeds with higher RPMs because the engine is less efficient. All other variables are assumed identical. The two cars have the same shape. The two cars weigh the same weight. Which vehicle would you say would be a larger threat to an LEO? Because if you say that the first vehicle would be a larger threat to the LEO, then you are excluding the notion of RPMs as being the relevant indicator for threat to life. And if you make that concession, that the RPMs are not the relevant indicator to the threat of life, then you concede to Parker and you owe him $1,000.
Except
And
the
if you
fact
don't
that
want to
I then
concede
made
to
the qual.
Parker, and you rather want to be bad faith and argue that the second vehicle
Dean, you
would
gotta
be the
stop.
larger
Dean, you
threat
gotta
to
stop.
life to the LEO, well, then you are also conceding to Parker. Because
Then just
you're stating
explain
that
to
even
me.
acceleration is not a relevant factor in determining threat to life. So, in fact, this is what we call a checkmate.
Wait, and amazing that you would throw that fumble at the end. Now go ahead and explain to us in your methodical way how acceleration is not a factor in reaction time. Go ahead.
Brad, that would be true if you were to pick the second vehicle as posing a larger threat to the life of the hypothetical LEO.
Wait. So again, are you willing to make the same bet then as Parker based on this facts that you just given?
Why are you
In
asking
this
me a
example,
question compared to answering my question?
Because it's irrelevant.
So my question is irrelevant?
Yes, you've made the most pointless hypothetical in the world.
Can you please give me an argument that
A good hypothetical would
justifies
be
the reasonability of the claim that the
Yes.
hypothetical is irrelevant?
Yes, a good
Can you
hypothetical would
repeat
be
the
if we
hypothetical,
take.
please?
No.
Okay, so I don't think that you can repeat the hypothetical
Sure.
because you weren't even listening.
Sure, because it's irrelevant, my dude. Because you know the truth.
So you admit that you weren't
You
listening?
know the truth.
So you admit that you weren't listening?
Listen. Parker
So you
already
admit that
started
you
to
weren't
break.
listening?
He
So,
already
so Brad,
started
I just
to
want to
break.
clarify. Are you admitting that you weren't listening?
Yes.
Okay, so then how could you possibly know it's irrelevant?
Because what's the point if you're going to try to make the claim?
Wait, no, answer
Quite
the question. How
simply,
could you possibly know that it's not relevant if you weren't listening?
Because obviously you already had made the claim that. Well, first of all, your very last point was acceleration does not matter. Are you standing by? Are you standing by? Acceleration doesn't matter.
That wasn't my claim.
It was. You literally at the very end said,
So
so this is why acceleration wouldn't matter.
The original debate was not even about acceleration. The original debate was miles per hour is a better indicator for looking at risk of threat than RPM.
I'd also like to
alone.
clarify here that that just wasn't my claim. He just admitted to not listening to my hypothetical. So, Brad, of course, you wouldn't know that that wasn't my claim because you didn't really listen. So this time, I want you to really listen. Remember, your argument is that RPM is the most relevant factor in determining threat of life to an LEO. We have two vehicles.
No, again, you're
The
missing.
first
Again,
vehicle-
no.
Oh, okay. So are we agreeing explicitly that RPM is not the most relevant factor in determining the threat of life to an agent?
Correct. The most
Okay.
relevant threat in that
Good boy.
case was the distance. But the question, the simple bet was this: which was more important, the level of acceleration or the
No, that is not what it was.
My dude.
No,
and
it
even if
wasn't.
It wasn't.
It was RPM versus miles per hour. What was the better representation specifically from the perspective of Jonathan Ross for what the threat of risk of life was against him?
Right. The acceleration clearly matters more than the speed.
Wait,
And this is why I gave the
RPM does
qualifier.
not
Dean,
necessarily mean acceleration.
Parker, Dean, like it or not.
RPM does not necessarily mean acceleration. Can we agree? Brad, can we agree RPM does not necessarily mean acceleration?
No, obviously it doesn't always mean acceleration if you're in neutral. However, if you have one car, if you have two identical cars, both in drive, and one idly goes ahead, those RPMs are only going to be about 1,000. Whereas if you hit the gas, what's going to happen to the RPMs?
RPM will increase.
And what do you think is going to happen to the acceleration? Nothing?
No, I think that something will happen to the acceleration. What you're not understanding, though, is that that will be reflective in the miles per hour, would it not?
No. Miles
this
per
guy's a
hour
drug.
Yes,
only
it
I'm gonna
would.
go start
represents
my live. I
from miles
appreciate you
per
having
hour
me up.
to what it
Appreciate
gets
you, man.
to. The miles per hour is
Brad.
the fourth factor, dude.
Brad, they would be reflective of in the miles per hour. So if you're comparing miles per hour to RPM, miles per hour would be preferable to RPM.
Then why, when
Because
they
one, you can
evaluate this
calculate.
thing,
What's up?
why do they have acceleration as the third thing they gauge for this, and then miles per hour?
Who's they?
What? Who's they? And I
When
never
they-
said acceleration isn't relevant.
When they critique these
I
kind
think
of
miles per hour
situations to
is.
see,
Wait, I think miles
when
per hour is a
people-
part of identifying what the acceleration is.
no shit.
Okay, so
Yeah,
then
no
if,
shit, Parker.
if miles per hour is a part of identifying what the acceleration is, then wouldn't that be more or less related to acceleration a bit more than the RPM, especially to
No.
the perspective
Oh
of the
my
individual who is literally trying to get out of the way of the vehicle?
And this is why nobody trusts you, because not only does it seem obvious that the acceleration is the main thing you're going to have to look at, i.e., the time they had to respond, but the fact of the matter is, this is literally the list of what agents.
No one ever disputed anything about acceleration. We didn't make a comparison of acceleration versus miles per hour. We made a comparison of RPM versus miles per hour, which
Yes,
RPM
and
in
then
of itself
I gave
does not. RPM in of itself does not do that. Brad, I'm done with this. I've already done this with you many times before,
dude,
and I've already proven you wrong. There is no ability to get you to concede because you will never concede this point simply because you just don't want to give me the $1,000 you owe me.
My dude, you bring up the
Jimmy,
video.
thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It literally can. As well as Alexis. Thank you very much for the $15. I really appreciate Alexis. Thank you. Get some W's for Alexis in the comment section right now. For Beta Brad is an idiot and owes you $1,000.
So
Keep
either
fighting
way,
the good fight. Thank you so much.
now
I really appreciate it, Alexis. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. We're about to send everyone over to Dean's Live here in a quick second, everyone. But I
just want
I
just want you
Rodney,
to
thank you very much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank
just
you. Get some
concede then.
W's for
Acceleration.
Rodney in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Rodney. For Dean, the gear ratio, not engine,
Just
almost
concede.
retired LEO. The agents, not law enforcement, murdered
Just
her.
concede.
Hey, Brad.
My
Brad. How old are you, Brad?
My dude, acceleration versus my
Brad, genuinely, how old are you?
My dude, concede. I need you to
How old are you?
Good. I'll give you everything you want. Just concede.
Just how old are you?
Concede. Concede. Is
Brad, why are you like, hey, I'll concede.
$1,000 is why.
I'll concede if you turn your camera on. Brad, turn your camera on. I'll concede if you turn your camera on.
And money.
So concede. Turn your camera on.
Yeah, $1,000.
Turn your camera on.
$1,000.
You owe me $1,000, Brad.
So you
$1,000.
again,
You owe me 1,000, Brad.
I love it. Even after.
Brad, you owe me 1,000.
So not only.
I'm waiting for his camera to turn on. No, I honestly thought that would get him to turn his camera on.
Yeah, me too.
I thought it would. I genuinely thought it was funny. Let me see if Dean's on yet.
Yeah, go ahead and go away, dude. Like I said, lack of integrity. You're a fucking fail.
I don't care if you think I have integrity, Brad. You're an idiot and a
It's
loser, and
obvious
you
you
support Donald
don't.
Trump. Do you think Donald Trump has integrity?
Yes. No, but we trust him more than.
Okay, you trust him more than me? Do you trust
Somebody who
Trump
can't
more
even
than?
figure out something
Wait,
so
do you
basic
do you
like,
trust
huh.
Trump more than me?
Why do you think Trump won? Why
Brad,
do you think? Because of people like.
Brad, I'm asking you. Do you trust Trump more than me?
I already said yes. 100% yes.
Do you think that Trump has more integrity than me?
100%.
Really?
Yes.
What makes you think
If
that I have
Trump
less?
would have lost his bet, he would have paid.
Really? Because Trump is known
Unless he
for.
could have done it in shady.
Trump is known for paying bets, right? Yeah. And you
Says the
definitely think
guy
Trump
who
would have
not only
paid,
knows
yeah.
the truth now.
For sure. Hey, Brad. Hey,
If
Brad.
you don't already know.
Hey, Brad. Genuinely, I don't know why you're so angry about this. That literally, what, 5 months later, you come up and
Because
still
you
are doing
lost
this. He's still 5 months doing this. 5 months later. Like, how embarrassing, Brad. Like, genuinely. Hey, Brad.
Wait.
Any last words though? Any last words, Brad?
No, just say it. Say it to you.
Too bad. Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna thank people and hang out with people for the next few minutes until Dean hops on. Mad Brad is really angry He's like, dude, the
My
fact that he's
bread.
still sitting on that is crazy, isn't it?
I was so out of the loop because it's been so long. I was like, what the fuck are we even talking about? Like,
Yeah, it's literally like the most fucking obscure thing ever. Actually
agreed,
insane, dude.
agreed.
But yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat until Dean hops on, and then we'll send everyone over to Dean's live. If you have any questions, you can ask me until then. He should be on the next few minutes. So, oh, it looks like he might have just started stream. So we can send everyone over to him. Any questions before we do
Nice.
so? Justina, thank you for the $10 for can I throw in a question? What's your tradition from your childhood that you'd love to carry into your future? Ooh, that's a difficult one. Tradition from my childhood that I can carry over. I don't know. I guess Christmas. I guess it's something basic. I don't know. I don't really have any like specific traditions that come to mind. I'm trying to think. I can't think. Laza, thank you
Is
for the
Dean
£5.
on his backup or on his main?
He should be on his second account.
His second.
They said happy birthday, or they said it's my birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Laza.
My birthday.
Alrighty. Yes, he should be on his second account. Dude, that's
Nice.
so annoying that why is he not on his main?
Because it was he got that restriction.
Damn, dude, that's so annoying.
Yeah, for a week, and they said it would take a week to get back.
That's so
There's this
fucked.
guy Tommy in the chat. Like Tommy, what do you mean by flowers? I don't know what you mean.
All right, we're gonna send everyone over to Dean
All right,
right now.
good.
I love everyone.
All
I'm gonna go post my videos right now. I love
Bye.
y'all.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye,
Have
brother.
a
Take
good
care of
rest of
yourself.
your night, man.
Yeah. Bye.
Peace out, y'all.